各位来宾，欢迎大家莅临台湾国际地热论坛。在大会开始前，容我提醒您几点注意事项。
Distinguished guests, welcome to the Taiwan International Geothermal Conference. Before the conference begins, may I kindly remind you of a few things.
会议开始前，请你将手机调为震动模式，请扫描 QR code 下载大会手册。感谢您的合作。
In consideration of others, please put your mobile phone on vibrate mode before the conference begins and scan the QR code to download the conference manual. Thank you for your cooperation.
大会将在5分钟后开始，请各位来宾迅速就座。
The conference will begin in 5 minutes. Please be seated.
请租借口译机的来宾一同戴上耳机，将频道调到1，确认中文翻译是否清晰。如果太大声，可以用滑钮调整音量。
If you have borrowed a personal translation receiver, please put on your headset, press 2, and check if you can hear the English translation clearly. You can adjust the volume if it's too loud.
各位产业先进、国内外来宾及地热专家、能源领域的重要推手们，欢迎大家莅临2023台湾国际地热论坛。
Distinguished guests, geothermal experts, and pioneers in the energy industry from Taiwan and across the globe, welcome to the 2023 Taiwan International Geothermal Conference.
感谢经济部促成今天的盛会。在此，仅代表大会筹办团队及台湾地热资源发展协会，向在座贵宾致上我们最诚挚的欢迎。
We thank the Ministry of Economic Affairs for making today's conference possible. On behalf of the organizers and the Taiwan Geothermal Association, we would like to extend a very warm welcome to all of you.
在大会一开始，我们邀请主办单位经济部曾文生次长致欢迎词。
Now, please welcome Deputy Minister of Economic Affairs Zeng Wensheng for his opening remarks. We would like to invite our international guests to put on the translation headsets.
各位贵宾，还有所有的媒体朋友，大家早安，大家好。首先我们要感谢各位在百忙中拨空来参加今天2023台湾国际地热论坛。那这一次的活动非常荣幸能够邀请到国际地热专业领域非常多的人员来台，包括美国、纽西兰、日本、意大利、加拿大等10几个国家，有38家企业，112位的国际专业人士。那今天我看了一下，我们在网络上报名已经超过400人，应该还有在线上观看的很多的朋友。我要在这一边代表经济部竭诚的欢迎各位的参与。那除了这个以外，我特别要感谢从国外来的这个专业领域的朋友们啊，因为今天是1月9号，我相信在座各位一定是年假刚过完，这样新年假期刚过完，第一个出国的行程就来到台湾。我们也非常希望各位这一次的出席，能够让大家除了贡献各位的专业的知识以外，也能够在台湾得到各位预期想要得到的一些好的结果。那在这边政府要特别的跟各位做说明，在我们的能源转型的基础之下，事实上为了达到2050的净零排放，台湾要怎么样子加速再生能源的发展，是台湾未来达成净零目标非常非常重要的一项工作。那以台湾目前的整个再生能源发展的状况来看，就我们政府的规划，目前发电占比最高的在2050会是离岸风电，那接下来会是光电。那这2个都是目前来说技术上相对比较成熟的再生能源发电方式，也符合台湾特殊的地理条件。不过台湾还有一个蕴藏量非常丰富的再生能源发展的条件，就是地热。地热是台湾未来发展再生能源一个非常非常重要的项目。事实上，政府这几年透过跟学术团体、跟民间社团，还有我们自己的法人机构，一直在关注地热的发展。我们希望地热发展的技术更加成熟而有所突破，能够在台湾做更广泛的应用。那或许2023年，也就是今年，从今天这一个国际论坛开始，将会是台湾开始加速发动地热发电的一个重要的时刻。今天来到现场，除了国际上各个在地热领域里面有良好表现的企业之外，我们国内包含中国石油公司、台湾中油公司，包含台电公司、台湾气电公司，以及非常多民间的开发业者，通通都在今天的场合里面。我们都知道，一个论坛在台上报告是做讯息的交换，那通常在这个报告中间的 coffee break， 反而是让更多的单位建立未来发展的机会最好的时刻。我们也希望能够透过今天这样子的场合，因为台电跟中油是经济部所主管的国营事业，我已经给了他们很明确的功课，就是希望他们能够在今天找到更多国际的伙伴，一起来发展台湾的地热发电。那我想说，透过这几个大的国营事业来做支撑，我们也希望能够跟台湾民间的公司做更多的合作，让地热发电能够像我们离岸风电一样，在比较短的时间内，透过政府的领导跟规划，能够有比较清楚的发展。那我要跟各位说明，其实台湾适合发展地热发电的 site， 其实都陆陆续续在探勘跟发展当中。 我相信国外来了非常多的友人，应该都可以在不同的地点找到不同的合作单位，或者就直接跟中油台电做一些合作，紧速的在台湾能够落地，找到适合发展的地点。那也希望各位能够给政府一些好的产业发展政策，让我们能够拟定一些更领先的产业发展政策，让地热发电在台湾能够快速的发展起来。我想，今天我代表经济部在这边跟各位致辞，以上所讲的每一句话都是我们希望推动的相关工作，也希望今天来到这个会场的各位，可以跟我们一起努力，为台湾再生能源发展跟能源转型以及达成净零目标，一起努力，一起贡献。谢谢大家，谢谢。
请次长留步，我们现在进行大合照。
We would like to welcome Tina Wilson, Ann Robertson Tate, James Hetherington, Glenn Gola, and Rami Shavit to the stage for a group photo.
我们邀请纽西兰工商代表处 Geothermal, Ever Technology, Green Energy、Green Fire Energy、OMA 等单位代表及念到名字的贵宾一起合照，也将花协会陈雪梨常务理事、地热协会李昭新理事长、能源局尤政委局长。待会照相时，请看前方摄影师的指示。大家可以脱口罩。
Please feel free to take off your masks.
好，请听摄影师的指示，谢谢。好，谢谢各位嘉宾，请回座。
Thank you. Please be seated.
接下来，我们邀请大家与国外来宾一起在座位上合影留念，请拿起我们桌上的手卡一起合影。
We would like to invite our international guests to remain seated and join our Taiwanese guests for a group photo. Please feel free to hold up the cards on the table.
我们现在是由摄影师从舞台上往下面照，所以请大家用你们的笑容来展现对地热的热情。
Please show your passion for geothermal with a big smile.
大家可以拿下口罩拍照哦，谢谢。好，再次热烈感谢大家的莅临。台湾国际地热论坛是首届举办，台湾政府已经宣告2050净零碳排的目标及12项策略路径，地热是其中前瞻能源的重点， 因此，第一项主题是台湾地热推动。
This is the first Taiwan International Geothermal Conference. The Taiwanese government has already announced its 2050 net zero goal and 12 decarbonization strategies. Among them, geothermal is listed as one of the priority advanced technologies. Therefore, our first topic today is the promotion of geothermal development in Taiwan.
针对这项重点，首先为我们带来演讲的是经济部中央地质调查所及能源局。
Our first speakers are from the Central Geological Survey of the Ministry of Economic Affairs and the Bureau of Energy.
演讲后会进行 Q&A 到9点50分。现在我们欢迎经济部中央地质调查所陈其炫博士上台。
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for all you being here. I'm glad to have this opportunity to report the geothermal potential and the exploration plan in Taiwan. And this refining of geothermal potential in Taiwan is a teamwork. Actually, this work has been done by the team member including Central Geological Survey and Industrial Technology Research Institute and the CPC Corporation. And I'm Qixuan Quan from Central Geological Survey. And for the most audience, in the following I will use Chinese. 主办单位经济部邓文生次长，台湾地热发展协会李兆兴理事长、陈雪梨理事长，还有能源局局长，各位贵宾，大家好。台湾如同各位所知，位处于环太平洋火环带上面。那这个火环带其实是由一系列的火山岛屿所形成。那也由于火山的关系存在的关系，所以在热流地表的分布相当旺盛。在意大利的 CNR 组织研究单位，曾经针对过全球的这个适合发展台湾的地点，利用一些地理、地质构造上的因素的因子加入分析，得到一个全球适合发展地热的位置。那各位可以看到，在这张图里面，它显示了适合发展台湾的 ranking。那台湾也在这个 High ranking 上面，那各位可以看到台湾在哪边吗？没关系，那我们进一步看台湾。那台湾的整个地体构造，如同我们左下图这张所示，是个板块边界所组成。那整个台湾的地质构造包含了，这个地体组成岩性组成，包含了火成岩在北部，这个就是大家所熟知的大屯火山、龟山岛。整个台湾中央山脉东翼有一个快速抬升的抬升体，那西部就是西部鹿山带到西部冲积平原。那在花东有一个海岸山脉跟台湾碰撞，那中间由花东纵谷所组成。那也由于这个台湾中央山脉的崛起，跟这些活动火山、活火山跟这些断层在台湾的发生频仍，所以台湾拥有着非常丰富的地热发展潜能。过去研究经由刚刚所提到的台湾整个的绝生地体构造模式进行热模拟，可以得到一个结果，就是中间这张图是一个利用热模拟的结果，然后整个温度场的分布，可以看到说，在整个中央山脉地区块。整个isocene 是一个抬升的现象，那这也是由于这个 exhumation 的状况所产生。那这个结果也对比的，在1986年李 et al 等人发表的这个热流 量测的分布图，可以看到整个结果相当吻合，所以这也告诉我们说，台湾在这个不管是火山或者是整个中央山脉邻近的区域，它是一个地热温度这个地表热流温度分布相当高的地方。我们在这里回顾一下台湾的整个地热发展情况。我们可以看到说，其实在1966年，台湾就已经开始了地热的探勘。那当时最主要是集中在大屯山。那在大屯山的探勘过程中，就是台湾得到了一个290度的最高温，在1500公尺的钻井底下就可以得到。那我们可以在1973年石油危机爆发之后，台湾政府更是加速了整个台湾整个全区的地热探勘工作。那当然到了1977年、1981年，台湾的宜兰的清水地热电厂3 MW 的地热电厂成立，这也是全世界在当时是排名前14个地热发展国家当中之一。那当然，在整个中后期，台湾进入了一个沉潜的阶段，主要就是由于能源价格其实比较降低了，所以地热的能源比较不是那么样的 popular。但是从2006年开始，经济部能源局跟工业技术研究院开始了一系列的探勘工作。那包含了在2011年开始，现在的国科会国家科技委员会开始了在宜兰地区的深层地热探勘。那一直到去年，我们的清水地热电厂回来了。我们4.2 MW 的地热电厂是由民间公司所投资所新建。那到了今年，也就是诚如刚刚主办经济部次长所提的，我们到了今年开始了一系列的加速的探勘过程。那各位今天来到这边，当然也很想知道说台湾的地热潜能到底有多丰富。过去在1994年的时候，刚刚有提到工研院，其实工业技术研究院在1970年代、1980年代就开始广泛的对台湾地热进行探勘。那后来投入包含中油公司，在当时我们就已经，这份报告就已经针对台湾这些geothermal system 的地热系统，给出了一个发电潜能的评估值，当時的总量大概是900多 megawatt， 接近1 gigawatt 的规模。那当然我们知道说，这些geothermal system 它是非常依靠这个热液、裂隙跟水，所以这个需要经过进一步的探勘，才能够得到更精细的资料。那现在这几年，国际上兴起的这个 enhanced geothermal system 或者是 advanced geothermal system， 可以看到说，台湾其实在过去10年内也已经开始注意到这方面国际上的进展，所以在能源国家型科技计划里面，也针对了深层地热资源，在台湾四大地热区进行了一个能量的估算，发电潜能的估算。那这份报告指出的是，大概在4公里以内，台湾大概有33个 gigawatt 的发电潜能。同年间，工研院技术团队在李野正这篇文章里面，我们已经发表了热流资料，所以在2013年，他们同样的利用这些热流资料，再加上一些资料，加上一些近期的资料去 refine 之后，他们也针对台湾的深层地热潜能 （EGS） 的地热潜能，来进行了热能的潜能估算。那他们区分成9大区域，那整个区域估算起来的地热发电能量、发电潜能大概有30几个 gigawatt。那由于这2个方法所使用的input 的参数不同，在前面这边是使用的2氧化系的地质流体温度计去进行地温梯度的估算，那右边这个研究是利用真实的影下温度 bottom hole 的 temperature 去进行温度估算。所以我们在今天的报告里面，我们大概会去 利用这个方法再去 refine 一个 update 的结果。所以近期的工作里面，我们结合了我们收集了这几年近20年来的这些钻井资料，包含了 TPC 的这些油气井的资料，包含了一些低温梯度量测的资料，总共我们收集了405口的地温资料，这个资料已经是4倍的量，比2013年的版本多了4倍的量，所以我们利用这个结果来进行地热潜能的估计。那各位可以看到，中间这张图是随着分别列出了井的深度跟井的地温梯度。那右边这张图就是我们利用这些井的实际温度所计算出来的地温梯度的结果。可以看到，这个结果跟2013年的版本其实相去不远。我们除了一些面积上的变化之外，其实仅多了一处的地热潜能区是在这次的研究中被发掘出来。所以我们利用了2013年的方法，这个方法就是国际上常用的体积储热法进行地热估算。我们一样是区分在10大的地热潜能区里面，我们区分不同的温度区间，从3到6公里计算平均温度、平均面积，然后计算所估蕴藏地热潜能。那所用的参数就在这个上面。那最后我们得到了一个39.7 GW 的地热潜能，也接近40个 GW。那这个值呢，告诉我们说，在各区的地热潜能里面，其实相比于2013年，我们得到了一个几乎差不多的结果，在地区分布上大概有略微修饰，但是我们侦测到的另外一区第10区的这个地热潜能区，那整个地热的量体也大致因为增加了一些区域，而且增加了一些小地方的面积，所以整个地热潜能从过去估计的30几个 GW 提升到了40个 GW。那接下来呢，我要跟各位报告的是，由于我们已经完成了台湾的这个地热潜能区的一些绘制跟一些跟一些初步的讨论，接下来我们就要把台湾的地热潜能区进行一些盘点。那各位可以看到这张图，这张图就是我们参考了 NREL 2022年的这个地热探勘的分类。我们把现在全台的地热探勘分成5个阶段 ，G1 到 G5， 那分别用不同的颜色表示。那各位可以看到说，在台湾蓝色的区域表示已经进到开发阶段了，但是在红色的部分大概还是在初步探勘的阶段。所以呢，现在政府要推动地热探勘，就是在把红色的地方赶快推动到绿灯，甚至到蓝灯，可以让我们更多的发电事业可以发展。那在2023年到2024年，在台湾的公部门有8个到10个的这个探勘计划在执行，其中8个是属于这个传统热议型的地热，那另外2个是属于深层型的，是属于 EGS 开发类型的地热技术研究。那总共我们估计下来，在这2年间，总共会有超过2万公尺的钻井是否地热探勘跟地热开发。那相关的地热探勘成果，利用了 Geothermal Exploration Information System 公开了政府单位在公部门的探勘成果。那其中包含了各式地球物理、地球化学、地质的探勘研究，以及我们刚刚所收集到的温度资讯，都公布在这个网站上面。那目的就是希望说，我们尽量让资讯公开，让有兴趣的投资商、业者跟这些探勘规划师可以进一步来使用。那当然，进到这个各潜力场域的探勘规划，目标就是为了更进一步的确认整个分布的位置，以及我们进一步的利用更精密的方法估计这个条件式的几率的潜能分布。那最后我要说的是， 政府在这几年间，由于近邻政策，2050年需要达到近零排放的政策，所以加速了绿色能源跟绿量再生能源的发展。那当然，希望经过不断的探勘跟不断的对于地下知识的累积，我们能够增加对地热探勘的了解。我们希望能够获取到另外一个可能蕴藏的一个地热的一个能量热的一个能源体。那当然，在这些4部门，我们也希望说能够再加入前期的探勘行列，能够加速我们地热的发展。那最后，这是我今天的报告。Thanks for your attention and enjoy Taiwan trip. Thank you.
好，我们谢谢中央地质调查所的报告。接下来我们要欢迎能源局陈崇宪博士上台。
大家早安。那能源局来针对台湾，刚我们地调所的同仁已经报告，台湾大概有10个点，大概有40 Giga 的一个潜能的部分。那能源局这边的话，主要是说怎么样把这些潜能的部分，借由我们的一些配套措施，把这些所谓的潜能能够发展成所谓的地热发电的一些设备的一些相关的发电设备。所以这边主要跟大家来说明整个台湾的一些地热发电的一些所谓的政策。跟整个推动的一些策略。那简报的部分，大家分成几个方向来跟大家报告。首先跟大家报告整个能源政策的一些规划，后面目前台湾的一些所谓的设置的目前的一些状况。第3个当然就是目前刚谈的，我们怎么样去做这方面的一些推动。最后就是说，目前政府之间针对地热的这个所谓的设置的流程，包含这种法规的部分，有一些在做精进的一些规划。也跟大家来做一个报告。那首先跟大家报告就是台湾的能源情势的部分，有这张图很清楚，台湾大概98% 的能源都是进口的，那就是这就会涉及到能源安全的议题，怎么样把台湾的自主能源把它做增加的一些规划。第二部分的话，在台湾它大概主要是一个所谓的独立的电力系统，所以怎么样来做这方面的一些把这个系统更加的一个强韧的部分、韧性的部分能够来做增强。那第3个部分的话，跟大家来报告，台湾大概有80% 的一个能源，所谓的fossil fuel 的一些能源的部分。所以这样看起来的话，所谓的目前整个近零碳排的一个趋势，也就是所谓的碳排放的一个趋势，会是个很重要的一些议题。所以按这张图来看的话，我们当然有几个问题、几个议题要去处理。第一个就是怎么样提升台湾的一些能源安全的部分，98% 的一些能源，进口能源怎么样去把它做往下降的动作？那第一个重点就是所谓的去增加台湾的一些所谓的自主能源、再生能源的一些规划。第二部分的话，要把这些所谓的能源借由所谓的再生能源或洁净能源的部分，把这些碳排来做一些处理。所以当然能源的政策、能源的 background 大概是这样的一些条件。第一个部分的话，大家跟报告，我们如果按照这种所谓的近零碳排的一个条件底下的话，那我们有两个一个期程要去做一些规划。第一个就是所谓的2025年的一些规划来看的话，我们要到达所谓的2025年再生能源的发电占比要16% 的部分，那这部分就相对就是蛮重要的一些因素。那如果刚刚市长谈到的，我们目前的一些除了所谓的离岸风电跟太阳光电以外，地热是一个相对是基载的一个能源，那我们怎么样来发展这个所谓的地热？那就变成在台湾的地热台湾的再生能源一个蛮重要的一个因素。怎么样发展这种所谓的相对属于基载的一个能源的一些规划？那这一页大家谈到的就是我们刚刚谈的是2025年的一个所谓的规划跟条件。这一页大家谈到的就是我们2050年近零碳的一些碳排的一些规划。那大家都很清楚，在28号，国发会也发布了12项的一个相关的策略的一个具体的一个roadmap。那 我们地热的部分，如果在这个条件底下的话，我们大概有至少是6项属于能源方面的一些议题的部分。那它占的一个经费大概占了67% 以上的一个经费的一些规划。那地热大概在规划上属于我们的所谓的前瞻的一个所谓的能源的一些规划。那也就是说，在这个所谓的近零碳排的话，地热发电会扮演一个蛮重要的一些规划的一些结果。第二部分的话，大家跟报告就是目前地热的一些活动，在台湾的一些地热的一些活动。那目前台湾正在做一些探勘，正在做一些并网，大概有21处的一个厂址的部分。那如果我们来看的话，以这张图来看的话，我们大概将近55 mega 的一个规划的量，正在做台湾的一些相关的一些探勘的一些进行。那如果我们来看这张图来看的话，目前主要的一些空间的位置大概在北台湾，也就是大屯山的一些空间。那另外一块谈到就是在东部的一些的一些厂址的部分，那包含在宜兰跟所谓的花莲跟台东的一些空间。那目前大概有一些案场已经在做一些规划，有一些案场已经完工并网的一个条件。那另外一块的话，我们这边看到的就是目前在做一些所谓的投入台湾的一些地热探勘的一些业者的部分。那当然有台电公司，有李长龙化工，有降捷公司等台湾中油等相关的一些国内的公司。那其实也有一些国外的公司已经在台湾有这方面的一些规划。那包含所谓的欧玛，包含所谓的 Bestro 相关的一些业者。那当然也有一些研究机构已经参与台湾的一些潜能方面的一些规划跟调查，包含纽西兰的 GS 方面的一些业者都有参与台湾的一些地热方面的一些规划。那这一页大家谈到就是说，刚谈的我们在这个所谓的目前的一些所谓的行动目前的一些业者的一些行动的部分的话，那刚我们地调所也谈到，台湾目前大概有40 Giga 的一个所谓的潜能的部分。那在我们2050年的部分，我们设定的目标大概是3到6.2 Giga 的一些规划。不过我们相信，未来在这种国内叫一些先进的地热技术，包含 EGS、AGS 跟 SGS 方面的技术比较成熟、比较能够完备的条件底下，台湾一些发电的一个指标的部分，应该可以再往上来做一些调升的部分。所以刚看到的就是地调所在这个所谓的目前看起来的一个空间来看的话，大概有10个点的部分，大概有将近40 Giga 的一个设置空间。那我们来看的话，大概在大屯山的空间相对是比较大的一个潜能，大概有8.5 Giga 的一个设置的一些规划。那非常这个潜能，非常这种条件底下的话，那政府怎么样来去推动所谓的这些所谓的地热发电？我们大概有3个整体的一个大方向来跟大家报告。第一个，我们一般传统型的地热发电，我们要赶快紧速去推。过去我们一般调查刚谈的55 mega， 或是目前调查的大概有1 giga 的设置空间的部分，我们要首先去做这些传统地热发电的一些规划。第二部分的话，大家对于所谓的地热发电的话，它的所谓的探勘，它的风险相对比较高的部分，那政府会投入这方面的一些规划。那同时，如果一般的私部门的部分，它要投入所谓的相关的一个所谓的探勘的一些规划的话，也有相关的所谓的补助的一些的办法，来分摊业者投入的一个所谓的风险的部分。第3个部分的话，就是说，那我们要去尝试，我们要去做一些比较先进这种所谓的地热发电的一些所谓的技术的一些探勘的部分。那在经济部内部，他司长也指示我们台湾中油跟地调所要针对这些所谓的先进的探勘的技术的部分，要去做一些完整的一些评估。不管是 EGS 或是AGS 或是 SGS 的部分的话，哪些的技术对台湾相对是比较好来做一些后续的一些发展。那再来就是针对我们刚谈的，有这些所谓的潜能，有这些所谓的相关的一些规划的部分的话，那政府大概几个方向来协助，有相关的一些配套来做一些协助。那第一个大概就是说，我们谈到 怎么样是合理的一个所谓的奖励的一些诱因的部分。那奖励诱因的部分的话，大概分成2项来跟大家来报告。第一个是我们的趸购费率，那趸购费率的话，基本上是可以持续20年的一个时间。那这个时间点底下的话，让业者有足够的一些所谓的利益。那当然，在趸购费率会有一些不同的一个形式来协助业者来做这方面的一些规划。第二部分的话，谈到就是说，如果私部门要去做一些探勘的部分，那探勘毕竟有相关的风险，那政府怎么样就有这种所谓的补助的方式来降低这些风险，然后就有相关的一些一些规划。第二部分的话，大概就是所谓的整个行政程序能够再把它做一些加速的部分。所有的开发业者都希望程序能够在尽短的时间完成，然后减少这些所谓的不确定性。所以在政府部门的话，会去把这些所有的程序能够强调再去做一些简化的一些程序的一些规划。那这一页大概跟大家报告刚谈的，政府有按照再生能发展条例，我们有相关的一个趸购费率的部分。那在趸购费率的部分的话，我们大概分成2个模式。第一个就是20年当中的话，它的收购价格是一致性的。第二部分的话，我们大概谈到，我们有前面的10年相对比较高的一个费率，后面的10年的话，相对它的趸购费率会比较低。那以开发者来看的话，相关的现金流就会比较容易来获得的部分。那同时在这个趸购费率的部分的话，我们大概有几个方向来跟大家报告。我们都了解，所有的开发者会用小型的这种所谓的地热发电来做进行，所以我们目前针对2 mega 以下的一个所谓的设置的容量的部分，相对有比较高的一个所谓的趸购费率。那以固定20年来看的话，大概是0.19 US dollars per kilowatt 图电，大概是这样。那刚谈到，如果是用所谓的前高后低的方式，前10年比较高的费率来看的话，前10年可以高达大概0.238块美金跟每度电，那后10年可以到达0.119美金每度电的一些规划。那当然，在2 mega 以上的一个容量的部分的话，相对而言它的经济的规模比较大，所以它的趸购费率相对比较低一点。那另外一块的话，很多的一些空间的话，那都是设置在原住民的相关的一些空间的部分。那我们在我们的趸购费率的话，也额外提供大概1% 的所谓的额外的利益，让所有的开发业者能够跟在地的一些原住民有一些利益分享的一些机制或一些规划的一些想法。那第二点大家谈到的就是说，针对这个业者要去做一些探勘的部分，那刚谈的公部门大概将近8个厂址在做一些规划。也就是公部门投入相关的一些公务资源，在做这方面的一些规划的条件底下的话，那私部门可能针对某一块的空间，他认为这是有一些相关的潜能的部分。那在政府部门的部分也投入相关的一些所谓的补助的计划。那补助的计划大概2个要件，第一个就是我们补助大概不会超过50%的一些费用。第二部分的话，这一部分可以到达新台币1亿。也就是大概300万美金的一些规划的一些程序。那当然，这些补助的一些方式的话，大概就是你探勘跟你一些地质方面的一些调查，甚至专井的费用，都可以在这个补助里面来做一些适用的一些规划。那这个大概就是公部门有公务基金在做一些公务的资源在做一些规划，那私部门也可以就这个补助办法，来拿到政府相关的一些奖励，来降低这些探勘的一些风险的一些规划。那这一页大家跟大家来报告，就是政府刚才谈到，政府对新的一些技术，那包含 EGS、包含 AGS、包含 SGS 方面的一些技术的部分，我们在做一些所谓的相关的一些评估，包含台湾中油公司、包含地调所都在做这方面的一些评估。刚谈的。台湾的潜能部分有很多的空间可以来做，那这些技术对台湾后续的一个地热发展是相对扮演蛮重要的一个技术。那这一页大概就是一些投资环境的一些改善，也就是开发环境的一些改善的部分。那首先大概跟大家报告，过去在做环评的部分大概是500 kW， 也就是大概是 0.5 megawatt0.5 megawatt 的一个空间。那现在就有大概相关的一些纠正的部分，我们把它提升到10 mega 的一个空间来做一些所谓的免环评的一些规划。第二部分的话，如果台湾相关的设备，台湾是无产制的部分，也可以免除相关的一些关税的部分。那大概就是针对这两个方向，包含这些所谓的环评的程序，做一些简化的程序。那另外一块对台湾一些相对没有这方面的设备的部分的话，可以免除相关的一些关税的一些规划。那大概最后一点，大家跟报告就是说，过去台湾在这个所谓的地热过程当中，刚谈的目前台湾大概将近有5 mega 的一个空间。那我们大概去收集了解大家的一些意见。那针对这意见的话，我们大概在今年我们在做所谓的再生能源发展条例的一些修法的动作。第一个部分的话，我们把这些所谓的相关的一些水权、相关的一些水利法的一些适用的部分，我们朝简化跟所谓调和相关的一些程序。那我们目前规划在地热的部分，在再生发展条例的话，我们有个地热专章。地热专章的部分当然有几个要点，第一个由中央政府来做相关的审核跟所谓的发相关的一些许可的部分。那许可的部分大概分成2个面向，第一个面向就是所谓的探勘的许可，第二部分就是所谓的开发许可的部分。那朝所谓的程序来做一些简化，来做一些统一的部分。那第二部分的话，大概过去这些设置业者比较有一些意见的就是说，我目前台湾的一些水权大概2到3年，那藉由这个修法的动作的话，水权一次就可以到达20年的时间，那可以相对降低大家的一些不确定性，就未来投资的一些不确定性的部分。所以第二个部分的话，我们把一些水权的部分，我们可以把它延伸到20年当中。那过去的2到3年换一次的一个水权的一些部分的一些不确定性，能够把它降到某一定的比例。第3个部分，刚才谈到就是说，针对这种回注的部分的话，那我们大概按照目前的规定，回注的比例要到达90%以上。那当然有一些特殊状况的话，那经过审核的话，就不用再做一些规划。那最后做简单的一个结论，第一个就是说，目前呢怎么样去推动这种传统型的地热的部分，大概有3个面向来跟大家报告，怎么样有合理的一些诱因的部分。第二部分的话，大概资讯，尤其探勘的资讯，怎么样去做一些公开的一些规划。那法规方面，怎么样去做一些简化的一些处理的模式。第二部分，大概谈到投资环境的部分的话，能够相对有一些比较简化，有一些利多的一些规划。第3个部分的话，刚才谈到的，在所谓的近零排放条件底下，地热发电是一个所谓的基载的一个电力。那怎么样就这基载的电力来做台湾的一些发展的部分？那我们相对是 open， 大家有任何的一些议题，我们都可以来做讨论。那以上大概是我的报告，谢谢。
谢谢能源局的代表，然后接下来是我们国外来宾的演讲。
Next, we would like to welcome our distinguished guests from the geothermal industry in the U.S. and Canada.
他们透过在地热及石油产业丰富的技术累积，接下来的来宾他们带来地热能源的产业新创科技，将地热发展区域从地热区延伸到非传统地热区。接下来有3位演讲的专家来分享15分钟的各分享15分钟。演讲后会进行 Q&A 到10点45分。
They have leveraged years of technological breakthroughs in the geothermal and oil and gas industries to develop their own innovative geothermal technologies that will allow for geothermal development in non-conventional geothermal sites. We will have 3 speakers, each presenting for 15 minutes. Then, we will have a Q&A session until 10:45 a.m.
我们先邀请 SLB 旗下的地热顾问公司 Geothermax CEO。
We would like to welcome Ann Robertson Tate, the CEO of the Schlumberger company, Geothermax, to the stage.
Well, thank you. And I guess I'm a little short to get over the podium for everyone. It's an honor to be here. I'm really pleased to come to Taiwan. The previous talks have been so inspiring for geothermal growth in this country. And it's just really heartwarming to be here and to know that Taiwan is so serious about its geothermal future. So I'm going to rip into it because I've got a few too many slides. I just want to acknowledge that Geothermex is now part of SLB New Energy, and these are the things we're focusing on at the moment. Off on the right, you see geothermal and geoenergy. Geoenergy is referred to in our parlance as heating and cooling for buildings, whereas geothermal is what we're all trying to do here. So just wanted to let you know that. A little bit about Geothermex. We work a lot around the world. We've been in business for 50 years doing geothermal only. And it's been our honor to work on several projects in Taiwan. And I thank the clients who hired us for that. So there's a lot of ways to sort of slice and dice geothermal resources, and I've tried sort of this new one. There's traditional sources, and then there's sort of unconventional sources. So traditional, conventional could be said the same. And you know, the usual, and I've also divided it by open loop and closed loop because closed loop is becoming more and more important. Now, closed loop isn't new. We've always had borehole heat exchangers, for example. We've always had ground source heat pump systems, which are both closed loop systems. But Everett Technologies and Greenfire, and we have James and Glenn here to talk about that shortly, you know, are opening up new doors. And I'll leave most of the discussion about that to them. So that's kind of the unconventional, conventional split as I see it. And but the conventional stuff, we have about 16 gigawatts of that installed around the world, and it's all conventional, basically. There's a few EGS-ish things that have been done in some projects, but by and large, we're talking conventional geothermal, which means you have enough heat and permeability in the same place that you can drill productive wells and make a go of it economically. So that's what we have today. And then my talk is about hybrid technologies, and so I listed a few that I've been thinking about lately. And one is geothermal with itself. This is not a new thing, but there have been a lot of different uses of geothermal together. How oil and gas is sort of putting their toes in the water of geothermal, in that hot water. We've also got wind and solar intermittent resources that we can combine with for better effect. There are minerals in geothermal brines, and those are some pretty critical ones as well that we can use in the energy transition. Green hydrogen from geothermal is something we've been working on a little bit at Geothermex now, and then we've got carbon capture and storage options, and I suppose the direct air capture is sort of part of that, but I've listed them separately. So I'll just talk about those for a few minutes. So I'm glad Tina's here today because I decided to include WIRAC in my presentation, and I did my master's degree in New Zealand back in the Cretaceous period, and so Wairaki was the subject of my thesis, by the way, and it was a great place to learn my craft back in the day. They have, at Wairaki proper, to me being aside, about 160 megawatts of flash power, and they installed in 2014 a binary plant, and it's a NORMAT plant. This is a very common sort of hybrid of geothermal and geothermal. But like Iceland, if you know much about how they use their geothermal resources, New Zealand takes a lot of uses on board, and I've listed some of them here. The Taupo area where Wairaki is located has a lot of communities around it, a lot of forestry, a lot of other acts and things to do. Hot pools are a big thing there, and we all love them when we go there. So just showing that. Then there's some more unusual ones, and these are also a couple of ORMAT-related projects. Interestingly, in Indonesia, at Sarula, a very high-temperature resource, about 65% of the capacity is coming out of the binary side of the plant. And that's a really interesting fact, and I think we should all pay attention to it. And then in Hawaii, This photograph is deliberately provocative when the lava was flowing near the plant, which is now back up and operating. There's also some binary attached to a very high temperature geothermal resource in the Punarip zone. And then there's other things like flowers you can grow with geothermal heat. And these photographs are from, the first one is from Osarian Farms at Olkaria in Kenya, and the second one below from a greenhouse at Menengai, also in Kenya. So lots of stuff you can do with this heat. And if you have a cascade from your power plant, you know, the outlet of your binary heat exchangers, you can do quite a bit and engage with the local community in nice ways. So a little bit about oil and gas. We've been working for a number of customers on this. There was a press release from SLB recently about doing a geothermal assessment of the whole country of Oman, a very notable oil and gas domain in the Middle East, and so we're working on that now. But at the first instance, many oil and gas operators, and there's one who's done this in Canada and a few in the US who are starting to do it, they're taking advantage of their hot water cut. And this may be an opportunity in Taiwan. I know you produce gas onshore in a few places, so maybe there's an option there. But the challenges are that you're working in an area of normal temperature gradients, and this means that your temperatures are modest with depth. The temperature versus depth relationship doesn't really act in your favor there, but if you get enough hot water, you can make a go of it. And so again, it's that, do you have an aquifer, you know, a zone that's producing all this water? You've been being angry with that for years because it doesn't improve the efficiency of oil and gas production. But nevertheless, it's a resource there to be used. And so this is something that's taking on a little bit more interest as time goes by. So I think the one major challenge is the way oil and gas wells are completed versus geothermal wells. I've showed a diagram there that we have. It's a big open hole, long open hole section. We're trying to get every bit of water we can into that wellbore. Oil and gas wells are completed with narrow diameter tubing, with, you know, zonal isolation and all this stuff, and 3.5-inch tubing. A long travel through that will cool down the water at the wellhead pretty well. So not very good for maintaining temperature. But nevertheless, there are these small units that can be used in the field, and this is what's happening in some fields. Modular binary plants are being installed to use in various ways in the oil field, and you can see the ideas listed there. We have quite a number of hybrid binary solar power plants in the US, and one of the things about the western US where these binary plants are is it's very dry and water resources are scarce. So water for cooling isn't possible. Water rights are fiercely contested, and so they have to rely on the ambient air temperature as the cooling medium. Well, in the heat of summer, when the power price is high and everybody wants their air conditioning to be running, we're suffering that. So these combinations of solar, mostly solar PV and geothermal, have been helping, you know, increase and levelize the delivery of power. And the one in the lower right, that's a NELS project. I've got a little graphic of what this did for their output on what they called a typical spring day. They used solar thermal. Sorry, I'll go back one. Maybe I won't. In the photograph, there's a solar PV, a large solar PV array, and then there's a smaller solar thermal array. They use this solar thermal to increase the temperature of the inlet to the heat exchangers to the ORC plant. But that's not accounted for here. This is just accounting for what the solar PV is doing for this project. Whoop. Uh-oh, now, can I ask you to back me up one slide? Sorry, I skipped a little too fast. Thank you. The backwards button on the clicker isn't working. Wind is also sort of an element that we could think about hybridizing with geothermal. To the extent that you have deep basin plays, and this is Texas, just for convenience, a lot of solar, catch up with myself, a lot of wind operations in areas with deep basins. And so if you have a little bit of deep basin geothermal contributing to your wind production on a calm day, I think your bankers and investors would be happy. I mentioned geothermal and hydrogen as this is something that we've been looking at mostly in the context of stranded assets. Think in the high Andes of Chile, where there's no way to evacuate the power and it's miles from load centers, or in places where there's more capacity than is needed for the town, the country, whatever it is. The island, Caribbean islands often have more capacity than they need for their local people. So using geothermal power to create green hydrogen through electrolysis is a very interesting option to look at. And it allows some revival of the petrochemical industry in a better way, green ammonia, green urea, things like this. So it's something that's up and coming. Now the last one, and sorry for this slide, I don't have a picture on it. I broke my own rule. I always have a picture on every slide. But there's a lot to be thought about in terms of CO2 plume geothermal, and I'll note that Greenfire is doing, and which Glenn I'm sure will talk about, a sort of a closed loop heating of CO2 solution, and I'm not going to steal his thunder, but I'll just say that CO2 in the subsurface has some interesting advantages for power generation. There's a sort of thermosiphon effect that happens because of changes in temperature and density of the fluid, obviously the phase of the fluid as well. So rather than go over my time, I think the presentations will be shared and people can read through them, and I won't read them, but I'm almost at the end. The DACs, the direct air capture units, these are the Climeworks one in the photograph. They put their first project at a place called Hetlisheidi in Iceland. It's a large geothermal power plant. That's what you see on the bottom with all the steam being emitted. Well, there is a little CO2 that comes out in that steam as well. If you know anything about geothermal fluids, the non-condensable gases are almost always about 90% CO2. There's not always a lot of gas coming out, but even where there's a small amount, like at Hetlisheidi, they decided they're going to capture that from the air. And the upper picture is not a real picture, it's a rendering, but they're building the Orca facility, which is right next door to Hetlisheidi. So interesting stuff happening out in the DAC world. And they need not only, some air to filter CO2 out of, they need heat. And low pressure steam is really good for, if you're not going to fix the CO2 in the rock like CarbFix likes to do, if you're going to put it onto some kind of substrate, absorb it onto some substrate, some low pressure steam is really useful. So that might be something that others in Taiwan could think about. So just ending with a statement that I think we have a lot to offer that is not necessarily always recognized. I'll just say personally, I've been involved in almost all projects are geothermal powered. And they're pretty straightforward. They're usually a standalone facility or maybe an expansion on a standalone facility. And the geothermal world is much bigger than that. What we do is important in power, but what else we can do with heat energy, I think these hybrid solutions deserve our attention. So I'll stop there and say thank you very much.
Thank you for your presentation. Now, we would like to welcome Glenn Gola from Greenfire Energy, a renowned advanced geothermal system company, to the stage.
Good morning. So, thank you, Ann, for the segue to my presentation. It's good to meet old friends and also new friends. So on behalf of Green Fire Energy, thank you for inviting us here in the first Taiwan International Geothermal Conference. And we think Green Loop, the technology that Green Fire developed, will help accelerate geothermal development here in Taiwan. So for my topic, I'll start first with an overview of the company, and then explain to you the Green Loop closed-loop geothermal system. And then I'll probably update you about the steam-dominated Green Loop that we're now installing at the geysers in the US, in California. And I'll show you where we are operating or where we have projects around the world. And then an example of a levelized cost of energy estimate from a project that we did in Southern California. So Green Fire Energy Incorporated is a relatively new company. I'm older than the company. And it was actually formed specifically to develop closed-loop geothermal system and develop geothermal projects around the world. We have strategic partners in Baker Hughes. Helmerich and Payne is a rig or a drilling company, and then Valorec, a tubular company. Together with these three other companies, Green Fire is embarking on advancing its Green Loop technology. So what is Green Loop? So it's an advanced geothermal system that mines heat, and it doesn't extract mass from the reservoir. So it can sustain, say, geothermal production long term. So the graph at the right shows, say, how conventional hydrothermal systems work. So you need high permeability, you need high temperature to generate electricity. Of course, technology is advancing really fast that now, even with less than 180 degrees C temperature, you can extract heat and then produce electricity with using binary power plants. But for conventional steam flash systems, then it has to be at least 180 and above. So with Green Loop, it can work in a wide range of permeability and temperature. You can retrofit non-producing or non-usable wells, extract heat, and produce electricity. You can expand areas within your fields where you think there's no permeability or there's tight rocks. And you can actually develop greenfield projects using Green Loop, and I'll explain it to you later. So how it works? So typically, it's a tube-in-tube system. So you have an outer casing and then an inner tube. Green Loop injects a working fluid, water, supercritical CO2, organic working fluid in the ORC plants through the annulus, and then as it travels down towards the bottom of the hole or the well, it gets heated up, and then you produce hot fluids in the inner tubing. And it's actually versatile. There are different configurations based on the resource that we're applying the technology. So the first time that we validated this technology was at the Coso geothermal field. So in this test, what we did was to use a well that produces high non-condensable gases, so the well cannot be flowed into the system because it will cause back pressure in the turbines. So we lowered the Green Loop to about just 1,000 feet or 300 meters because of budget considerations. And we used two different types of working fluid. One is water, and then the other one is supercritical CO2. With water, the produced fluid was estimated to generate about 1.2 megawatts of electricity net that will subtract the parasitic load, like the pump used to inject the working fluid, and the other parasitic load in the power plant. With supercritical CO2, the way it was used was that instead of injecting in the annulus, we had to inject in the inner tubing and produce from the annulus. And we only use a pump just to initiate the thermosiphon effect. Once thermosiphon conditions were met, then we were not using any pumps anymore. So in this test, we validated the modeling that we did, and we were able to produce hot fluids and electricity. So green loop, again, it's versatile and it can be used in different ways. Mainly, say, power generation, direct use, and mentioned direct uses in New Zealand and other parts of the world, and also industrial applications. So it has many uses. So what we're proposing to you guys is that, well, with green loop, it's low cost. It will not, say, extract mass from the reservoir. It will only extract heat. We can deploy it quite fast, within 6 to 12 months. And we can lower the risks of your drilling. Say, if you're in exploration and you drill a dry hole, then that dry well can still be used. You can still extract heat and then produce electricity. In conventional, say, geothermal exploration, if it's a dry well, normally it's used later as an injection well. So it's the other way around now. So we know that operators have different challenges, and we think that green loop can address the geothermal operators' challenges. So now this slide shows the geysers. The picture on the right shows one of the power plants at the geysers. So for introduction, the geysers is the biggest geothermal field in the world. At one point, there was about 1,500 megawatts of installed capacity. However, the geyser is so big that there are many operators who were not coordinating. So over-extraction reduced or produced so much of the mass in the reservoir that now they have to institute wastewater injection so that they will have mass that can be produced again for the power plants. I think when Calpine started this wastewater injection, late 80s, they added about 200 megawatts of generation. So at the geysers, Greenfire is working with Calpine to install or prove the steam-dominated green loop. Because the geyser is one of the few steam-dominated geothermal reservoirs in the world. So right now, the objective of this project with the geysers is to start with the initial well, where we will, again, provide a proof of concept that we can extract the heat and produce electricity. At the same time, we will be testing the integrity of the green loop system by doing tracer tests to see if there will be any leaks in the outer casing. And eventually, the ulterior or the main objective is to really develop northwest geysers, which is not producing anymore, with purposely drilled wells for green loop installation. So engineering has been done, and I think the plan is to install the technology in this first quarter. So in Taiwan, we are represented by TaiTech, and together with Baseload, the three companies are looking for projects that we can develop here in Taiwan. So this slide shows a simple estimate of the levelized cost of energy. This is not at the geysers. This is in one of the projects that Greenfire did in Southern California. So note at the bottom row on the left table, using green loop, it's only about 1.6 cents per kilowatt. Very, very competitive, very cheap. However, take note that this is just to retrofit a well, an existing well. The power plant is already there. The facilities are already there. So that's why you just install green loop and then produce the hot fluid to be flowed to the power plant. An alternative is to redrill the well. But with redrilling, you have a lot of uncertainties. You have a lot of risks. So it's a matter of, say, are you a risk taker or you want a predictable generation or production from an existing well? So with that, Greenfire is quite happy and glad to be here. We would like to help Taiwan reach your energy transition and resilience. And we think that we can really help accelerate geothermal development here in Taiwan. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Now, we would like to welcome James Hetherington from Ever Technologies, another renowned advanced geothermal system company, to the stage.
Okay, hello everybody. My name is James Hetherington with Ever. First of all, I'd like to thank the organizers of the conference today. I first spoke on an internet presentation about 2 years ago to the Taiwanese geothermal industry, and you've just moved so far from that time. I see that there's new initiatives in place, that the government has come up with new support for the industry, and I think that's just a fantastic thing. Now, the concept of closed-loop geothermal has actually been around for many years. It primarily, in the old days, particularly with experiments in Hawaii or other places, it focused on concentric tube-in-tube solutions and was shown to be not profitable at that time. Now, Ever started in 2017, taking the innovations from the oil and gas unconventional revolution and then adding our own special sauce, which is our IP, our solutions. And then we started work on what we hope will become the unconventional geothermal revolution. Now, the unconventional oil and gas revolution in the United States literally changed the world. It changed the USA from an LNG importing country to an LNG exporting country. And indeed, I believe they're one of the biggest LNG exporters in the world today. Now, in my presentation here, I say advances in closed-loop geothermal systems, because it's not just the technology. You have to have the technology, the players, or the company, the business, and then the correct environment to work in to make a project successful. Now, here's our technology, or sorry, here's our company right here. First, the business. Now, let's, oops, sorry. better. First, the business. Now let's look at the lower half of the slide right here. We were founded in about 2017, and I joined in 2018. And we started with a small team of just 5 people, and then slowly built up to almost 40 people today. We've developed an organization that can build Everloops, closed loop geothermal, theoretically anywhere in the world. We have the geologists, the drillers, the finance people, all of these things. This team is in place. And we've built relationships with partners, some who are investing in us, like BP, Chubu Electric out of Japan, Temasek, Chevron, BHP. We're very proud to have a very strong set of partners. And then we've developed internal systems that are necessary to conceive and build a project. This includes finance, engineering, geology, leadership. Now, this has been hard because we literally started out with a blank piece of paper, an empty office, a few people who had an idea, and then we've slowly built that up over the past few years. Now, part of the process of doing this has included thinking about the business paradigm, why this technology is not only good for the world, but how we can build successful projects and then make money for the people who invested us at the very beginning. So I'll talk a little bit about the technology right now. I'm not going to go over every point here. We've published a lot of this, and a lot of it is available on our website right now. But there are big advantages to closed loop over traditional geothermal. There's no risk of fracking. There's no buildup of scaling inside your pipes. There's not a lot of project risk on the exploration side. It's more of an execution risk. So it really changes the business paradigm. One of the special aspects is that we don't need, like solar panels, we don't need to use sophisticated supply chains that reach across the world. Most of the things that go into our projects basically just steel. Steel for building the rigs and then building the surface facilities. And then this is what an Everloop, or one of our Everloops, actually looks like. You see on the picture there on the left-hand side, this was Everlight. This was our first demonstration project in Canada. Then we're slowly and recently on the right-hand side, we've built something called Everdeep. Although that's a picture of a commercial project. We used it as a technology proving project instead, so it's not quite as sophisticated as you see there. And then our first commercial project in Garrett Street in Germany will look like the middle one you see there, where we go down and then drill out a series of multilateral horizontal wells to gather enough heat from the rock to make it economical and profitable. Now, in order to get from just a concept to what we call our Everloop 2.0, which is really a very deep energy source, we've built a roadmap of new technologies that are actually necessary to deliver these. Now, the first set of innovations, we showed the world that it could be done at Everlight. We showed that we could do the intersection. We showed that an innovation called rock pipe, where we can complete the horizontal section without using steel pipe, with just using a chemical sealing system, can work. We showed that we could deliver a project on time, on budget, and with no HSE problem. So that was our first set of innovations that we proved. But we're continuing to develop new technology to drive down the ultimate cost of a megawatt of electricity. Now, one of the important things is that, for Everlight especially, was that we built this in an environment where it could be built easily. It was in Calgary, or outside of Calgary in Alberta, so there was really a good availability of drilling rigs, of service companies, of bit providers, things like that. So it's the environment, business, and the technology. All of these things are important. And this is what Everlight actually looked like in Canada. So we went about 2,400 meters down, and then we went out. We built 2 laterals going out like this. Then we intersected them subsurface. And this was something that nobody else has ever done in the world. And as I said, it proved certain technical elements that people said could not be done. And we've continued to develop these over time. Continuing to develop our technology, this was something this is a new project that we just completed in November of last year that we call EverDeep, or, I'm sorry, light stuff. There's EverDeep there in the southern United States. So we wanted to drill more than 5 kilometers deep. We wanted to access the very, very hot rock. But a lot of people said that this couldn't be done economically. Typically in hard, hot rock, you're looking at very low penetration rates. 5 meters an hour or something like that. We've achieved, using new bit technology, using certain other innovations developed in-house, penetration rates of over 35 meters per hour, and then a bit life of over 350 meters. So these are the kind of things that, it's a small change, but it actually drives the economics of the entire project. We also proved that something we developed called insulated drill pipe. It can be used to keep the bottom hole assembly cooled even in extremely hot rock of 200 degrees Celsius, 300 degrees Celsius. And if you can keep the bottom hole assembly cool, then you can use your MWD. You can use more sophisticated electronics. You can't cool the bit, you can't cool the BHA, then you're kind of limited in what kind of directional drilling you can actually do. And then we actually drilled our first multilateral in a hard granite rock as well. And it's conceptually easy, but to actually make it work is interesting. And of course there's issues along the way, but we solve these issues. So this is the basic technology that we started with and that we're continuing to improve and develop on a day-to-day basis. So we've now taken 2 projects to success, and we have a very large pipeline. We have a very large pipeline of additional projects. Now, the first 2 projects were non-commercial and were vital for proving our technology. In order to make these projects succeed, we had to bring together all the necessary aspects: regulatory, finance, rigs, people, service companies, everything. Now, our first 2 projects were in Alberta and the southern USA, and this made it straightforward to plan the projects and gain a certain amount of business sense with regards to the rights, the privilege, and the responsibility of Ever as an executing party. Now, the government had a very strong regulatory role in both of these areas. They wanted to encourage development, but since an Everloop is a unique project, first time to drill these in these areas, it's not quite planned for in the regulatory environment. As an example, for Everlight in Alberta, we drilled 2 vertical wells and then had them joined subsurface. But when you're naming the vertical wells, you had to call them a production well or an injection well, and they were neither, because we didn't produce anything from the formation except for heat and energy, and we weren't injecting anything into the formation that wasn't circulated through and coming back up the other side. So, we need to work with a regulator closely to make sure that these issues can be solved. One aspect about both of these places is that data is freely available, so that our geologists can gather the information, plan the project, and then we can execute against the plan. And I'm very happy to see in previous presentation today that Taiwan is also gathering all of the data available and then making it open on the internet for people to plan their projects, to rate and rank different projects against each other. Now, the government also provided incentives to build the Everloop project in Alberta. Now, to be sure, when we started to build, when we started to plan it, we made sure that we had enough capital to finish the project by ourselves. But as we went through the process, we were able to get grants that covered a great deal of our capital outlay. Now, the operation environment, as I said, was also straightforward. We could contract for rigs, welders, logging, magnetic ranging in a very straightforward manner, and then just bring people to the site on truck or by car. This made it easy, or rather, not impossible to do. Similarly, our Ever Deep project in the United States worked in a very positive environment to do this type of drilling. We had access to bit suppliers, to rigs, things like this out of local centers. So it was straightforward to mobilize the services that we need. And in the United States right now, there's something called the Inflation Reduction Act, which provides benefits for renewable projects in the USA. This includes production tax credits and investment tax credits, which are tradable, which is absolutely wonderful for an investor. And this is on top of support from the Department of Energy to generally support investment into new power, new renewable power, including geothermal. In Germany, too, where our first commercial project will be placed, the regulatory environment is straightforward. I won't say it's easy, but we were able to get our first project started there, and it's under construction even today. We're getting good support from the government, but that kind of support extends to include feasibility studies, construction, and other benefits, not necessarily for us, but for the municipalities that we're working with that want to buy heat or the excess heat from our project. So if you're working with a municipality that will be your market at the end, it's very important that they can start these things, do the studies, and get the construction underway so that you can have a successful project using the available heat market. Now, our current first commercial project, as we build and ramp up our teams, will be bringing more capability to our company, but it's also showing that there's an enormous amount of work to be done for these large projects. Local engagement, contracting, and financing are all things that have to be brought together, but each of these things requires people. So what we're developing now is what we call our IP-centric commercial model. So we're taking our knowledge, our patents, and what we're going to do is we're putting these into a package that we can license them to other people to actually deliver projects themselves. And so that will enable us to move from a few small projects suddenly to 100 projects in a lot of different countries in the world, something that we could not do ourselves, but we can do by using this licensing and technology model. As we go through this, we'll be sharing our knowledge with the people that are trying to put these in place. And then we'll be gathering in new knowledge to actually drive the cost of production of Everloops down. So this is where we are today. We've finished our first project at the top of this pyramid, which was Everlight. We've now done our next, we've completed our next project, Everdeep, in the southern United States, and this will be our first commercial project, See the G, where we're working as a 100% developer right now. We'll be bringing in partners. If anybody wants to join as a partner, please let me know. But moving to the next stage, we'll be working as a co-developer with other companies, sharing our technology with companies that can develop in their own backyard. But then moving forward after that, we'll be moving into more of the technology and licensing model where we work with either oil or geothermal companies as lead developers or as working with non-oil and gas companies, again, as with them taking the lead, but perhaps having Ever work as an EPC company, delivering the project for the operator to eventually operate at the end. Now, this is how multiple developers or local Taiwanese energy firms can work forward to building clean, green, safe Everloops in Taiwan. This builds to a potential unconventional geothermal revolution in Taiwan. It requires university students who want to graduate and try something new and great like this. It requires Taiwanese geologists who know the rock best, and local developers that can build the best. For all of these companies to join together to work for successful project realization and create a new geothermal vision for Japan. However it fits into this mix today, it's really up to Taiwan to determine this. You know, I'm just one person, but you're here, there's over 400 people, all of whom can work on potentially the next successful Everloop in Taiwan. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation.
接下来我们现场开放2个问题，然后请要提问的你可以举手，我们会有人传递麦克风，请您说明一下您的代表单位姓名，并请简短说明您的问题。
Now we would like to open it up for 2 questions. If you would like to ask a question, please use the microphone. We would also like to invite our speakers to put on their translation headsets and turn on the English translation.
好，2个问题啊，我们请这边一位小姐。
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the 3 presentations, presenters' presentation. But I would say that all of them are in the theory of deep well geothermal energy power generation. So I would like to know that what would you think of the shallow well geothermal energy power generation? That's my the first question. The other one is that what is the conversion rate from the geothermal energy to the power? Thank you so much. I'm from Eyeball FinTech company. Thank you.
谢谢，请问一下您的代表单位跟姓名。
Eyeball FinTech technology, as well as Eyeball Aerodynamic company. My name is Eva Yue. Thank you.
谢谢。好。And please wait a moment. We'll give you a microphone.
That's a really good question, and I just say that I didn't intend to focus solely on deep geothermal in my talk because there's a lot of shallow geothermal waiting to be developed. You're absolutely right. And anywhere from ground source heat pumps, which are just a few meters, a few hundred meters at the most deep, and maybe a few meters in some cases, and also shallow aquifers that are warm. There's a lot you can do with them. So I wouldn't limit the thoughts in Taiwan, as I tried to explain with all these uses of geothermal, you know, to just deep geothermal. And I'll tell you that in many places there are very shallow resources, and I'll just note that ORMAT operates one of them in California, where there's an aquifer that is hugely prolific at 500 feet. So, you know, this happens. And we love that because the development costs are a lot less than the deeper ones. But there's plenty of shallow geothermal to go around. And it's much more ubiquitous than the deep conventional geothermal systems. So I think you have a point there. Glenn, do you want to maybe take on the conversion rate question? No? Come on here. We use quaint units in the United States, so that's why I'm hoping for some metric ones. Okay. You know, there's well, maybe I could ask our colleagues at ORMAT to talk about it. So there's flow rate and temperature. You have certain combinations of flow rate and temperature that work out to be commercially attractive. And then when you're separating steam in a flash plant, normally you would think about how many tons per hour of steam you're producing per megawatt. And so at the geysers, I can give you those in strange American units, which are megawatts per 1,000 pounds per hour of production, or kph as they're known. And I think it ranges from a low of about 13,000 pounds per hour per megawatt. And I'm going to turn it over to Glenn because he knows better.
Well, in Indonesia, in one of the companies that I work for, it's about 1.2 kilograms per second per megawatt.
Yeah.
好 ，OK， 我们现在开放第二个问题。哦，那边。
Hello, I'm Johnny Ling from Gamo Company. I got a question for Anne from Geothermax. So Geothermax is a long history helping countries and companies to develop geothermal power plants. And Taiwan now is estimating 40 gigawatts geothermal potential. What would you suggest Taiwan government to do for next stage? And among the 10 potential sites, what do you think about Tatun volcano site? Thanks for answering.
So every country begins its geothermal in a different way. And sorry, who was the person who asked that question? Ah, thank you. I heard a voice in the ether. I don't know who it was. Thank you for that. The usual way is that governments get involved, and that's exactly what's happening here. They're supporting you in certain ways. They're providing attractive incentives to you, but you're relatively speaking, you're new to geothermal in Taiwan. So I would say, as having worked for Geothermex for 37.5 years, I would say one of the best things we do is help people not make dumb mistakes. And that is glibly expressed, but what I mean is that having worked in lots of terrains, lots of geologic domains, lots of temperature ranges, lots of rock types, all that stuff, we get sort of a feel for things. And so, and when we've been working on projects in Taiwan, it's been very practical. It's not theoretical, it's not research. It's like, okay, what can you do with this thing, with this resource? So I'm not sure I'm answering your question exactly, but I would just say that take advantage of all the people who are here and the people who have been working on geothermal for a long time and nag them mercilessly. This is a good way to go. And maybe hire a few of them too. But anyway, the point is that you have a community who can guide you. And I would just encourage you to take advantage of it. And the geothermal community is small and really close-knit, meaning we collaborate pretty well together. Glenn.
I would just like to add, because I'm a Filipino, and in the Philippines, geothermal development actually started in the early 70s. Okay, and that was brought about by the oil crisis during the early 70s. So the government relaxed its, like what was presented earlier, relaxing your import duties, providing incentives. I think Taiwan is on the right track. However, what I would like to suggest is that look at the other countries with geothermal development and see what lessons you can learn on how they develop their geothermal industry. And I'm pretty sure you will find a lot of lessons that can be applied locally. And maybe you can even improve what they did. So go out. Don't just stay here and then develop it on your own. And like what you're doing now, you're what do you call this, requesting for partnerships, collaboration. I think that's the way to go. As what I said, no man is an island, right? Or woman. The other question about Tatun, it's a loaded question.
Vast resource, and yet we have this serious acidity problem that is, you know, in geothermal projects, there's a couple of them. In the geysers, you know, there was corrosive steam in one sector of the geysers. It's a big field, and we could step away from that. In Tatun, it seems ubiquitous in a particular sandstone unit. I think there's some people from Lawrence Berkeley Lab here in the audience, or maybe speaking, and they did a very excellent review of Tatun and concluded that the serious spread of this corrosive fluid from southwest to northeast all the way is present in the sandstone. The sandstone is beautifully permeable, so we love it. But the LBL came up with a solution to look in andesites because they thought that there would be a buffering of the acidity. And, you know, maybe that would be the best way to look. But perhaps our closed loop friends would say that they have a solution. So maybe, James, you'd like to speak to that?
Well, thank you very much. I just tagged on the idea when you said that there's a nice, hot, highly permeable sandstone. You know, if you have a nice, big sandstone, that's actually the most preferable place to drill a nice horizontal well or several multilaterals so that you can gather the heat out of the hot, acidic water or steam without actually having to produce a single drop of it. So I'm really looking forward to that paper on Tatun. Yeah, it actually, the more acidic the water is, or the reservoir is, the better it works. And it's been proved. Okay. Does that answer your questions? Thank you.
好，非常谢谢。那我们现在时间已经到了。好，接下来呢，我们是中场休息时间。
Thanks to our audience for the questions and our speakers for the responses. We will now have a break.
大会在会场外准备了点心以及茶水供各位贵宾享用。我们休息时间是10分钟，请各位贵宾于10点55分准时回到现场。
Light refreshments will be served in the foyer outside the auditorium. This is a 10-minute break. The conference will resume at 10:55 a.m.
外面会有海报区，大家可以参观，谢谢。
There's also a poster area outside. Please feel free to check it out. For international guests, if you haven't borrowed a translation receiver yet, please make sure to go to the registration area to borrow a translation receiver. Please go out the entrance and turn right. Thank you. Again, if you're an international guest and you haven't borrowed a translation receiver yet, please make sure to borrow one at the registration area. Please go out the entrance and turn right. Thank you very much. 点心区在会场的左方。The snacks will be at to the left of the auditorium. Thank you. 会议即将在3分钟后开始，请各位慢慢回到座位上。The conference will resume in 3 minutes. Please return to your seats. Thank you. 会议即将在1分钟后开始，请各位尽速回到座位上。The conference will resume in 1 minute. Please return to your seat. Thank you.
好，先提醒。好，各位来宾，我们的会议时间到了，所以请各位回座。好，接下来我们会介绍一些地热产业已经商业化的先进技术。好，所以请大家先回座，我们可以聆听接下来的演讲。
The conference is about to begin again right now. Please return to your seats. Our next round of speakers will present on commercialized advanced technologies in the geothermal industry.
They won't sit down for your speech. OK， 好。 接下来我们要邀请隶属美国能源部的 Berkeley。OK，有些先进的开发工程、防腐蚀科技及高解析的地球物理技术，是上一段先进地热系统的技术支持。接下来我们有2位专家分享15分钟的短讲。那很抱歉，因为有一位日本的专家他没办法，他来了，但是他因为喉咙痛的问题没办法演讲，所以我们接下来是2位专家来做演讲。
The advanced exploitation engineering, anti-corrosion technologies, and the high-resolution geophysical technologies of these pioneers are supported by the technologies presented by the previous round of speakers. Our 2 experts will each present for 15 minutes. Originally, we also had a third speaker, but unfortunately, he has a sore throat right now, so he won't be able to present. After the presentations, we will also have a Q&A session until 11:50 a.m.
接下来我们邀请隶属美国能源部的 Berkeley Lab 的 Dr. Lawrence Hutchings 来做演讲。
We would like to welcome Dr. Lawrence Hutchings from the Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory under the U.S. Department of Energy to the stage.
Change slides. Forward this time. Dao Shanghai, Wang Gaoxing, Dai. I've been here now working in Taiwan for 5 years almost, so I have some experience. Actually learning a little bit of the language. I'm from Lawrence Berkeley National Lab, and actually what we're implementing here is a technology that we've developed at the lab and have field tested it and validated at the geysers in California, north of Berkeley, and now we're implementing it here in Taiwan. We're working in conjunction with the Northern Taiwan National University, Ocean University, Xiaoqing Li, Xiaoqing Wang, and students Kai Chen and Shiyu Su. So I'd like to thank them for inviting us and working with us. I'd like to thank the Geothermal Association for organizing this and inviting us. And I wanted to explain a little bit about what we've been able to do, and I think we've shown some success here in Taiwan, and I think it maybe has some potential for the future. The backstory is that in 2008, the U.S. economy collapsed, and Obama put out a huge stimulus package, one of which was to enhance the ability to develop geothermal energy. And our mission was to reduce the risk of developing geothermal energy. So we looked at the technology that was available, and we decided that we could advance that by coordinating several aspects of the technology to identify the subsurface for rocks, rock type, formation, permeability, and heat sources. And now we've applied that here. So I'm going to continue on with the next slide. See if I can make this work. Okay, so Taiwan, we're going there. Taiwan, coincidentally or maybe fortuitously, as a conjunction of several gigantic tectonic plates that are moving together and converging and causing a collision right at the juncture where Taiwan has been created. We created over 5 million years. It's actually the youngest tectonically created, you might call it mini continent or large island in the world. As a result of this, you can imagine that there's a lot of geological phenomena occurring. And of course, we have the Tatun volcano group here. And the volcanoes all in this area in the northern part of Taiwan, as you can imagine from the tectonic plates. Then we have these offshore volcanoes. So there's several volcanoes in the northern part of Taiwan, which we've examined as potential heat sources. But interestingly enough, there's heat flow throughout the entire part of Taiwan. The Tatun volcanic area is only in the extreme north. Extreme north. All of the rest of Taiwan has extremely high heat, some of the highest heat flow in the world, and there's no volcanoes. The volcanoes are all in the very top part of Taiwan, maybe the top 20 kilometers of Taiwan. Of 500 kilometers south, there's no volcanoes, but extremely high heat flow. If you look at the hot springs of Taiwan, you can see that there's hot springs throughout all of Taiwan. Part of this is the rapid uplift from the tectonic collision that's occurring here. And this, as TIGI and the Central Geological Survey has pointed out, has created several potential zones for geothermal development. And we have developed our technology and applied it in 2 or 3 of these zones already. We developed an end-to-end system by which, in a short amount of time, we can develop the monitoring and identify drilling targets and geologic formations in a geologic environment. And I want to point out that what we're really focused on is identifying the formations, the permeabilities, the fractures, and a fairly complete picture of the subsurface, which in tectonic environments is not always simple, as we might have done in, say, in the oil industry. But in the geothermal industry, we find very complicated geologic environments, and just doing normal reflection refraction has not been adequate. So we've applied tomography, which is imaging the subsurface, similar to what you might do with ultrasound for a baby, passing energy through the system, back projecting it to identify what is in the geology. And we've also developed the instrument. This is a project here in Taiwan, by the way. A couple of our students from Berkeley, some of the students from here, from Taiwan, and of course the handsome guy in the middle with a funny looking hat. So this instrumentation we developed as part of this end-to-end development is very inexpensive, and easily assembled from off-the-shelf parts. We work in conjunction with a company called JARPI Data Solutions, who has applied their knowledge to develop these instrumentation. What that's allowed us to do is have lots of instruments at a very low cost, along with the computer development of processing the data. Right now, an instrument cost, I won't say, give him an exact price, he probably wants to adjust his price, less than $500, record data for up to 6 months without changing a battery. And we can, because of this, we can have a high density number of instruments. So what we do with a high density number of instruments is that we get very high resolution, very good detail on the geology. Here we're showing on the left an area about 5 by 5 kilometers with like 25 stations, and on the right, the number of small earthquakes that are recorded. They're very small earthquakes, very sensitive, and we found in our applications here and in the Philippines, lots of small earthquakes occur quite frequently, so we can do this in a very short amount of time. We can develop images of the subsurface. Then we decided, what do we do with this data? And what we're going to do with it is try to apply the theoretical development of rock physics, which has been developed for years in the oil industry. So we're trying to apply this to the geothermal industry. What we're doing is trying to relate the tomographic images we get from the field to the theoretical observations we could derive from rock physics. Here are a list of a typical numbers of elastic parameters that we can derive from recordings of small earthquakes. Some of the interpretation we get from the oil industry, for example, Poisson's ratio is a very common parameter used in the oil industry. And some of the things we've found overlap. For example, in the bottom lower left, you see very low Poisson's ratio. Those who know these will know that a 0.1 is extremely low Poisson's ratio. We found that to be consistent with steam, and we found steam reservoirs here in Taiwan with very low Poisson's ratio. The kinds of things that we try to identify with in our work are the cracks and fractures and faults. We can identify where they are. With moment sensors we develop, we can tell you what kind of movement are occurring along those faults. We try to identify where the fluids are, and together between cracks, fractures, faults, identify the porosity and permeability and saturation of geologic formation. Here's an example of an image of the subsurface of a geologic resource this is actually in the Philippines, where we identify the green as the cap rock of the reservoir, the blue as a heat source penetrating as an intrusion. In between that lies the reservoir. Here again is another resource we identified, where you see on the left is a very low, what we call attenuation property that we derive, and on the right a very high. And what we found is that we can identify a barrier in between, which is a fault, so that you can develop your permeability on the left with liquid and fractures. On the right, you have the same formation, but no fluids. So the left is the same formation as on the right, with a fault in between, and the fault is acting as a barrier, prohibiting the fluids from going to the right. Other than that, they look very identical in the geologic properties. Now here's another elastic parameter called shear modulus, what we say has identified a reservoir in the red. As you see, that's a very low shear modulus. If you look on the scale on the left, and you know shear modulus parameter, that's very low, and we associate that with a highly fractured material. So we identified the zone where it is, highly fractured, very likely with water, which we know is there, a highly permeable zone. We see the same thing with S-wave attenuation. We look at these reservoirs with different parameters. We actually have 9 parameters that we examine a reservoir with, and from those 9 parameters, we come up with these interpretations. Here's the P-wave attenuation. So we see it's like you're looking at an object with different types of glasses. Let's look at with shear modulus glass. Let's look at it with attenuation glass. And each one of those tells you something different about the geology. This is the Poisson's ratio. So what turns out here is that it's a zone of fluids, which is the green and blue, and steam, which is the red. I don't know why. I think that's good for my talk. So what we worked on was improvements in data collection and processing. We reduced reducing the cost and time to identify your geologic environment, and we would say reduce your risk. And I would like to point out, this is not for conventional geothermal development. Any development, enhanced, engineered, closed loop, you still want to know what your geology is that you're working with. And we could do this in a near real-time reservoir analysis and monitoring once you've installed and developed your geothermal system. What we found is that in a seismically active area, like on the Pacific Rim, Ring of Fire, there's enough tiny earthquakes, they're very small, you would never feel them. They occur because we have very sensitive instruments and give you sufficient data to give you images of the subsurface. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Now, we would like to welcome Ka Aik Lung from Baker Hughes to the stage.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Carl from Baker Hughes Asia Pacific, based in Kuala Lumpur. First of all, I would like to thank you, the organizer, inviting Baker Hughes for this first event. Allow us to share with you moving the geothermal project from design to commercial success by connecting the subsurface to surface. First of all, before we begin, Baker Hughes also committed to achieving net zero carbon emission by 2050. And we also targeted to achieve 50% by 2030. And this is our route, our period to the success. So from here, what is related to this event is we also position for new frontier. That's where we going to develop a new technologies with a business model to capitalize the energy transition. So, what are the commercial success in geothermal? So that must become from something. That's number one are the mitigating the risk. That's from subsurface to surface. So what are the typical risks coming from this geothermal project? Number one is from the project feasibility study risk. Number two, execution risk. And number three is most important is the economy risk. So the most important is how we can eliminate or reduce uncertainty by understanding the reservoir resources risk. How we can have a fit for purpose engineering and design to match the plant to the reservoir. Another element is how we can operate compliantly to the environment, social and governance. From the execution risk, in terms of project management, how we can plan and execute perfectly, how we can choose the right technology to address the subsurface challenge, and also select the right technology at the surface to ensure to generate the power efficiently. The other aspect, which is the most critical as well, is the economic risk. So, are we put our upfront investment, spend our money wisely by choosing the right technologies, and also how we calculate time to the value to ensure to generate the right return of investment. But last but not least is the funding, right? How we can secure our financial correctly for investing in this project. So now, how can we take the geothermal energy forward, which require integrated platform from the subsurface to surface, covering from the financing, commercial model, and digital environment. In Baker Hughes, we have from the front end to the end of the right, choosing the right rig partner is a important element. So beginning with the feasible studies, conceptual design, and field economic, to choosing the right EPC partner or the rig partner to ensure that all these processes has been integrated as a single communication, early engagement, and enforced in the procurement stage as well. As Baker Hughes, we have more than 40 years of geothermal experience to ensure the success. We are delivering a subsurface to the surface expertise with a well-compliant operation to help you clearly understand and mitigate those risks. We have positioned ourselves for the planning, design, and executing the well construction project in the extreme environment. Surface production, both reliably conveying the heat transfer to the produced plant from it, and efficient operation comply with the environment, social, and governance requirements. I will not go through this map, but in this experience globally, I will just pick two examples. One of them is the Iceland. As you can see from here, there is a challenge of the 300 degrees Celsius to have a directional drilling system. This is a collaboration with the US DOE, with a co-investment, and at the time of 2017, we came up with the first metal-to-metal downhole drilling motors to address this extreme environment directional drilling system. So this is our offer span from the geothermal portfolio, from the subsurface to the surface. We're not only addressing to the deep geothermal, but we also looking at the investment in the low surface geothermal from the district heating, conventional, and enhanced geothermal. Baker Hughes have a technology to commit to support all geothermal projects. And how we're going to support or develop this geothermal system is by invest in the technologies and partnership with the multi-technology provider. One of them is the Green Fire. What we offer is the integrated workflow for the risk mitigation and the performance design. So you can see we are leveraging our in-house oil field services and the turbine portfolio that to provide from the subsurface characterization, assessing the reservoir, design a power plant, and mitigating the operation. These are all the tasks that we are integrated together and to have a single end-to-end solution provider. Let's look at the traditional approach and compare to the Baker Hughes approach. As you can see, traditional approach is a very linear or the stepwise. It starts from the subsurface, the surface exploration, resource identification, exploration drilling, production, and the end to the operation. And this took a long time. So while come with the Baker Hughes approach, which is we can do it multiple steps as concurrent as a parallel from the resource identification, surface exploration, surface exploration drilling, production are in one multiple steps because we are under one single integrated approach to mitigate the risk. That's the reason why, because you are having a single provider so that we can have to reduce the time and mitigate the risk in all the processes. So let's have a deep look into what Baker Hughes offers as a comprehensive technology portfolio that delivers a reliable and predictable performance across the geothermal well life cycle. From the design and the software services, we have the reservoir modeling. From the subsurface system, Baker Hughes have a more than 100-year well construction experience, iteration and monitoring, completion and production. While on the surface system, we have the equipment for the surface tree and also the plant engineering monitoring under the digital front. So this is one of the examples that partnering investment with the Green Fire Energy that Grant have mentioned in the early. There are two front end that we are looking at de-risking the development geothermal project, and also the retrofitting the non-productive geothermal wells and also the oil and gas well. And this has been shared in the earlier sections by the Green Fire Energy. And now, so this is a snapshot that integration and the project management to ensure the efficient operation. Starting from the top is the project management, covering the reservoir optimization, lean well construction and the wellhead design, plant engineering and construction, innovative commercial model and financings. And these are flow through entire geothermal value chain that you can see there's a lot of pieces and the puzzle underneath all processes, and there's under single one's Baker Hughes management and also managed together with the partners together. Under the Baker Hughes well integrated well services and solutions, that is the follow through workflow from the project management office, engineering, commercial, supply chain, service delivery, application expertise. These are all fall underneath the core competency of Baker Hughes experience through the entire process, and for the knowledge management, standard SOP, risk management, and system and tool. We can tailor the subsurface expertise to ensure the flawless execution across the geothermal asset lifecycle, starting from finding the site, characterize the subsurface, creating the reservoir, maintaining the operation, extending the reservoir life. So that's where from covering all the phases of the life cycle, exploration, appraisal, development, harvesting, and regeneration. And all of these has been assessed and risk monitor and manage it. Here, I would like to share a couple of the case history that we have been executed using this model. Number one, this is the multi-well project assisting the customer KPI. So we have a 4 well and completed, successfully completed. We perform about 95.8% operating efficiency with a record 244 perfect HSSD, which means the incident-free project and 0 lost time incident in this case history. Number two, this is another interesting case history we would like to share. So this is the challenge by the customer who would like to increase the production, right, by understanding the hydrogen mechanic between the reservoir fracture and fault, mitigate the wellbore instability. So what we are offering is using our 4D geomechanic analysis with a geosuite software that we have integrated platform, so to allow us to identify and mitigate the risk of the fault and the fracture. Also mitigate the risk of losses due to the wellbore collapse or the wellbore stability, and successfully reduce the no HCG incident and the NPT on this project. Next, this is another example of drilling using the Baker Hughes technology and services. It's using a platform of NaviGeoMoto, MW system NaviTrack, and the drilling fluid system called PhydroDrill, a water-based mud in the extreme reservoir temperature near the Hawaii volcano. So as a result, we managed to drill the target depth with the minimum losses. These are the loss case history that we have in Indonesia, in Japan, sorry. So this is a very interesting project that the customer has approached us. Because in Japan, we have a very seasonal drilling windows, right? So only original plans was able to drill in 1 well in that windows. But Baker Hughes engineering team and design team came up with this hybrid, what we call is camera drill bit. It's a combination of a PDC and a roller cone bit in a single bit design. So we managed to extend the bit life and stay on bottom longer. Eventually, we managed to help customer to drill 2 wells within the seasonal window. So with that, really it's a pleasure for us to share in this 50-minute with you all, and we're happy with Taiwan to be part of your journey to meet the net zero carbon emission by 2050. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your presentation.
好，谢谢我们的来宾。然后接下来我们现场会开放3个问题。那请提问者举手，然后先说明您的代表单位跟姓名，尽量简短提问。好，谢谢。有没有人要发问的？谢谢。
Now we would like to open it up for 3 questions. If you have a question, please raise your hand. We would also like to invite our speakers to put on their translation headsets and turn on the English translation.
好，中间谢谢。
Hi, it's Johnny Ling again. Sorry about that. From Geothermal Company. A question for Baker Hughes. We are seeing limited drilling capacities in Taiwan. Do you have any plans, or are you looking for partners? Are you going to bring the rigs to Taiwan? What's on your mind? I'd like to hear that. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. Thanks a lot. It's a good question. I think today, as mentioned, right, we are here and continue to invest, innovate our technologies to ensure, provide the services to meet this net zero carbon emission, right? So geothermal is one of the new frontier or in the energy transition for us, and that's where we are actively to look at this area to provide the support to the customer. And of course, Taiwan is one of the key area. Growth country. That's why we are here, so that we to understand what will be the planning and the project down the road, so that we can collaborate together to provide the services for Taiwan.
好，谢谢。您也可以用中文提问，我们会帮您现场翻译成英文，让他们理解。对，这边有没有人要做提问的？谢谢。 后面。
I have a question for previous speaker. 我用中文讲好不好？我请问一下，前面几家公司他们有没有用过就是 supercritical refrigerant 来做 working fluid in terms of heat exchange or ORC? Thank you.
For the companies that have presented, have any of them used supercritical carbon dioxide as a working fluid?
So during the green loop test at COSO, we actually used supercritical CO2 as the working fluid in green loop. However, remember that there's really the technology to use supercritical CO2 in power plants has not been developed yet. I think Sage Geosystems, they're trying to develop a supercritical CO2 fed turbine, where a 10 megawatt turbine using SCO2 is only the size of a briefcase. But I think they're still in the R&D. They haven't really developed or built the prototype.
好，现在还没有人要提问的，机会非常难得哦。
你好，我想问这个应该是 Green Deep 相关的问题哦，就是说，如果我在台湾找到一个地点那我希望他们能够挖下去5公里转弯，然后在另外地方3.5公里的地方也挖下去5公里。中间把它接起来，他们现在做得到吗？如果目前做不到，什么时候可以做得到？因为我在差不多1年前跟他们讨论过，当时是要求就是2个地点差5公里，那时候他们说做不到，那现在我缩小成2个地点3.5公里，但是深度5公里。谢谢，我是南洋地热董事长高成元。
That's probably a question more for Eber. Because remember Eberlight, what they did was they drilled 2 wells, 2.5 kilometers away from each other, and then they drilled a horizontal leg from each well and connected the 2 wells. For Green Loop, what we do is that in a single well, we will install the technology. Look at Green Loop as some sort of a physical insurance that say, in your exploration, you drill a dry hole. As long as the well is hot, you can still get something out of that particular well. Okay, you just don't throw or just put that well or make it idle. There's still something that you can get out of that well. Your question about joining or connecting the 2 wells, it's more to me, it's more of like an EGS project, enhanced geothermal system, where normally you drill a double, 2 wells. One is an injector, one is a producer. You inject cold fluids in 1 well. You hope that the rocks that are hot will crack and produce fractures, and eventually those fractures or those fluids can be produced from the other well. And I think that's too far, 3.5 kilometers.
Okay, thanks. Thanks, Glenn, and thanks for the question. I would say yes, you can connect the 2 wells using drilling technology. Whether or not you really want to is a separate question. because there's other solutions. There's EGS, which of course Ever is deeply against because we don't do EGS. In our Canada project, we connected 2 wells like this, okay? So it can be done. That was about 2 kilometers, 2.5 kilometers away. Now, you have to look at the geology. If, for example, there's a moving fault between the 2 wells, no, you don't want to connect, right? Because it'll be broken sooner or later. So it really becomes just an engineering question, not a whether or not it can be done, but a whether or not you want it to be done and at what cost. Okay.
好的，谢谢。我们最后还有一点点时间，有没有最后一个问题？好，谢谢，中间。
Hello，我想之前有那个 Ever 有提到说那个每小时可以钻35公尺，对，那然后 Baker Hughes 那边有说到可以到300度 C 在冰岛，那现在就是请教他们，就是现在的技术是钻的速度大概是多少？因为每小时35公尺，相当于1天可以钻700公尺，或将近1公里。那 Baker Hughes 已经到300度，那市面上的那个承载的那个温度啊，地热承载温度是现在可以到300度吗？还是有更高的温度？谢谢。
谢谢 thank you. I think the question also related to the envelope that mentioned about the ROP 30 meter per hours, right? So the case history or just now the example, the experience that we work with the US DOE together as an invest of this downhole motor, right? So that is the first matter to matter, and that's where to enhance or allow us to push higher. But today, if we are not using this, I think the average, I would say, still within the 10 meter per hours range, depend on the formation rock that we have, or what type of the rock that we're drilling through. The ROP?
In terms of ROP, as I said, traditional geothermal projects in hard, hot rock, you're looking at 5 or 10 meters per hour. So that makes some projects very difficult economically. Now, in our Everdeep project, we got up to 35, 4 times the rate. But that wasn't necessarily for every run. We tried different bits from different manufacturers. Some failed almost immediately. Some lasted quite long. So it's really becomes, again, an engineering question. Okay.
好，我们现在还有没有要追加的？如果没有的话，我们就进到下个阶段喽。好，我们非常谢谢观众的提问及来宾的回复哦。各位贵宾，现在是中午用餐时间，我们在4楼已经准备好了。那请依照工作人员的引导，大家到用餐地点。
Thanks to our audience for the questions and our speakers for the responses. We will now have a lunch break. We would like to invite our international guests to follow our staff to the dining area on the fourth floor.
为节省各位大家中午的用餐时间，请您携带我们会议室的识别证，然后来领取餐盒。如果您下午还要收听翻译，请将您的翻译接收器，还有随身物品随身携带，谢谢。
If you're planning to attend the afternoon session as well, please take your translation receiver and headset and your valuable items with you. Thank you.
感谢各位贵宾参与早上的议程。我们下午的演讲将于1点准时开始，请各位贵宾准时回到现场。
Thank you for attending the morning session. The afternoon session will begin at 1 p.m. Please return to the auditorium on time. Thank you.
OK。 好，我们下午还有洽商的时间哦，所以你要登记洽商的，您可以到外面服务台做登记，谢谢。已经在网络上登记的，请到前面的服务台确认您的登记是否确认。
各位来宾，我们这边的会议现场禁止饮食哦，所以还是麻烦你们用餐的时候，还是在4楼贵宾厅用餐，或者是在外面哦，他们有其他的桌椅可以用餐，谢谢，敬请见谅。
If you would like to participate in the face-to-face discussion this afternoon, please go to the registration area to register. If you have already registered, you can also confirm your registration at the registration area. Thank you. 如果您是下午有要参加商谈的贵宾，请到我们的报到处去确认说您是否已经注册。如果还没注册的话，请记得注册。如果已经注册的话，也可以确认一下名单是否有您的大名。谢谢。我们的会议即将在3分钟之后开始。那请各位来宾尽速回到座位上，会议即将开始。Our conference will resume in about 3 minutes. Please return to your seats. Thank you.
欢迎大家回到现场。我们接下来呢，下午的议程是介绍地热电厂的一些先进的设备及技术。
Welcome back to the conference. Our next round of speakers will present on state-of-the-art geothermal power plant facilities and technologies.
好，对，我们讲一些话，然后就结束。下午的第一个简报呢，首先是由全球第一大的地热集团 OMAT 的介绍。其中我们有一段是10分钟中文字幕的影片，各位也可以在大会手册的摘要里面的 QR code 取得它在 YouTube 上的连结，大家也可以在 YouTube 上搜寻到这一支影片。
First, Rami Shavit from Ormat, the world's largest geothermal company, will give us a presentation. During the presentation, there will be a 10-minute video, which can also be accessed with the QR code in the conference manual.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Rami Shavit. I'm in charge in Ormat for this region. Sorry, I lost my voice, so I hope everybody can hear me through the speakers. I think it's very challenging hour now for me after lunch, so I hope I keep awake and try to do your best. I will attract your attention with a special movie that will give you a quick look and feel of Ormat production facility. So today I'm going to speak about how we're going to bring greenfield to actual geothermal power plant we generate electricity. Ormat is quite experienced. We are the leading leader in geothermal power plant, and our mission is to become a leader in renewable. Ormat already 57 years of experience, completely vertical integrated capability of technology. You may consider Ormat as a power electric company because 80% of our income is based on our own operate power plant. So we are actually improving the technology continuously by understanding the operation in the maintenance. So this is something that we are cherished with our partner here in Taiwan. I think it will be an honor, and I would like to thank to the organizer here who invite me to speak here. It's really honor. I came here 7 years ago, and my mission was to bring the first geothermal power plant to this country, and we succeeded to do that 2 years ago in Qinshui, the first multi-megawatt commercial unit. On the way, there is another 2 power plants that we are contracted with the local developer. We are working here with 2 clients, is Taiwan Cogeneration Corporation and Fabulous, with a great and thanks partnership with our FY Green, who are doing the EPC construction. So as you can see, the geothermal power plant has a lot of phases. I think this is the most risky project, by the way, more than oil and gas. You see, until you will see the COD of power plant will take a lot of hill to pass and challenges And you can see here all the phases that we are passing. This is the most multidisciplinary project that I would can imagine, which involve many let's say the institution, banks, technology, below the ground, above the ground. Risk can come from any side that you can imagine. And in order to have a successful project, you need the stars will line in the one line, in one order, in order that it will come to be a real project from Greenfield. I just heard about the opening of the Ministry of Energy here. I just want to highlight something that I think I was involved in. It's very important to develop here. $2.3 million subsidy, or the feed-in tariff is perfect. But the government needs to make more efforts and subsidize the exploration and take the risk. Even, for example, in Japan, JOMEC takes something like 15 projects as a target on the shoulder of the government to develop it, to explore, to mitigate the risk. As our colleague here mentioned, north of Taiwan, north of Taipei, which is very corrosive, very challenging. It's doable, but the government needs to help in order to accomplish this project. So developer, international developer like Kukumat would like very much to come and develop here, to be IPP, to develop geothermal project, but it's very much depend on the regulation or mitigating the risk. First, we'd like to see that there is a real resource, heat source that can be converted to electricity. So this is a small note that I wanted to make. So this is from start to the electricity production. As I said, Ormat is vertical integrated. So we are doing the resource analysis. We have our own geologics, reservoir engineer. We don't have off-the-shelf product. Everything is tailor-made according to the given heat source. We're doing the solution, the design, the manufacturing. This is what does it mean? What does it mean, vertically integrated? We have a big diversity of solution to different enthalpy and heat source. As I said, our technology is tailored to the given heat source in order to follow the changes of the heat source and generate electricity in any given heat source. So there is no chance, okay, that heat source will be depleted or will be out of order, because we are keeping all the time on 100% reinjection. By 100% reinjection, we are keeping on the pressure and the sustainability of the reservoir. Okay, I suggest before I'm going to the case study about Turkey, which was the most blooming market recently, let's take a short movie of 10 minutes about Ormat manufacturing.
Electricity, the lifeblood that runs our modern world. Already back in 1965, the visionaries behind Ormat understood that power generation can and should go hand in hand along with sustainability and clean, renewable energy production. Since then, our vision hasn't changed, but we have. With 180 power plants manufactured and deployed in over 33 countries worldwide, Ormat is now the leading force in its sector and the largest geothermal power producer in the U.S. We are proud to enable a gross total of 3,000 megawatts production, from which 933 megawatts is produced by our own 25 global sites, fully operated by ORMAT personnel. Being operators ourselves, we fully understand our clients' challenges and needs, providing a turnkey solution from geological exploration to complete operation. In this video focusing on geothermal energy, we will provide you with a thorough presentation of all the major manufacturing processes taking place on our factory premises. We will do so by exploring the integral parts of a 3D geothermal power plant model that will be used as the map for your tour. Let's start. Exploiting hot brine from a nearby production well. Our first stop is ORMAT's geothermal production system. Taking ownership of the majority of the power plant manufacturing processes, almost every part, big or small, is produced entirely by ORMAT. In our vast machining department, advanced CNC precision machinery is shaping raw material into the desired parts, according to a controlled manufacturing plan. The main part of the production system is the geothermal production pump, which is designed, manufactured, and tested in ORMAT's manufacturing facility. From the production pump, the hot brine flows through the geothermal piping system to the tubes of the heat exchanger, which includes the vaporizer, preheater, and recuperator. The heat is then transferred to the organic motive fluid, which changes its state from liquid to vapor. ORMAT's heat exchangers are made of several metal types. After a sandblasting process, the exchanger plates are ready to begin their journey through our designated manufacturing hall. 4 automated submerged welding machines that weld approximately 60 kilometers submerged welding length per year, and 40 manual welders are working on one side of the hall. The plates are welded together to form the heat exchanger's outer shell. The welding quality is assured by a series of non-destructive testing procedures. Meanwhile, on the other side of the manufacturing hall, the inner tubing of the heat exchanger takes place. This bundle assembly will incorporate a vast number of 1-inch tubes. The tubes are supported using baffles and end on both sides when connected to the tube's sheet. The integration between the outer shell and the tube's bundle will occur in the middle of the manufacturing hall. Joined together, they will form the pressure vessel itself. Both the preheaters and recuperators are also being manufactured in this specific hall. The assembly of flanges, nozzle, and flat cover will finalize the making of this giant's body. Once the manufacturing is completed, the heat exchanger undergoes a series of hydrostatic pressure tests to confirm it successfully passed its endurance examination test. Depending on the client's needs, terrain conditions, and protection, the vessel is then fully painted. Installing the nameplate will conclude this piece's manufacturing process with a quality stamp. Each year, about 100 heat exchangers, a total of 6,200 tons, differing in dimensions and weight, end up here in the loading zone, waiting to be taken to the nearby port to be shipped and deployed overseas. From the heat exchanger, the organic motive fluid vapors are directed to the turbine. In the turbine, the vapors expand, thus dropping in pressure and temperature, producing rotational shaft power, which rotates the generator that produces electrical energy. The turbine's main parts are the turbine housing and outlet cone, shaft assembly, wheels, and expansion nozzles. In this hall, following shaping and machining procedures, the bigger parts of the turbine are made. Here we see the production of the turbine base, the turbine housing, and its outlet cone. Following the turbine shaft housing, each of these components undergoes thermal stress relief. The shaft assembly, which includes the turbine shaft, will be installed inside the turbine housing, which is also machined in the CNC hall. The turbine wheel will be installed on the turbine shaft. The wheel comprises the blades and blade shroud, which are all processed in this hall as well. The nozzle rings are static components that are installed within the turbine housing and function as accelerators that direct the stream of organic motive fluid towards the moving blades. The turbine nozzle rings are produced using a unique machine with specific production capabilities. In our mechanical assembly department, all parts finally come together. After ensuring that the proper safety standards were met using hydrostatic pressure tests, the turbine housing and the outlet cone will be assembled here, joined by the turbine parts that arrived from the CNC department. To install the turbine shaft and bearings inside the shaft housing, the housing will be inserted into a heating device, which will expand its steel body. After the housing has cooled and the mechanical seal is installed, it's time for a 24-hour test run on this test bench. Once the tests have been successfully completed, the shaft housing will be installed in the turbine housing. The next step is the installation of the nozzle rings and the turbine wheels, which are carefully balanced after each step to make sure the operation is precise. The final steps of assembly include the sealing of the turbine with the outlet cone. The installation of the oil manifolds. And the installation of the thermal insulation cover, which reduces thermal convection and protects the turbine surface from direct contact, since the temperatures are high. The job's done. As always, our major parts are attached to the Ormat nameplate with specific details as a quality stamp. This turbine is ready to be put to work. After rotating the turbine, the motive fluid vapors flow to the air-cooled condenser, in which they are condensed back to their liquid state. The air-cooled condenser comprises several parts. A structure that functions as the base, headers through which the organic motive fluid vapors enter and leave as fluid, the tube bundle, and at the top, electrical fans which release the organic motive fluid's heat through convection. Our air cooler bundle is constructed from a large number of tubes and the bundle structure. Our finning hall is equipped with 5 separate aluminum finning lines, purposed to deliver the tubes ready for installation in the bundle. At CNC shop, the bundle's headers are carefully drilled to ensure proper matching later on. Using a welder robot, the headers covers are welded, ready to move on down the line. Back in the bundle department, our 2 assembly lines are busy with constructing the bundle structure using the headers and beams combined. In the assembly hall, the tubes and the bundle structure meet in the middle to be integrated, forming the complete air cooler. The final construction phases include the expansion of the tubes inside the headers and the installation of the plugs. According to ASME regulations, hydrostatic pressure tests are due next, followed by the Ormat nameplate installation. Bundles are now transferred outside using the lifting machine and waiting for the final paint job to be commenced. Constant R&D is a core value at Ormat, while our engineering department is always busy with performance optimization for all of our systems. Leaving the air-cooled condenser, liquid organic motive fluid will run through the cycle pumps back to the heat exchanger where the cycle will restart. Simultaneously, the geothermal brine will be injected back into the soil to keep the geothermal reservoir balanced. We are nearing the end of our presentation. So far, you've seen all the major parts and their production phases. But what controls everything seamlessly? Ormat's or electrical board assembly starts at our massive automatic warehouse, where small parts are stored and delivered upon request. After all the parts are gathered, the installation inside the cabinet frame takes place at our electrical assembly hall, where our team is busy with the precise wiring and installation of the frame inside the cabinet. All parts produced at Ormat go through rigorous quality assurance procedures, taking place in designated QA apartments equipped with the most up-to-date machinery and equipment. Although responsible for many different production phases, we pride ourselves on the fact that we have many in-house functions, from the teams and departments you've just seen, to the design, administration, project management, logistics, packing, delivery, and many more. We manufacture the equipment also to our own power plants. Therefore, we design and build it to enable easy construction on site, easy to maintain, and easy to operate. As a market leader in power generation with a proven track record of many successful projects, Ormat is up for any challenge, big or small. All setups are modular and can be tailor-made to meet our clients' needs. This concludes our tour. Thank you for joining. Ormat, powered by nature, harness.
Okay, thank you for watching this movie. I hope you're still awake. Can we switch to the presentation just to conclude my few slides? Yeah. So this was a quick look and feel. What does it mean? Binary system and manufacturing and binary system. And what is the meaning of being a leader in geothermal market? I just would like to give you a quick glance about the Turkish market, which was mainly dominated as a geothermal market for the 2000 during 2005 to 20 or something like that. Just a minute. Yeah. So the Turkish market was the main dominated market in the last 10 years. You see the main three area, which was very high potential and three developed area in red. 933 megawatt were installed by Ormat. So more precisely here, 2006 to 2020. What makes it happen is a long-term relationship. We are not only selling equipment, we are bringing with our equipment to third party all our expertise of 57 years on all aspects that has to do with geothermal, below the ground and above the ground. So client is not only purchasing equipment format, also extensive know-how and experience. Okay, I think that the most benefit of or advantages of the ORC can be cooled air or water, regardless if you have available water in your space, and very easy adapt to any changes in the reservoir, low operation and maintenance, low auxiliary consumption. I just want to give you, one picture worth 1,000 words. This system was installed in Iceland and produced in 1991. The turbine was open after 27 years. Okay, look how it's look like. Brand new, like yesterday left the warehouse. So you see how the operation and maintenance, okay, is very low thanks to the binary system, closed loop with superior technology based on extensive experience and many years. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you for your presentation.
接下来是2家地热技术的介绍，其中一个是适合搬运的模组化 ORC 发电设备商，以及可以提高流量、稳定压力的耐高温沉水泵浦设备商，由 Oken 及 Novavet 2家公司代表来轮流分享。我们演讲后会进行 Q&A 直到13点40分。
Our next speakers will present on the most transportable ORC module units and high-temperature electrical submersible pumps that can enhance fluid rates and stabilize pressure. We would like to first welcome Herman Rome from Oregon to the stage. Thank you.
So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's really my pleasure being here after more than 3 years now, coming back to Taiwan and getting the chance presenting Orkan here at stage. And yeah, we heard a lot about the big ORC systems. Now I will tell you about so-called small-scale ORC systems in the power range of 50 to 200 kilowatts currently, and how we can use that here in Taiwan in the geothermal sector. I will give you a very brief update about Orkan itself, what we are doing, then some more details about the modular ORC solutions for geothermal plants. Then I will give you an update about our recent reference site in Germany, and some other applications for modular geothermal power plants around the globe. Orkan is divided into 3 sectors. So there's the industrial part, the marine part, and the power and geothermal part. And I'm taking care on all the power and geothermal applications. And what is unique for all the different applications is that we want to save costs together with our customers. We want to reduce carbon emissions, more important than ever. And last but not least, we want to increase efficiency of any existing systems or in geothermal. I mean, it's maybe a unique application where we want to generate electricity or clean and green electricity from heat from the soil. Here you can see one power plant in Myanmar. That is not a geothermal plant, but I want to demonstrate with that slide that here we have installed 70 ORC systems, each producing roughly 60 kilowatts, connected to a gas engine, and we are increasing the efficiency of the entire plant by roughly 5%. So the electrical net power output is 5% more with our ORC systems if you would, compared to if you would run the plant without any ORC systems. Now let's talk about geothermal applications. At the end, with our systems, we don't care how we can generate the heat from the ground. We heard this morning from Ever and Greenfire that closed loop systems are in use, but we can also use the heat from any brine source because we are always using an external heat exchanger system, which you can see in the center. And we call this system a heat transfer station, which is always essential part of our geothermal plants. And with the heat transfer station, we are producing hot water, which needs to be minimum 90 degrees Celsius. And this hot water will be fed into the evaporator of the ORC system. And after the evaporation, the expander is connected directly to an alternator which produces the electricity, and then After the expander, we are using either an air-cooled or water-cooled condenser to condense the organic working fluid. And this will be pumped back to the evaporator so that the loop is closed and we can produce electricity efficiently and also with very low maintenance work required per year. So in average, we calculate with 1 to 2 days per year of maintenance work of our systems. Here you can see an example of an air-cooled system and all our ORC systems are installed in containers, and here the bigger one, the efficiency pack 150-200, which means it produces electricity or net electricity between 150 to 200 kilowatts. So it's installed in a 40-foot container, including the air condensers. And here you can see also a 40-foot container equipped with 3 water-cooled efficiency packs. So it's more compact, but in that case you would need an external cooling tower. And that is the overall principle how all our geothermal power plants look like. So left-hand side is the wellhead, and then the geofluid is fed into the heat exchanger system. And as I explained before, we do need the hot water coming from the heat exchanger or heat transfer station, which is fed into the efficiency packs. And on that slide, it shall be illustrated that you can have a combination of either 1, 2, 3 ORCs, but as you saw it before in one of the first slides, we have installed up to 70 units, and even recently we have done up to 160 units at one site. So we are absolutely flexible here. And on the right-hand side, just to conclude, we can either install it in parallel configuration or series configuration. It's much depending on the temperature range of the brine, the geothermal source. And that leads always to an optimization of the overall electrical output of the power plant. Now let's talk about the geothermal plant in Bavaria, our reference plant. We have installed 6 units producing roughly 820 kilowatts. The reason why we cannot operate it at full load is very simple, because in Germany, unfortunately, we don't see the nice temperatures like here in Taiwan, where we can easily expect 150 degrees Celsius and above. But in Germany, it's rather in the range of 100 to maybe 120 degrees Celsius. And that is another reference plant here in Taiwan. And while we speak, we are executing it just in December. We have done the factory acceptance test for the ORC units together with our customer in Germany. And the units are ready to be shipped in the near future. And so really happy that we have a reference plant here in Taiwan very soon as well. And that's another plant in Philippines. And here you can see these are 2 sites actually with each 5 megawatt. This plant will be air cooled, and yeah, the good news is just end of last year we received the order for the first 5 megawatts and expecting the second order very soon. And yeah, in the course of the year we will commence building the plant. So now I need to speed up a bit. I will skip that one. Just on the last slide. Also, we are very active in projects with abandoned oil and gas wells, and together with Baseload Capital and Chevron, so we have installed the first reference plant in US, and the commissioning has happened last year. and it's now in the testing phase, and we do see a lot of potential in those applications in the near future. So sorry for the rush, but I also want to give the chance to my co-speaker to give his presentation. Thanks very much.
Thank you for your presentation. Now, we would like to welcome Siddhartha Rasu from Novomet to the stage.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Siddhartha Arasu. I'm the Applications Manager for Novomet. It's a pleasure to be here, and I would like to thank the organizing committee and Novomet's Taiwanese partners, OSA International. I would like to start off by introducing Novomet. Novomet is an international technology solutions provider. We operate in 26 countries around the world, and we have manufacturing facilities in 6. Novomet specializes in providing energy-efficient systems for production of subsurface fluid. Though primarily we are focused on oil and gas, currently we have diversified into geothermal fluid production. Novomet currently provides efficient and reliable geothermal submersible pumps to operators in Europe. We are the market leader for Turkey in geothermal submersible pumps. We operate 110 high temperature wells in Turkey, and I'll start off by today's presentation. Ted was supposed to represent Novomet today, but I had to take over from him. So we're going to talk about the increased ORC performance because of GSPs. So when we are operating GSP, there are 3 different important points that we have to consider: high temperature of the well fluid, high corrosiveness of the well fluid, and salt deposition that the equipment poses. So this is the typical system in a geothermal submersible pump, an electrical submersible pump. We have a sensor at the lowest point of the system, a permanent magnet motor, a protector that protects the motor from any fluid ingression. We have a cable line. We have a ESP that produces the power fluid from the production fluid from the reservoir onto the surface. On the surface, we have a variable frequency drive and a transformer. Here is a typical example of how a binary power plant works. We have production from the reservoir. It goes on to the binary power plant, and from there, it is re-injected back into using an injection well. Here, I discuss the competitive comparison between a geothermal submersible pump, a line shaft pump, and a self-flowing well. It is always best to have a GSP or at least a line shaft pump in your well. It is not advisable to go with a self-flowing well because you do not know how the reservoir is going to behave at any point of time. When you have a GSP, you have at least 10 times more production, in some cases to 2 times more production if you have a GSP or a line shaft pump. If you have a geothermal submersible pump, you can go deeper into the reservoir. You can install very close to the perforation zone, and you can produce fluid at the lowest cost. The general rule of thumb is that the closer you are to the fluid, the more efficiently you produce from the fluid. So a GSP satisfies much of the requirements over there, but yeah, it is capital intensive because you will be spending much more amount of money in the beginning compared to a self-flowing well or a line shaft pump. So this is one of the most important slides that I wanted to talk about because I guess Taiwan is at a stage right now that you are deciding what should be the diameter of your wells, right? What diameter well should I drill for what flow rates? So if in the future you do plan to use a geothermal submersible pump, an electrical submersible pump, you must be very certain about what sort of diameters you need. And here you can see the comparison between what pumps are there and what flow rates the pumps can deliver. Here, if you wanted to have a higher flow rate from a well, you better go with a higher diameter well itself. These are the pump sizes, which means that if you see 6.77 inches of a pump can only fit in a well of diameter 9 inches or 9.58 inch casing. So you have to have a higher casing size to fit these ESPs or GSPs in. And this is the general rule of thumb for any provider of a GSP. It's not just Novomet, and this is what you will have to go through. Some of the applications that we've done in Taiwan, we've noticed that the well has huge potential to produce, but the casing does not support it. We cannot install a GSP of a certain diameter or so. So it is the best advice to go with a casing size that suits your future production need. If you wanted to add another turbine in your binary power plant, your well should be able to support that. If you have a GSP, you can go lower and lower into the reservoir all the way up to the production zone. With a line shaft pump, you're limited as to how far down to the production zone you can actually go to. We have cases in Iceland where we've had to replace line shaft pumps because the fluid production at the fluid level, the static fluid level had dropped to a certain extent that the line shaft pump cannot support. It becomes much more expensive the deeper you go to operate a line shaft pump, because a line shaft pump has a shaft going all the way from the top to the point of production. So there are frictional losses in the shaft. And these are the pump efficiencies that you can see. This is a application relating to the GSP, how it produces and how we can inject it back into the reservoir from one GSP all the way to another injection zone. Here is an example in Turkey. We are running wells at 168 degrees centigrade in Turkey, setting depths around 600 to 800 meters. We have 110 running wells right now. We are the largest ESP provider in Turkey. So one of the things that I would like to highlight here is that there are two types of motors that you can use when you're running an ESP or a GSP, an induction motor and a permanent magnet motor. The cost of operation of these motors are highly critical. If you go with a permanent magnet motor, which is very efficient, you save up to 130K USD per annum based on a 50 liter per second system. So this is our selling point for the entire Europe markets, because the cost of power in Europe is increasing, and I think that it is the same case here also. Every unit of power that you save, you can pass on to the customer or to the shareholder. These are just some sample pictures of our installation in Turkey. This is our system in Turkey. All of our systems in Turkey run on permanent magnet motors. These are Iceland installations. We have 3 Iceland installations. All of them were converted from line shaft pumps to submersible pumps. They save a lot of money by doing this. You have a lot of control with your system. With a submersible pump, you have a variable frequency drive with which you can control the speed of your equipment, and you can adjust it to your seasonal needs. This is the Iceland thing. Yes, and we doubled the production. We went deeper into the well when we changed from line shaft pump to a submersible pump. And it just takes up to 12 hours to install an electrical submersible pump to your levels of, let's say, 500 meters. There's another case study from Iceland. So I would like to conclude my speech saying that you have to have the right submersible pump at the right time for the right application. So thank you everyone for your time.
Thank you for your presentation.
因为时间关系，所以我们会跳到下一个段落。有关地热近期的议题。接下来的我们的议题比较多元，但都是与跟地热电厂结合二氧化碳的应用及监测有关。
The next round of presentations is going to be more diverse than the previous rounds, but they will all be related to the utilization and monitoring of carbon dioxide in geothermal power plants.
以自动化钻井技术踏入先进地热系统的 Neighbors， 他们要介绍新技术的优势。
We will have Tamás Trefko and José Morelas from Neighbors, which empowers advanced geothermal systems with drilling automation to present on their technology.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. I'm Jose Morales from Neighbors. I'm glad to be here, and thank you for the organizing committee and all the attendees here for coming to this event. I'm going to steal a few minutes from Tamar, who was initially going to speak all about geothermal. But yeah, Neighbors, we are a drilling company by heart, and usually we have been running 3 lines of business all over the place. So we have drilling rigs, of course. We have operated over 300 drilling rigs across the world, in all geographies, in all continents, and mainly in the US, Saudi Arabia, in the Middle East, we have a big presence, right? But we not only have those drilling rigs, we also offer drilling solutions which are aimed to optimize the drilling operation. So you can either look at it from the controls point of view, from the automation point of view, or the machine operations point of view. In all senses, it is all like aimed towards the remote control and optimization of those operations. That's the second line of business. And then the third line of business has been the drilling technologies. So those drilling technologies is all the equipment that you utilize for the drilling services and operations. So we go from the top drive, which is probably the heart of today's drilling rigs, but then we also have some drawers and catwalks, and we're constantly innovating in this type of equipment that are utilized for drilling. So recently we deploy even a robotic rig that is almost operating manless, so that it's more safe for all the crew that it's in the drill floor, and also optimize the performance, and it has achieved similar results as a conventional drilling rig. So within the drilling technologies, we're also able to retrofit some existing rigs with new technologies so that they are able to overtake some of the drilling solutions and the drilling technologies piece. So, and that has been our core business for the last couple of years, but for the past 30 years or so. But now on the past 2 years, of course, we are focusing on the energy transition side. So we first have solutions that are very applicable to our operations, but we have also take some ownership on projects for the geothermal purpose. So as you probably know, and as it was mentioned at some point at the beginning, so energy consumption is going to be supposed to increase by 50% in the next 25 years or so. But the source of that energy is going to still be fossil fuels. So what do we do, right? So we need to diversify a little bit on how you produce that energy, and the energy that you keep producing from the fossil fuels, you need to make it a little bit cleaner. So there are a set of technologies that we see that are being implemented to enable the reach net zero, which is the objective of many. As it comes to starting from the renewables, the circular economy, right? So you are able to capable of introducing recycling processes in your production sites. Those ones are not precisely something that Neighbors is involved in, but the ones we have implemented in our drilling operations are the ones in blue. So electrification and building technologies, we have been able to connect some of our drilling rigs to the grid and to the highline power. We have some equipment to do that. We have done that in a couple of places, and we have so many rigs operating in that concept in the US. Then on the process innovation and automation, it is pretty much related to the drilling solutions that we have as a different business line. And in that sense, I mean, we are able to optimize the well times and reduce the well times so that you can actually produce those many wells with less time drilling, right? So which reduces the carbon footprint on a per basis per well. Then on the energy storage side, we have implemented some technologies that have reduced the fuel consumption and emissions by 15%. Those goes with ultra capacitors and also the batteries. But we are constantly exploring some different energy storage solutions just so as fuel cells. So then sustainable fuels, we have implemented some fuel enhancers that will also reduce by 8% the fuel consumption and the associated emissions. And then we are also exploring a set of technologies that go beyond a little bit of what our drilling operations are. So on the hydrogen piece, that's something that I would say is a combination. We're trying to implement some hydrogen injection systems to our rigs so that the fuel is burned in a more complete way. And we use it as a catalytic not precisely as a substitute of fuel. So we're developing that technology, but in the same line, we're exploring the fuel cells and electrolyzers that would enable us to produce hydrogen in an economic, feasible way. Then other technology that we are exploring is on the carbon capture. I'm gonna go that it's not precisely the carbon capture we're interested. We're exploring more the utilization of carbon nanomaterials on this end and how we can implement it in certain applications that will enhance, for example, concrete and cement to increase the conductivity and the heat characteristics of the cement. We are utilizing it in lubricants. We're exploring its utilization in electronics to increase the conductivity and so on. And then finally, that's what brought us here to the stage today, is the geothermal piece. So we have a couple of initiatives there that Tamás is gonna talk about in a second, but I wanna make the comment that all these technologies, I mean, if you want to implement either one of them, is not enough. I mean, they are competing against the fossil fuels, and it needs to be, you need to build an ecosystem around all of them to actually be able to get net zero. So for example, if you got renewables, I mean, you know it very well, right? Like on the wind, you have curtailment. So then afterwards, you need to complement with energy storage so that you can actually utilize that energy at some point and so on. And then you need the circular economy to recycle those processes that are generating certain waste. So with that, I give it to Tamás, who is gonna cover the geothermal in more detail.
Thank you. Thank you, Jose. And my name is, Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tamás Shevko, and I'm with Neighbors Drilling as well. I'm responsible with our company looking over to our relationship with our geothermal partners, and as well involved with different projects coming through Neighbors in the geothermal space. So just a little bit of overview on Neighbors' global footprint. We are an international company operating in multiple countries. We might not necessarily have drilling operation, but as Jose mentioned, we can offer our solutions, technologies, and smart products to not just only Neighbors rigs, but as well as third-party rigs to enhance performance of those rigs. On the right-hand side, you can see our geothermal experience in the past, like with a couple of acquisitions back in the late 80s, early 90s. We gained experience in California and the geysers drilling some of those wells, and throughout the years, we also executed multiple projects in the geothermal space in not just California, but Nevada, New Mexico, Louisiana, Texas, and international in Japan and Costa Rica as well. Now, I would like to mention for our partners in the last couple of years, our venture arm invested and made partnerships with 4 geothermal startup companies. And first, I will introduce GeoX Energy and what is their technology and approach for geothermal. They targeting supercritical temperatures and depths, as you can see, and also they're using water as a working fluid. They mentioned before that they are technology developers, so they identified the gaps in between the conventional drilling and what would be necessary for geothermal drilling. So they're bridging this gap with working multiple companies on projects, solutions, and as well the technology to bridge this gap and be able to produce supercritical fluid. And now I would like to talk about Sage a little bit and their technology. From the 4 our partners, I think they in the most advanced in their technology and proving the concept. So they targeting shallow formations, starting at 150, 200 Celsius that they can produce electricity. Their approach is a single well designed in a closed loop system. And they have patented technology, as before there was a question about the supercritical CO2 turbines, and they are developing that in Texas. Actually, they're targeting to finish the testing in early this year with one of the research institute in Texas. So I think there will be some news on that shortly. that turbine is capable of double of the performance of the conventional ORC turbines and half of the size. They also targeting to circulate CO2 as a working fluid, and right now they're advancing into business lines. And one is the power generation, and the other one is the storage. And first I would like to talk about the power generation, because they also have some patented software which is capable to not just only focusing on geopressurized formations where there is an aquifer, they also can create their own fractures with their patented technology for downwards fracking, which they already proven with one of our rigs in South Texas. On the other hand, on the storage part, that they advancing in mechanical storage and as well geothermal storage. What does that mean? That they can take advantage of the electricity arbitrage, meaning that they can pump in fluid in the fractures they created when the electricity is cheap, and they can produce it back when the electricity is more expensive. So this doesn't require any geothermal heat. This is why it's called mechanical storage, because they can pump in flow back with 100% return. And on the geothermal storage, that's a same approach, but it's also when they're pumping in the fluid, that the fluid heats up and they can produce that back on surface, and that's actually a 200% estimated energy that they can recover. All right, and on the last part, I would like to talk about GA drilling and waste energy. They a little bit similar to each other, but their approach it's focusing on the downhole technology and the bit technology. So how we get to 10 kilometers, 20 kilometers deep in a most efficient way to be able to scale up as well, because that will be the key to basically make geothermal available anywhere. So as you can see, GA drilling is advancing in 3 of their projects, with they also trying to field test and prove with the neighbor's drilling rig. So first is the anchor bit, and then you can see there is a hybrid plasma bit, and then a plasma bit, which is their end goal. So they would like to enhance the ROP in hard rock formation, in basalt and granite and sedimentary rocks. And the anchor bit is promising twice as much ROP as in conventional PDC bits. The hybrid is 3 times more, and the plasma bit is 5 times more, which they estimate to get to us. So that's how they approaching to being enabled in very deep formations. In quaise technology, they also targeting deep wells and supercritical temperatures up to 20 kilometers in depth. This is MIT technology, which using millimeter waves shooting down from upsurface, and they vaporizing the hard rock, and that's what comes back to the surface. Most of the technologies, they would like to drill as far as they can until the hard rock formations with regular drilling technologies, and then they can switch to their tool, and then that's how they would like to demolish the hard rock formations. So both of them is planning to use the technologies and proving in a neighbor's rig, and not just only for that, but later on, that once the technology is proven, that can be deployed in different other rigs. So the fine tuning will be with neighbors. And here in the last minute I have left, I would like to talk about 2 things. One is the technologies. So in the past, that what we've seen in the unconventional, it was very expensive, and with the technology improvements, that we could drive down cost. And this is what we expecting with geothermal as well. Now with the new advanced technologies coming out, that we think that with scale, that we can drive down the cost, which will help with a lot of the projects to be executed. The other thing I wanted to mention here, that because Neighbors has a footprint in a global scale, that we can basically provide the back office, I would say, for help the third-party drilling contractors enable like either geothermal technologies, either our solutions, what we have in Neighbors or our sister company, Henry. Yeah, I think I'm right on the dot, so thank you so much, and I will. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation.
好，我们在未来我们会可能利用地热同时进行碳封存，而所需要的探勘技术呢，今天会有一位 ASIR 的公司来介绍。
Now we would like to invite Dr. Leonid Zimakov from ASIR, who will present on the exploration technology needed for geothermal development and carbon sequestration.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Leonid Zimakov, and here is the title of my presentation. This talk was prepared by my colleagues, including Peter Malin, Kevin Fassner, Felix Blumble, myself, and Jeffrey Epping, our owner and partner energy company Energies. So if time permits, well, as you can imagine from the title of my presentation, will be quite different from all previously presentation. So if time permits, I would like to cover several topics, including the introduction of my company, several applications which we design and offer to the customer worldwide, including near real-time monitoring, hammer-beam seismic, ambient seismic imaging. Then a couple of slides about new hardware developments to the customer, energy company, these are mainly our customers, and recent project we will conduct in 2023. So Acer is the advanced borehole seismic instrumentation and research company specializing in high sensitivity monitoring and analysis of micro-earthquakes. We provide the full range of the design, fabrication, installation, maintenance, and support service for modern solid earth monitoring. Acer is a leading company nowadays with the advanced geophysical technology and engineering specializing in bore seismology. Company is led by young and very talented mechanical engineer Kevin Fassner. You can see his picture at the top right of this slides, and renowned seismologist and geophysicist Professor Peter Malin, who is now emeritus professor at the Duke University and at the same time co-owner of the Acer company. So so here I would like to describe one of the typical applications we offer to our customer energy company, which is near real-time monitoring. And this diagram shows our network monitoring we installed in OTN EGS project in Finland. Basically, stimulation well was drilled in the limit of the Helsinki city. So it's the stimulation and monitoring well in the urban area, highly populated Helsinki. So at the beginning, we installed the so-called satellite network consisting of 12 borehole geophones, each of them installed in a depth of 250 meters. And the main goal of this network was to really provide the hammer-beam seismic during the drilling of both monitoring well and the stimulation well at a depth of 600 meters. So when the well was finished, so we installed the deep borehole array of another 12 triaxial geophone in order to provide the control of the microseismic activity during the stimulation campaign, which lasts 49 days, with a total of more than 18,000 of fresh water injected in a stimulation well. Simulation was done in five stages, depicted in different colors at the picture on the right. So right now, I would like to play some cartoon movie. I don't know if it will start. Yes, of the all microearthquakes we detected during the stimulation campaign. So the different color of the microearthquakes are really related to the particular stimulation stage of the in a different depth. So please note that this is only 1% of the total microearthquakes we detected during the stimulation campaign. So you can imagine how many microearthquakes we detected during the 49 days of the simulation period. And also, I would like to say that the main interest of our microearthquakes monitoring is just very small events occurred in the vicinity of no more than 5 kilometers from the stimulation site, because all conventional seismology or seismic events occurred further than the 5 kilometers is not our interest because they are not related typically to the geothermal activity. Another essential part of the real-time monitoring is the real-time analysis of the induced seismicity. And we do this one with the real-time software called the FastLog. The data from the different networks, either surface network or the borehole network, are transmitted to the data center in real time during the, via the different communications media. Communications media is really transparent to the, our technique. And when the data is obtained at the data center, then some parameters such as the PNS wave, arrival and calculation of local magnitude is provided automatically. When it takes approximately 2 or 3 minutes, and when it's done, the first event alert is sent to the assigned party either through either via the email or mobile IP networks. At the same time, data is given to the seismological team for manual repicking and recalculation if it's needed. So, and this recalculation and reprocessing usually takes from 10 to 15 minutes. When the final results is obtained, then the catalog of the seismic event is deployed on catalog data is deployed at the website, and at the same time we just give it to the scientific team for the further processing, and also civil area team to send the final notification to the assigned parties. The total overall time for processing is about 15-20 minutes. So on the right side, you can see some of the data products, and on the top it's a plain view, and the bottom it's the cross-section of so-called equal radius of the POA propagation we use for the precise determination of the epicenter solution of the microearthquakes. So it's another results or another data product done by the FastLog. So you can, at the top, it's the catalog, which contain the local time, origin time, local magnitude, residual error, and so forth. When this result is published, they are available to the geothermal or energy company. So on the left side, you can see this mobile alert that the software is sent automatically to the assigned party, once again via email or via the mobile IP networks. And also, very important part of this data processing software, it's called the traffic light system. I'm afraid I don't have the time to describe all the system in details, but I'll be happy to talk more about this during the private session or during the answer time. So another application which we conduct, and it's called the Hammerbeat Seismic and VSP On the left side, it's a very generic diagram of this technique. When when the well is drilled, then drill bit produce the energy signal, which we really monitor with the direct propagation or via reflection of this energy signal via sub-vertical surface. In the middle, it's the waveform acquired like a pure ENS wave. We acquire at the depth of the 1,300 meters. And on the right side, it's the actual data for the whole results of this data processing. In the middle, you can see this reddish zone, which we identify as a low velocity zone, which we defined as the fracking geothermal zone. And this slide is the superimposed comparison between the drill bit, hammer drill bit seismic and the traditional VSP, vertical seismic profile. On the right side, you can see the plan view of the geothermal area. At the bottom, it's the results obtained from the traditional VSP method, and in the middle, it's the superimposed results from the hammer bit seismic. As you can see here, they identified the geothermal layer correlated very well with the results obtained by the VSP technique, but at a very low cost of the implementation of this network. So another kind of technique what we propose to the energy company is just so-called the ambient seismic imaging in the EGS project. So on the left side is the geothermal area. It's a lighting dark geothermal area in the New Mexico. And on the right side, it's the very dense network consisting of the sources vertical geophones deployed in this geothermal area in the white rectangle, which is depicted in the left. So the total was deployed several hundreds of the geophone, surface geophone, to really listen the ambient noise and monitor ambient noise, or another word is the we're listening the white noise. Here is the results of the stacking of the ambient noise during the 24 hours, left picture during the 48 hours, and the right one, the 72 hours of the data processing of the ambient noise. And you can see here on the right side that we really very well detected the two known north-south faults using this ambient imaging technique. So, and these two faults very well correlated with the results obtained by traditional, very comprehensive geological survey. And so basically, based on this and other kind of project, we think that ambient imaging become the field-proven technique in order to provide the thermographic imaging of any object underneath the surface at a different depth. This is kind of new hardware developments what we design and supply to the one energy company in Sweden, in Malmö, Sweden. Company name is E.ON Energy company. So the main goal for this design of the new hybrid array was that Swedish government demanded that the energy company shows that there are no microeffects underneath the site before the geothermal area become in production and operation. This array, which consists of 25 triaxial geophone with the total length of about 1 kilometer, was deployed in a depth well to monitor microeffects activity. The system was in operation during the 8 months. Then the system was pulled out of the well, and 8 instruments out of 25 were removed and put on the hybrid distributed acoustic sensors or fiber optic cable. So the total hybrid array was consisting of 3 kilometers of the fiber optic cable or DAS. At the bottom, we added 8 digital geophones. So the main objective of our operation was, which we conduct from 2017 to 2021, was to provide the pre-project background seismicity. Install 25-level borehole MEQ and to conduct a seismic velocity profiling array. Just conducted will-build seismic profiling during the hammer drilling to 3 kilometers and install a hybrid 3-kilometer DAS and 8 elements of the digital borehole array. So this is the hardware what we supply to the Sweden. On the right side, it's a 3 kilometers DAS or fiber optic cable. On the left top is the Terra 15 DAS interrogator, and the lower left corner is just a GRS control and recorder we used in digital geophones. And my last slide is just upcoming project, very exciting project that we will conduct with our energy consulting company, Energies, in Newbury geothermal field. So this project was supported and partially financed by the United States Department of Energy. So what I call this title is a two-company, one solution. So we will provide this application along with the Energies company. Main goal of this deployment and is just to provide the ambient seismic in order to have the very detailed tomographic imaging of the site, best site where the drilling company will drill a very deep stimulation well. So at the beginning, we will deploy 985 new size geophones. You can see the geophones image at the middle of this slide, and we will deploy it in area 1 by 1 kilometer, and we think we will provide the tomographic images up to 3 kilometer depth. So then we will deploy another 18 borehole, fully gimbaled 4.5 Hertz geophone, deployed at 250 meters. And this borehole sensor will be deployed, well, a depicted site, depicted in this slide as a circle with a cross mark. And you can see here this borehole sensor at the bottom of the slides. So once again, the main goal of this application is just to provide the very detailed tomographic images of the best site where we propose to drill the deep stimulation well, and also to try to understand if there is any relation between the geothermal area, Newbury geothermal area, with the nearby located nearby the water reservoir. Well, this is all what I was able to give it to you during my short presentation. But if somebody will be interested in our technology, our company, our hardware and application, we conduct it to the energy company worldwide. So you can find this information in our website, and the link is over there. With that, thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you for your presentation.
接下来第二电场的二氧化碳监测技术会由 GNS 的代表 Jimmy 做介绍。我们欢迎 Jimmy。
Now, we would like to welcome Jimmy Young from GNS, who will present on carbon dioxide monitoring technologies in geothermal power plants.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Donghan Jimmy Young. I'm from GNS Science and University of Auckland, based in New Zealand. So, recent year, there a lot of increase of geothermal energy because of the policy of New Zealand for decarbonizing. And so today, the area I'm going to talk about is at the Topo area, and it has three major geothermal fields: the Tauhara geothermal field, Wairaki geothermal field, and Rotokawa geothermal field. And this is one of my PhD chapters. When I talk about apply CO2 flux to monitor natural emission from geothermal field New Zealand. Okay, so the three geothermal fields that I mentioned earlier, they contribute to about 58% of the geothermal power generation nationwide. And if we compile all 6 power stations of these fields, they can emit up to 497 to 566 tons of CO2 per day. So it's very important to know how much CO2 is coming out from the natural features, because it's easier to monitor at the power station or at the well, but we know very little about the natural features. So, and to understand the natural features that CO2 is emitting from there will also benefit when we are re-injecting CO2 back to the injection well. Okay, so what I have been done in these areas is I try to monitor and map all the CO2 that are coming from the natural features. So these are some of the factors that might influence the behavior of CO2 flux or emission. So I'm going to go through them one by one. First one is the soil temperature, hot geothermal ground, and higher CO2 flux. Permeability. The fluids will prefer high permeability at the pathway to emit to the surface. And there are some studies show that the seismic activity, like fault and fracture, could act as a fluid pathway for the gas or fluid to pass by. And also the seasonal variation, including rainfall, can influence how much CO2 is emitted at the surface. The soil type and the vegetation, like altered ground, hot ground, and what it will be observed at the surface, what kind of vegetation. And utilization of the field. If the utilization of the field influences the reservoir of the geothermal field, it can influence what is seen at the surface as natural features. And last is the sample and data statistic. It's how we sample, what's the spacing and grading, and how we interpolate to calculate the whole CO2 emission. Okay, so this is the topo volcanic zone, and the area that I'm going to talk about is next by the Topo Lake, the Topo City. So there are 3 major geothermal fields: the Wairaki geothermal field, Tauhara, and Rotokawa. So the yellow symbol are where the geothermal power plants are, and we have been doing like 3 years monitoring. At those blue symbol, we go there and sample every 2 weeks and have a 3-year data set. At the white symbol, there are 3 different maps at Craters of the Moon, Ring of Fire, and Rotokawa. We try to map the CO2 at one time and compare it to what was measured before. So you see that like the whole spatial variation and compare it with the 2 different time frames. I'll leave those symbols on the left so you can see like which factor I'm discussing later. And this is just a brief of how we measure the CO2 flux. So we are using the accumulation chamber method. While we are doing the survey, we are also taking the air pressure, air temperature, and soil temperature so we can do some correction. And after having the gas flux, we go through some statistics to produce a CO2 map. And that's how we calculate how much CO2 is emitting from the field and where do they come from. Okay, so the first case is at Craters of the Moon of Wairaki geothermal field. So from top to bottom, the 4 charts is the soil temperature, rainfall, and seismic activity, CO2, and H2S flux. So from the first graph at the top, you can see it's like over 3 years of seasonal variation. See the blue line? And there are 3 symbols at the Craters of the Moon: the red one, the yellow one, and the gray one. So the gray one is a background site. So we can see that if you look at the CO2 flux, there is very little variation between there's very little relationship between the CO2 flux with either the rainfall or earthquake count. And we can see that from the soil temperature, it's kind of following the seasonal variation. But at this site, it's very stable. The CO2 flux is pretty much a straight line over the 3-year interval, and we have very less H2S at this site. The next site is at Crown Park at the Tahara geothermal field. The CO2 varies quite a lot, and you can see all the 5 different monitoring stations from Crown Park 1 to Crown Park 5. They sometimes change chronically together, and the scale is different from the previous chart. They move quite a lot. And the same, we couldn't find any relationship between the CO2 flux with the rainfall or the earthquakes. And I think that one of the benefits of like monitoring at the exact same location is that after collecting the data set for 3 years, we can plot the soil temperature as the y-axis and the CO2 log CO2 as the axis to discuss the behavior between the soil temperature and the CO2 flux. So there's definitely going to be the group on the top right side that is having high temperature and high CO2 flux, which is including CM1, CP1, and CP4, and the opposite, the low temperature and low CO2, which is the 3 background sites. Interestingly, look at the yellow circle. It has like high soil temperature but low CO2 emission. It can be explained by self-sealing at the surface. And at last, I'm going to mention the CP2, which is the brown square at the right side. They can have like even higher CO2 flux, but it has low temperature. Look at the temperature is around 20 or 30 degrees Celsius. And so there's 2 different explanations. One could be the condensation evaporating through migration, and another is a developed fracture that did not reach the surface. So it had high CO2 flux, but not high temperature at the soil. So this is the CO2 map we saw at Wairaki. So this is what we have mapped during the study in 2021, and we can see that some of the high CO2 flux are distributed at the southern part of the field, and combining all the data that we collect, we can calculate it's about 20 tons of CO2 per day in the study, and we can compare this CO2 map to previous CO2 map in 2004 and in 2018, which is 6 tons of CO2 and 7.4 tons of CO2. Also, in this area, there are studies like they also map the vegetation. So we can see the blue numbers are the CO2 flux, the yellow number are the heat flow, and the background is the map. So look at the 2 red parts, which is pretty much bare ground or low vegetation covered. That is the location where it has high CO2 flux or high heat flow. Okay, I'm going to move on to the next field. It's Ring of Fire at Tahara. And in this example, I'm going to show you how the human infrastructure like changes the permeability at the surface, and it could influence the CO2 distribution. So in 2006, the State Highway 1 was built, and in 2021, it goes directly across the ring structure. So you can see the white curve that the structure, we call it Ring of Fire, so it goes directly through the geothermal area. So if you look at the 2 CO2 map at different time, both map the high CO2 flux pretty much follow the ring structure. But after the highway was built, you can see in 2021, some of the CO2 anomalies, they are kind of direct to the southwest of the highway. So it changes where the CO2 are emitted at. And in this case, we can overlap the 2 CO2 maps, and we can find the area where the CO2 flux is increasing, where it's decreasing. And we can see that 70% of the changes of the CO2 flux is within 1 sigma, so it didn't change that much. Even the distribution of the CO2 is different for this site, but we note that the total emission remains similar. It was 47.3 in 2006, and it's 48.5 tons of CO2 in 2021. And our last field I'm going to discuss is Rotokawa. So in between 2003 and 2011, there was a very detailed CO2 flux survey in this field, and it was published in Bloomberg 2014. There was a huge data set about 2,500 CO2 flux points, and we take 500 of them and go exactly to the same location to do the survey again in 2022, and it's still ongoing. So we're going to compare at the same location how that it changes over time. So just to know that these are the two maps at two different timing, and the scale is different. And one of the benefits of mapping at the exact same location of the field is that we can compare the old CO2 flux, which is the chart at the left. X-axis is the CO2 flux before, and Y-axis is the CO2 flux now. So if it doesn't change at all over the past 15 years, it should be a straight line. But this is not the case. You can see it's falling below the line, showing that it has decreases over time in the Rotokawa geothermal field. And this matches what was seen at the nearby geothermal power plant, the NAP and the Rotokawa geothermal power plant. And near some other geothermal field like Datamurki and Nafa, they also show that it has the decreasing trend at the geothermal power plant. Okay, then I'm going to go through the conclusion. So we learned that soil temperature sometimes coupled with this high CO2 flux, but it's not always the case. At Tohara field, we know that the human activity can change it where the CO2 is distributed. However, the whole field emitted the same amount of CO2, even though the distribution has changes. We didn't find any relationship between CO2 flux with either seismic activity or rainfall from our 3-year monitorings at Craters of the Moon and Crown Park. And we found out at Wairaki, the high heat and high CO2 flux are located at altered ground, hot ground, or the soil type that has less vegetation coverage. The utilization of the field, the best example is at Rotokawa, that the natural emission decreases and matches what is observed at the geothermal power plant. And last is sampling and data statistic. Where it is sampled is quite important, how we interpret the data is too. So the best way to compare is probably to do monitoring and to measure the CO2 flux at the same location. That's my talk. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your presentation.
好，因为时间的关系，我们会直接进行到第3段的专题演讲。这主题是台湾地热近况发展。那接下来有台湾的国营企业及民营地热电厂代表，分别是中油、台电、清水地热电厂及全阳公司。清水地热是台湾第1座地热电厂，全阳公司也完成了第2座。中油及台电公司正在新建台湾第3座及第4座地热电厂。
Next, we have representatives from 2 Taiwanese state-owned enterprises, CPC Corporation and Taipower, as well as representatives from 2 privately owned geothermal companies, Qingshui Geothermal Power and Chenyang Geoenergy. The Qingshui Geothermal Power Plant is Taiwan's first geothermal power plant. Chenyang Geoenergy has completed the second, and CPC Corporation and Taipower are currently building the third and the fourth.
我们现在欢迎中油公司杜开正组长上台，谢谢。
亲爱的尤局长、李理事长、陈理事长，还有我们中油公司的家长张敏副总，然后我们的陈组长，不好意思，今天很高兴跟各位地热界的先进在这边分享我们公司近年的一些成果。在分享近年的成果之前，同时我们也要讲一下，其实我们公司在过去就已经有在进行地热的探勘以及地热发电厂的建制。所以，首先我会先向各位介绍，就是我们在台湾主要可以发现的一些地热的一些它的 相关的资源量，还有我们公司过去呢，在1960年到1990年之间，我们的一些探勘的成果。当时有建了一座清水地热发电厂，是现在的地热发电厂的算是前身。那当然到现在，我们有些新的技术进来，所以我们同步又开始近期一些新的探勘，还有新的建制电厂的工作，也会向各位报告我们未来的计划。首先，我们来介绍一下我们公司，在过去呢，在1964年的时候，其实就已经有加入这整个地热探勘的工作。那当时呢，首先是在大屯山的地区进行地热探勘。那我们在大屯山呢，我们有钻了4口井。可是就像我们前面许多讲者所提到的，在大屯山确实有个很严重的问题，就是我们钻的井大部分都有非常酸的水，所以它会侵蚀我们的管线，也会侵蚀我们的地表设施。所以当时的前人就是在这边做完这个探勘研究之后，钻了4口井，发现要盖地热发电厂似乎有一些初步的困难，所以就我们转进到变质岩的地区。之前这边是火成岩，我们现在转进到变质岩的地区。从1976年到1993年，我们在全台湾的变质岩的地区，我们钻了30口井。那这些资料呢，还有过去大屯山的资料，还有我们后来我们在近几年我们新钻的井的资料，都已经有公开到网络上面，供各位地热先进都可以参考。那在当时呢，这30口井里面，在清水的10多口井是产能最好的，所以在清水就盖了一个3 MW 的地热电厂。OK。那至于其他的井的话，我们就本着我们国营事业的一个责任，就是在钻完之后，如果没有利用，我们就会把它捐赠给地方政府。目前大部分都是使用在观光的用途上。那在2002年之后，我们公司就开始重启了地热探勘，还有地热发电厂建制的作业。那这是为什么呢？最主要也就是因为过去我们这个我们在清水这边的发电厂有遇到一些问题，但是随着科技的进步，这些问题似乎可以被解决，所以我们也重新开始投入。那在整个台湾的话，最主要我们关公司过去所打的井的分布的位置，都是在大屯山，然后宜兰平原、芦山、瑞穗，然后在延平乡、知本还有金轮。在早期的时候，其实我们在进行大屯山的探勘之前，也是有请意大利的专家帮我们分析大屯山这里可能的地热潜能区。大家可以看到，它最主要被圈出来的区域都在金山断层到坎角断层之间，其实跟我们现在所 focus 在区域是一样的。那在这些同样的前人的基础之下，那我们要如何能够让这个地热发电能够再前进呢？那当然最重要就是探到地下有热水，但是也要盖个电厂，它才能发出电来。那在1972年到1975年的时候呢，我们公司投入许多的探勘，然后在1977年的时候盖了第一座示范的发电厂，是1.5 MW。在1981年的时候呢，这年好像是我出生那年，1981年的时候就盖了一个单闪发的一个发电厂。大家可以注意，就是当时它所使用的发电机的技术，不像我们现在刚刚前面几位先进他们所讲的，可以用 ORC， 可以用 binary 这样的方式来发电，所以他们以前只能够取蒸汽的部分来做发电，很可惜的热水就大部分都是浪费掉，所以并没有将当时的发电的潜能完全的就是把它展现出来。那也是因为许多的原因，所以清水地热发电厂在1993年就是过去老的清水地热发电厂，在1993年它就关闭了。那这些井呢，还有当地的这些井物，后来就是捐赠给宜兰县政府。那当然就是因为随着科技，我刚刚所提的科技的进步，我们在地表的不管在生产水，还有回注水，还有发电机组的选择上面又更进步了。好，所以我们统合一下，就是过去的成功，就是过去我们所发现的一些东西。虽然说清水地热发电厂到现在就是过去老的那块，它并没有持续的运转下来。它是有些失败的经验，但是我们确实知道，以地下的资源来讲，它是具有探勘的潜能。好，所以在2002年之后，我们重启了探勘。我们在钻井之前，也是要先从探勘开始起始，所以也有一些新的就是专家有在进行新的研究。那最主要呢，就是我们可以有一些就是用化学的方式可以了解我们的地热流体它潜能区在哪边。最主要的就是大屯山，然后宜兰平原，还有仁泽土场。还有就是在我们花东瑞穗到台东延平知本等等一带，可以分为3个主要的地质的分区。第一个就是大屯山，第二个宜兰平原，他们这边有个特色，它是一个张裂的盆地。那张裂盆地，我相信各位可能不是每位都是念地球科学的，可以想象 我们地球呢就有好几层，那在地核就是那个 core， 还有在地函 mantle， 它是很热的。那我们地壳是很冷的。如果我们要取热的话呢，它的地函就是地壳越来越薄，它的地函就会越接近我们地表，我们就会越容易取热。所以在宜兰平原这边，也是我们刚刚看到不管是地质调查所或者是工研院等等，他们过去的研究里面，地下的潜能计算上来最多的都是在宜兰平原这里。好，那当然就是这边的话是所谓的这个造山带碰撞造山带，那就是在撞击之后，就是快速的把地下的岩体把它抬升，所以它的余温呢跟余热呢就还会存在，那我们就可以取这个热来发电。那我们中油公司呢，就是在经过许多探勘之后，然后也就是投入了，就是在2018年呢，就是加入了地热国家队。正因为刚刚所提到了，我们认为在宜兰平原那边是最富有在宜兰那边是最富有潜力的，所以我们就先从仁者土场开始投入。那我们呢，就是利用我们中油公司的专业，我们就转型不转行。好，所以我们以前在油气的专业，就是要先探勘，再钻井，再生产。那我们在地热这边也是一样的 pattern。那我们首先就是有帮就是国科会的计划，在红柴林有钻井。那钻井的任务算是完美达成。同时间呢，我们自己投入仁泽跟土场的探勘研究。我们先从最主要一个大的地质模型，我们来寻找，如果我们想要就是地函离我们地表更近，它的地壳是有减薄的话，寻找这种有正断层的系统会是比较好的。那大家可以看到，就是下面我们这张图呢，蓝色的地方就代表现身地表的应变，它是比较偏张开来的环境；红色呢是比较偏就是挤压的环境。然后再配合地调所上午所秀的那个主要的我们的热的好景区，其实可以发现蓝色的跟我们的地热的好景区比较接近，很合理，就是因为它张烈的环境比较容易让就是地函离我们地表比较接近。究竟多接近呢？这个还需要更多的研究。但是我们就用这个 pattern， 用这个比较大尺度的 pattern 去进行研究，相信是没有问题。好，那我们在土场也因为前人已经有钻过井，然后我们也继续钻井，借由我们新钻井，然后可以新得到的资料，我们去分析水体。我们也借由就是我们井下的资料，我们去分析它的岩性。那在变质岩区，大部分都是板岩或者是变质砂岩，它本身是没有孔隙度的。OK， 所以如果我们想要取热水来发电的话，在这个岩体里面你是很难取到水，所以要靠什么？我们要靠断层还有裂隙。所以同时间呢，我们也去做了所谓的 FNI 的就是井下的测试，这样我们就会知道它的断层跟裂隙的密度是多少，还有它的方向为何。这样可以帮助什么呢？帮助我们去知道说，我们不是只要找那一层而已，我们是要找这个断层要怎么走，这样我们就可以把它的热最主要的通道去找到它，并且把热水取出来。那目前我们在仁泽还有土场，我们已经钻了已经钻了7口井，不好意思，有仁泽3号、仁泽4号、土场14到土场18号。那基本上可以看到，我们就是在打完井之后取到井口，就是井口的温度哦，可以到141度到142度，所以温度都是很不错的。以地热发电来讲是没有问题，那产能的话也是很好。那我们就是利用这一些我们在井下过去我们石油公司所有的一些技术，把它引进，然后再综合我们新钻的井的资料，我们就可以建立一个新的一个剖面。所以我们也算是有挑战。我们前人其实在这个地方也就画过剖面图，但是我们借由我们新的资料，我们再去修正，我们也是很诚实的面对说，有些事情我们是不确定。修正完了剖面，代表说我们可以追到那个断层，追到那个热水通道。目前的成果，基本上我认为我们算是温度上，我们算是蛮成功的。当然，我们不会只做一个2维的一个剖面，我们还要做3维。好，所以呢，我们也会有跟许多单位合作，然后像这边的话，我们是跟 Geothermal 合作，对，OK， 然后我们也会做微震的监测，然后在3维的这个软体里面，我们就把我们的模型建进去，有温度的资料，有地质的资料，有断层的资料。然后同时间微测监测也显示，在我们钻井还有试生产的过程里面，它的背景值都没有改变，所以我们并没有造成新的断层新的地震。然后我们继续的扩展我们的研究区域，我们也到花莲瑞穗去做地表的地质调查，好，取得一些比较重要的资料，作为我们未来探勘的方向。好，虽然说宜兰土场是具有比较多的潜能，但是除了这边之外呢，我们也没有放弃大屯山。 刚刚所提到大屯山是高酸性的水质，那我们也试着尝试，能不能在这个大屯山的区域里面，能不能找到有一些是水是比较中性的呢 ？OK， 那在我们的研究里面，我们认为是有机会的。OK， 那如果还遇到酸性的水要怎么办？那就要靠管材了。好，除了大屯山之外呢，我们对于所谓的深层地热，也就是刚刚许多先进前辈所提到的非传统型的地热，那我们也是进行研究。那这个我们一起合作的单位是中研院，那我们正在宜兰平原，那我们尝试的就是能够了解这是地下的不管是天然生成的地震，能够告诉我们一些资料。我们自己也在宜兰平原去做震荡震源，那我们自己去乍测，然后我们会获得这个资料。但这个只是单张的图，还没有出现剖面图。这样就是下一张我们就会出现。那同时呢，我们也就是利用了就是有其他单位所做的 NT 的资料，综合这些许多的资料，我们来判断说，在宜兰平原，我们如果要去找生成这种非传统型的地热，我们要去哪边找比较好？好，这个就是刚刚所提到，就是如果我们要在大屯山再继续探勘，然后可以获得好的开发跟生产的话，这种可以耐酸蚀的管材是不可少。我们同时，我们公司的研究所的单位也有就是在研发以及在引进相关的技术。那我觉得我从今天早上听到现在，我最大的感想就是，地热这个任务要完成，真的是不能孤军奋斗，真的是要在场所有人，我们大家一起来完成这个重大的任务。所以我们公司也是知道，也是很诚实的面对自己，我们不是每一项都强，所以我们要跟强合作。那刚刚我所提到的，我们有跟中研院有签署这个 NOU， 我们也有跟 Sunbudget 也有签署 NOU， 然后也有跟台泥公司，然后也有跟 Baslo 公司，黄董是在座下嘛。那我们这是要尽量的寻求各方面的具有这个长才的公司，能够给我们在我们不足的地方，可以给我们指导，可以让我们合作，让这个地热发电的速度可以加快。未来呢？未来我们想要做什么呢？我们是希望说，我们自己公司也要开始引进这个 NT 的设备。我们自己开始，以前我们石油公司的话，通常只会去做震荡震源，只会去做震波测看。现在这个大地电池的 NT 的，我们也会开始做。那当然还有其他的，像我们既有的震荡震源的，我们也去改善我们的设备。在震测完之后呢，这一条就是应该算最新的，最新我们宜兰平原炸出来的剖面。其实我认为解析度是有比之前好很多。而且可以看到最主要的，我们假设这个是西北东南好了，可以看到这是最主要的，就是强反射以下其实还是有讯号 ，OK， 就在沉积层以下其实还是有讯号的，所以我们就用这个方法，我们可以更方便应该说更加速我们正确的去解析，就是我们认为有高潜能的宜兰平原它下面的地体构造，如果它下面都是变质岩、可能板岩或是变质砂岩，那这样子它的通道也会一样，就是由断层或是 fracture 或是裂隙。就是来传递，所以我们去找它主要的断层，然后再去分析它的再去尝试分析它的裂隙，对我们再去更精进我们的钻探的设计会有很大的帮助。那同时间，我们对AGS 还有 EGS， 也就是先进型地热跟生成跟那个激励型的地热，我们也有做很多，我们有做一些 survey， 然后我们也是需要就是跟很多先进今天上午跟下午许多先进的专家就是一起合作。那我们是希望在钻井的部分呢，我们是要引进可以在井下它就可以非常有效导向的设备，那也要就是选择比较好的砖头，像这个就是 Black Hughes 2002年，然后就砖头要够硬才可以。像我们在宜兰平原，我们打到4人砂岩的时候，以往我们在油气井打的砖头在里面全部都磨光，就是很难想象它居然是这么的硬，所以确实我们要选择就是更适合的砖头来钻井它。那 EGS 的话呢也是就是因为现在确实啦，就是不管是右边这张，我们刚刚就是 Greenfire 的前辈有帮我们介绍，或者是就是像美国现在 Forge 有很多在进行异列的方式，它确实有蛮多的技术是我们公司还不了解，所以这边也是我们要引进合作的对象。我们已经在规划就是相关的评估案，然后针对我们台湾的环境，我们用哪一个工法，它能够最有效的把我们的电能，把我们地下的地热还有电能去把它发挥出来。好，以上是我的报告，谢谢各位。
谢谢中油公司的代表。接下来我们欢迎台电公司代表刘嘉诚组长、刘嘉诚科长，谢谢。
大家好，各位午安，各位女士、各位先生、各位先进、各位代表，大家好，我是台电公司再生能源处刘嘉诚。那今天很感谢主办单位举办这么好的场地，来让我们来做一些分享。那我这边今天就是来跟各位来做仁泽地热电厂的一个介绍。那刚才我们中油公司的兄弟公司的这个伙伴也已经帮我们从这个地质跟地污探勘的角度来做了很多介绍。那这边的话，我们就接着就是从这个建厂的角度来进行说明。那今天的简报呢，我大概会从台电过去在地热电厂的参与，那接续进到仁泽案场的开发历程，还有现况，还有我们未来后续想要努力的方向。那其实台湾呢，在很早，在1970到1980年代呢，就参与地热的开发。那当时呢，今天早上那个 Green Fire Energy 的代表也有讲说，是在那个时期，各国都在做一些能源的开发。那主要就是因为石油危机，那所以我们国家在那个时候也是积极的寻求一些自主的再生能源，地热就是其中一个选项。所以说，台湾第一座的地热电厂就是在清水。那台电负责营运的工作，那营运结束之后呢，因为当时能源危机暂时获得一个解除，然后当时的国内整体的供电稳定，供电的结构算是稳定，所以说一些地热探勘的活动呢就暂时停歇下来。那一直到了2010年呢，我们政府就颁布了再生能源发展条例之后呢，我们再生能源的发展，不管是光电、风力或者是地热方面，又开始活络的展开来。那台电公司呢，也重新开始地热相关的一些探勘还有开发的活动。其中有包含后面我会简单介绍一些，像离岛、台东离岛的一个绿岛，还有今天主要的主题宜兰仁泽的部分。好，那刚才中油的杜组长其实也有稍微很快的说明说这个清水地热的由来。那我这边也稍微简单再说明一下，清水地热呢，其实在1977年的时候，最早在历经的工研院跟中油在那边钻了一些试验探勘井之后呢，那我们就利用这个井来做了最早期的有一个230 kW 的地热试验的机组，那随后有增加到1.5 mega， 那在那个时候成为世界上第11个成功进行地热发电的国家。那随后在1981年国科会主导，然后利用中油所钻的地热井，那台电负责营运，建置了一座3 megawatt 的电厂。那也诚如刚才大家所说的，当时呢，国内在对地热技术还没有很纯熟的掌握，所以说当时是规划了一个散发式的地热电厂。那发电后的尾水呢，并没有进行回注，所以说清水地热电厂在营运了12年之后，就因为产能很快速的下降，最后结束了营运。那直到2010年，宜兰县政府它重启了地热园区，以 ROT 案来进行招标。最后由宜源公司将整个厂区整复，重新建置了一座4.2 megawatt 的双循环地热电厂。那在2021年来商转，成为近年来第一座商转的地热电厂。那我们可以看到这个图，就是这个是过去的电厂，那这个是现在的电厂。事实上，它整个这个厂房的部分还是在同一个位置，然后机组的部分也是在同一个位置，它只是整个重新做了一个整复。那稍待的话，可能清水地热的这个同仁也会把这个故事再介绍得更完整。好，接着在2013年的时候呢，台电对全台过去的地热探勘资料做了一些重新的盘点。那我们经过了一些条件来筛选之后，包含潜能啊，包含这些可开发性啊、山坡地的坡度这些来进行筛选，最后选出了大屯山、台东金轮还有绿岛，来作为一个潜力开发的区域。那我们在考量提升离岛的自主能源，还有降低供电的成本的情况的考量之下，我们决定从绿岛的探勘先重新出发。那我们可以看到是说，在绿岛的东南侧呢，其实它是有一个这边是有一个朝日的温泉。那我们在初步选定的场址之后，在那边有进行了一些地质、地球物理还有地球化学的探勘。所以后续也专找了2口试验井来进行一些相关的产能测试。不过比较可惜的是，我们这2口试验井 它并不会自喷，然后温度也相对比较低，所以我们初步判断那边这2口井暂时没有商业开发的价值。那虽然说没有达到理想的目标，但是在那边从未有过这么深的井的探勘，所以说我们相信这些资料都可以为后续的地热开发提供一些更好的一些资讯，来供后续的开发。好，那地质的部分，前面地调所包含中油公司其实已经跟大家解释的非常详细，也非常专业。那这边部分的话，就是说，在宜兰的部分，我们在2019年呢，在宜兰的一些民意代表支持还有敦促之下呢，那我们经济部就责成台电跟中油公司共同开发宜兰的这个地热资源，那并希望可以发挥双方的专长。那由地热公司主要做探勘跟钻井，那台电公司来做建厂跟营运。所以说在这个部分呢，我们大概可以看到说，台湾的北部跟东部这边是拥有非常良好的地热资源。那仁泽及土场的地区，大家可以看到这张图，这是我们的仁泽区，这个是中油目前现在正在开发的土场区，它们主要是在2条溪流的中间，这边是土场溪，这边是天狗溪，它们都是南洋溪的一个分支，这个场域大概就是集中在这个部分。那以地质的这个角度来看，这边是属于一些轻度变质的砂岩跟硬页岩啊，然后经过一些地质调查呢，那边主要都是一些东北西南向的一些断层或者是线性构造，所以说刚才我们也有提到过很多先进有提到说这个部分的话，主要不是火山型的地热，它大概都是由裂隙地热水由裂隙移吸到浅部。那在过去的时候，工研院跟中油也在这边有钻了一些探勘井。好，在1970到80年代做的这个探勘井呢，然后其中呢，工研院它所钻凿的一些这一口 IT11号井，它的产能相对比较好，所以当时也进行了一系列地热测试，然后也在那边安装了国内第一座双循环 ORC 的地热试验电厂。那后续因为任务结束，而且那个地方是属于深山，当地也没有特殊的比较大量的供电需求，所以就把计划结束掉。那现阶段由中油公司在那边进行一个新的开发案场。那我们可以看到右边这一块呢，中油在土场仁泽这边有钻了2口井，仁泽1号井跟2号井，在这个资料上显示也是相当具有发电的潜能。所以仁泽1、2号井当时主要是着重在探勘，那当时一样就是说山区里面其实没有特殊的供电需求，所以这2口井仁泽1、2号井并没有后续开发成地热发电厂。那地热井的部分就交给当地的地主，就是林务局来做管理的使用。那后续林务局配合森林游乐区的开发，就把仁泽1号井呢交给这个温泉娱乐区来使用。在2019年，我们重启的这个阶段的时候，我们中油公司也有协同当地的一些代表到现地去做勘察跟评估，就认为说，这2口井因为年代已经很久远，那这个井头已经有一点失修的状况，所以说建议是钻凿新的井来供应地热发电来使用。所以说我们就在适合恰当的地方，然后新钻凿了仁泽3、4号井。那也因为过去2号井有不错的产能，所以说4号井主要就是有 follow 这个2号井的方向来朝北的方向来做一个定向的钻井。好，这边是2口井仁泽3、4号井的一些产能测试的结果。那仁泽4号井它的产能比较好，主要是因为流量比较高，所以说后续我们在做这个地热发电的规划的时候，以仁泽4号井来做主要的生产井。我们这边可以看一下仁泽地热区整个的环境条件，它其实主要有林务局在这边经营的一个仁泽地热园区。那主要的功能，它现在是游乐使用，可以 泡汤跟煮蛋。那所利用的热水主要是从仁泽1号井跟2号井，仁泽1号井是在这个地方，2号井是在这个地方。那我们的仁泽3、4号井就是在同一个井坪上面来做钻凿。那也要跟大家报告一下说，为什么这个场域这么大？为什么只能选在这个地方？因为其实这个地方的地形地势算是相当崎岖。那这附近的话，主要又是娱乐区在使用，所以说呢，剩下的比较隐蔽的地方就是属于这个地方。那我们在这个地方继续钻凿新的地热井。那未来我们接下来规划电厂也是在这个一个小平台上面来做规划。那这边是跟大家介绍一下我们整个开发的历程啊。虽然说我们这个地热电厂的规模不大，但是其中也所需要跑的申请或许可的行政程序也少不了。其中主要有包含一些原住民的咨商沟通、电业的筹设程序、水保的计划、用地的变更、建筑执照的申请等等。所以说，从2019年中油完井之后，历经了3年多，才到目前现在的建厂的阶段。好，以下就是我们整个厂区的配置哈。那我们整个厂区其实也是采用双循环 ORC 的系统。那今天刚才 OMAD 那个代表他的那个动画跟短片其实介绍的非常清楚，这个 ORC 它是怎么工作的。那主要这边简单介绍就是说，我们仁泽3、4号井的井头，那主要由4号井生产热水到热交换区之后，然后地热水经过热交换就从3号井回注。那这个工作流体的部分呢，就热交换之后，然后到这边的气冷式的系统，然后经过一个冷却以后，再进行再次的循环，在这边进行工作。那我们这个电力的部分呢，就由这个发电机组的部分，透过这个电源线，然后到我们就近台电公司这边11.4千伏的这个电压等级的馈线，直接输送就近给当地的需求端去使用。好，这边目前是我们整个建厂的进度了。那目前其实相关的一些土建的基础是已经完成了，然后最主要的是这边气冷系统也已经完成了。那机组的部分呢，我们在上个礼拜也在工厂里面它也建制完成，然后我们已经进行一个场验的工作。好，那刚才报告了，除了宜兰之外呢，其实大屯山周边还有台湾的北海岸，其实也都有一些丰富的地热资源。所以我们近期也做了一些比较广域的地球物理的探勘啊，那利用这个高密度的地震仪来反推地下的速度构造，然后我们也跟国内的一些研究来做比对。那我们初步判示起来，北海岸这个地方，6个行政区里面，我们初步判示金山跟万里区应该是接下去相对比较有潜力的地方。我们也会接下去可能也会做一些比较细部厂址规模的一些探勘。好，那以下我做一个简单的结论哈。仁泽第2电厂将会在今年做商转。那台电公司也会借由了这个开发案，我们也累积了一些开发的经验，让我们很有信心在未来的推动工作上面。我们也欢迎未来期待与大家的合作。那另外第2点就是说，台电公司是综合电业，我们除了积极开发各种能源之外，来调整这个能源结构的配比之外呢，我们其实也有义务来做再生能源的并网的义务。那我们也会持续精进各种的并网的措施及方案，然后来提供一个友善的并网环境，让所有的地热开发商都能够顺利的送电。好，那以上是我的报告，谢谢大家。
谢谢台电公司的代表。接下来我们要欢迎清水地热电厂吴成颖吴经理上台为我们分享，谢谢。
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I am the Sector Chief of Qinshui Geothermal Power Plant. My name is Lander Wu. It's really honored today to make the briefing of our power plant. Yeah. In this title, we'll introduce the whole structure of the Qinshui geothermal power project and some achievement of the first year. Okay, this is a whole line. And the first is the history of Taiwan geothermal energy, but I think that some speakers already mentioned it before, so we will do a quick glance. And the second, we will introduce the Qinshui geothermal power project, the structure, and the executive team, and the overview. And the fourth and the fifth, I will introduce our plant, equipment, and the achievement of first year. Okay, this is the history. We all know that in Taiwan, the most heat place is in Datun area, but Qinshui area is the second one. It also it has lesser temperature and lesser pressure, but it is the advantage of the Qinshui is that water is not so acidic and the traffic is convenience. So the Qinshui area will be the first place in the Taiwan geothermal geothermal development. Okay. Next, in this year, the CVC drill first produced well, IC4. It get a very good result. At a high temperature and a high pressure and a high water flow. They run experimental generator about 1.5 million watts and get a very good result. So the government decided to build a power plant in the Qinshui. So the 3 megawatt was established. And this power plant will run and operate by Thai Power Company. But about 20 years operating, some problem happened. The scaling caused the great damage, and the efficiency declined very serious. So the power plant is closed, and our the geothermal energy in Taiwan stopped at that time. That's a pity. But we all know the energy, the heat in the ground is never fade. So the government want to restart the project in the Qinshui geothermal area. Okay, and the land, the wells, and the equipment all transferred to the local government, so-called the Yilan County government. And they do so many feasibility evaluation. So they announced this Qinshui geothermal project with a so-called PPP structure. PPP means the private, public, and the partnership. In Chinese, it's 促参案. So the BOT and ROT structure, and our team wins the award, wins the project. And our team is grouped by Taiwan Kojin and Jieyuan Technology Company. And we released a new company named Yiyuan, Yiyuan Company to run the whole project and sign the contract with the Yilan County government. And after signing the contract, we do so many application, permission, and progress. Continuously, we got so many permits, and finally, in 2021, October, we got the electricity enterprise license. The Qinshui Geothermal Corporation is online. Okay, it's a executive team. The party A is Yilan County government. Party B is us, the Yiyuan company, and in the company is called so-called CGPC, the Qinshui Geothermal Power Corporation. Yeah. The cooperative alliances Taiwan co-joined with Jieyuan Technology. Okay, these two groups make some introduce. The Taiwan co-joined group, they owns very many private power plant. Also do the power plant EPC and O&M and the engineering and also green energy development. Another group, the Fabulous Group. Jieyuan Technology belong to Fabulous Group, but the Fabulous Group is originally a construction group, but they are recently years they are really ambitious toward the geothermal development, and they got the Datun Mountain, the geothermal project, and they will enforce it in the next stage. Okay, let's go to the Qinshui project. The first is the location. In northern Taiwan, the Qinshui is located in the middle center of Yilan County. It's enlarged. The whole area is long shape, and the whole area is about 13 hectares. But we didn't use so much. Oh, okay. The power plant only used 7.8 hectares because there is two parts. The southern part is only for the power plant, but the northern part is a recreation area. It's run by Yilan County government. Oh, okay. So we installed the capacity of 4.2 megawatt in here, the center of the power plant area. And we do so many work continuously, just like the list left side. So water conservation, wells workover, etc. And finally, after this generation, we have to build another geothermal education center in the center of the recreation area. For further educational purpose. Okay, now, what well we use? We use so many wells. The first, we have so many old well drilled by CPC, yeah, and we got it and recovered it. But although we can. Of course, we cannot recover it 100%. This 5 well is very deep, at least 2,000 meters. The maximum is 3,000, but also very old. Their age is at least 30 years. So we can got the heat source from this 5. It's not much, not much. So we have to get some other heat source from the north area, mainly the brine water, But the important is in the northern area we have some reinjection well. So our reinjection well is located in this location. So we have to build a very long tubing system to send the brine water after use to the north area and the reinjection into the ground. Yes, this is our generator. Our generator is produced by the OMA. that's really stable and efficient and easy to maintain the machine. It's very good. And the generative system is ORC, organic Rankine cycle. And we designed the temperature is 158 degrees Celsius. And with the ambient temperature is 22 degrees Celsius, ambient pressure 1 atm. Okay, this is an overview of our power plant. The bright water and the vapor collect from every well in the tube system. They contain the brine water and the vapor, and the inside is very chaotic situation. So the first stage into the system, we have to separate them. So the first stage is the separator, and the second, the preheater and the evaporator. Sorry, evaporator. We will settle the so-called working fluid into in the preheater and wait here for heat exchange. Therefore, the brine water will send into the preheater to make exchange, make heat exchange with the working fluid. Next stage, working fluid will send to the next stage, evaporator. Now, the working fluid had high temperature, and the vapor will flush in this stage, and the working fluid will turn into the working vapor. And with high temperature, with high pressure, and the flush our turbine. And electricity, this is how the electricity produced. And the next, the working fluid will consume the energy and will collect into the recuperator and send to the air cooling condenser. The working fluid will turn back into the liquid phase and send back to the preheater. That's an easy explanation of our mechanism. Okay, now go to the last one. What is our achievement? I have to honestly say, we did not run the generator with full efficiency. We only run about 70 efficiency. So in this 1 year, we only produce the power is the 19.5 million kilowatt per hour. And in this 1 year, the maximum output only 3.4 megawatt. But the availability is over than 95%. It's a very good performance. It's almost the whole year is running. And above all, we calculated the final capacity factor is about 61%. 这是容量因数大概61%。Okay, we can see the generation curve. The black line is our gross power in 1 week. So we can see it's almost very stable. So it's a very good base load green energy. Okay, so why we cannot run in the full efficiency? No, we have to announce this this achievement. So let you know. Our design condition is 158, and we want the inlet pressure is 5 bar, and the brine water, the vapor, is that situation. But after the combine every well together, and after some smoothly and balanced producing, we will get the average condition just like this one. Only temperature is a little bit not enough, and the pressure also. But the brine water we can get more. The vapor is not just like we estimated. So in this situation, we only can run with averagely 3 megawatt. Oh, I know it's a problem. We also want maybe some your experts can give us some suggestion to solve this question. Oh, but the question is not only we cannot go for wrong, and also the scaling. Scaling we can the first year running, we already can see the scaling. We do some physical scale to remove it, but if the experts can suggest any more efficiency skills, we are really welcome. Okay, in the next year, in the future, we have so many work to do and so many problems to solve. Okay, thank you. It's my presentation.
谢谢清水地热公司。那我们接下来要欢迎的是全阳公司黄俊斌黄协理，谢谢。
各位好，我是那个全阳地热公司的那个开发部经理黄俊斌。那今天由我来跟各位介绍我们在金轮的这个地热电厂。我们是那个李长龙集团从太阳能跨足地热能。我们在2010年左右就开始做这个太阳能的建制，那到目前为止已经做了200 megawatt 以上。然后在2016年呢，我们不好意思，第一次有点紧张。谢谢。好，我们在2016年呢，这个参加了这个清水地热标案。好，那当然大家知道结果就是捷源公司得走了，所以我们就转了目标到这个金轮找机会。那我们在这个 project 里面，我们有很多的伙伴哈。那全力能源公司，它就是李长龙集团的这个太阳能部门。那我们还有安保国际实业、宏基工程，还有一应股份有限公司，还有个人股东这个陈希胜。那当然工研院从头到尾都是我们非常这个专业的，就是说非常热切参与的这个伙伴。各位可以看到，就是说，在我们2016年，就是这个清水地热没有得标之后呢，我们就开始做这个金轮地热发电可行性分析。然后在2017年，我们就设立了全阳地热公司。在2017年10月，我们就开始做这个开发申请的程序。那但是这里面有很意外的，就是说我们本来希望很快的可以做起来，但是到最后是2022年1月才开始并联啊。那这个从当时到现在已经营运了差不多1年。各位可以看到，我们现在人在这里啊，那电厂位置在这里，这是一个很尴尬的地方，不管这样绕还是这样绕，都要6个小时啊。这是我们在台东地热这个发展上一个比较劣势的部分哈，因为其实真的蛮偏远的。那当时敢这样子下去做这个开发哈，因为我们是第一个民营公司，就是从这个专心井开始做的。啊，那我们当然也看了很多的探勘资料哈，那这里面也 在场郭泰龙博士，他有帮我们整理金轮这边很多的资料。好，大家可以看啊，这个地方好，从当时的中油，它钻了3口井，啊，这个都是很深的井。然后后面的 E3 好工研院，他们也钻了9口井。所以其实在这个区域是有蛮充分的资料哈。更重要的是，可以看到这个温度曲线，大部分在500-600公尺以后，温度都在130以上，很多甚至可以到150。啊，所以等于是这整个区域来讲，它是一个还蛮有热源的一个征兆的一个地区啊。所以当时工研院跟我们讲，就是说，钻井成功率大概80%啊，就是随便钻都可以啊，随便钻都可以。那这个我们的地热资源探勘网里面有这个资料哈。大家看到 CY02 就是我们的2号井，好，那大概是在这个低温低度的这个地方，啊，所以其实在金轮来说，我们算是已经在热源的边缘了。那不过很幸运，就是我们2号井的结果是还不错的。这是我们电厂的那个 layout 哈，那大家可以看到这个回注井在这里，增产井在这里，这是办公室，这是 cooling tower， 这是发电机室，并联点在这里。这个呢是我们的全台湾第一个 ESP 的变频柜。啊，那一般来说我们都是希望我们的电厂跟生产井比较近。那为什么会这样反过来？那这是有一个故事的哈。我们当时第1口井的时候，大家不太确定啊，所以就是这个不太敢一下子钻太深，所以第1口井设定是600公尺。哦，因为我们刚刚看到那个低温梯度，大概600公尺以后应该都有150度。可是呢，这时候我们钻井的部分，我们就是说比较没有经验啊，所以这个第1口井钻出来的效果并不是很好。那后面我们的公司、我们的股东都非常的热切，想要把这个案子做成功，所以我们就再去做了2号井。这1口井我们不但是研究了很多的工法，那也把它加深了深度啊。所以这边600，我们这边钻到1000，那最后钻出来的结果是一个可以适合生产的一个温度跟水量。OK， 刚刚提到就是说我们在这个专案来说，从开始2017年3月，我们到10月，我们是在做这个租地的动作，到2022年1月才并联。这中间等于是台湾，就是我们第一个案子下去，很多东西是等于是摸着石头过河了哈，就是边走边学。那一开始政府单位也不清楚，所以我们在那个行政程序申请上面其实花了很多时间啊，尤其这个土地容许使用，当时花了1年4个月。啊，那撇开申请程序来看，其实我们的地热井工程也是很久。啊，第1口井从6月开工，一直钻到9月2019年3月，隔年的3月才完成。所以这里面是在9个月，事实上就是600米的井花了9个月。这个如果是中油来的话，可能1个月就搞定了。啊，那2号井一样，2号井是7月到4月哈，这个1000公尺的井也是花很久的时间。然后因为我们一开始不太敢花那么多钱找中油这样专业的公司，所以我们找了民间这个懂得处理高温地热温泉井的厂商来做，然后他们也有很多要学，所以事实上是花了蛮长的时间了。是说还好，就是2号井的时候，我们拿1号井的经验来改进，所以2号井到最后产出来的那个数字是不错的。那大家可以看到，就是说，在我们这个电厂设计施工这部分，其实这个虽然2019年2月开始，但是事实上这很多是土建。我们从这个发电机到现场，一直到装完 开始试产的时候，那是差不多6月到年底的时候，我们这个发电厂就几乎就是完工。所以在地面的工程来说，其实花很少的时间，所以大部分就是申请，然后我们地热井也比预期的时间长。大家可以看到，这是我们钻井的机器这个是我们台湾比较有处理高温泉井经验的公司那这个机器跟中油跟国外的专业厂商当然是没办法。那最重要的是产能测试这边是工研院的团队帮我们做的产能测试。那如刚刚我所提到1号井的产测的数字其实不是很好，我回忆那时候自涌量应该是只有到15吨左右，15 TPH。那我们后来2号井做了一些改善以后，2号井在初步产测的时候，一开始因为我们用那个泥浆压井，所以一开始不太会自涌，所以我们一开始的产测都是 airlifting， 就是我们空压机打空气下去，把水挤上来。那光这个做法，当时就有100 pph 的一个水量，那温度是超过145度。那刚刚跟各位提到，就是说我们有装那个 ESP， 那后面的产能，如果我们开到更大的时候，事实上是有机会开到160 pph。那这个是我们一些建制的过程的一个照片那这是我们电厂完工的一个现况。大家可以看到，就是如同刚才清水地热这位伙伴说的，地热真的是一个很稳定的一个发电，这个曲线是1小时非常稳定的、平稳的一个那当然，我们现在第一厂之前有一些自耗电的事情，所以目前我们净发电量是还没有很高，大概360到400K 左右。那但是我们事实上一厂的1期的发电机组是比这个2号井的产能是还要小的，所以我们后面还会试着再把它扩大，把这个再装一些发电机组，把这个井的产能把它这个提升上去。好，那全洋地热这个金轮电厂，这个是我们理长集团一个 ESG 的一环那我们在开发这个电厂的过程当中，我们也做了很多的，就是说跟村里的一个交往包括像开说明会跟这个村民们介绍，我们这个地热的发电是一个相当环保的一个发电方式，也不会造成当地的太多的困扰。那这边是也得到很多单位学术，包括地热协会这个守成秘书长，还有大家可以看到这个纽西兰商工办事处带着纽西兰的这个，这位今天不知道是不是在就是带着纽西兰的这些先进们来帮我们跟地方说明，这个地热发电其实是一个很友善环境的一个发电方式。那当然我们自己也会跟这个，因为我们这个地方是在原住民这个地区所以我们对于原住民朋友们，我们是非常密切的在沟通。那原住民这个领袖包括这个萨基努牧师，他也带着这个排湾族的这个领袖们来参观我们的这个电厂。那所以 ESG 就是要 sustain eternally， 所以我们就是要做 lifelong friend with the villagers， 就是要跟村民们做永久的朋友。那这里面，我们台湾目前在开发地热方面还有一些要进步的地方大家一起加油的地方。 那像这部分，虽然我们在金轮这边是相对是很充分的资料了哈，但是事实上我们一直很好奇，在往上游3公里的鲁拉克斯有没有地热资源？我们有没有机会把我们的这个 site 一直往上游扩展上去？啊，那这部分是资料还不够的。啊，那所以目前当然能源局也很努力的在追上这一部分。那再来就是说，过去的经验，我们就是申请的程序跟钻井的工程花很久的时间。那未来我们有没有办法把这些东西时间缩短？因为你如果开发的时间一长的话，我们前期的那个开发成本其实是负担很重的。那对于专案的进展都是很大的困难。那再来就是土地的取得啊，其实公有地、私有地的取得都是很多的困扰哈。那之前我们在公家部门的会议里面，我们都做一些建议，就是说，看能不能开放一个专区，让这些厂商由政府来处理这边馈线、土地之类的事情。那厂商很简单，只要进来钻井，然后装这个发电机就好了。那最糟糕的这一点就是馈线不足。那因为地热是一个前期投注资金要很大的一个产业，你如果馈线不足，一个厂商你没有办法做到3个 megawatt、5个 megawatt， 你很难去获利。哦，那你你只要开一拖长时间的话，你这个厂商就比较越来越没能力去做扩展，所以馈线的部分真的是要赶快，因为我们每个厂商我们都算过那个猜测，就是规模扩大以后我们就会获利，可是以现在的馈线规模真的是很好，那这是台湾目前比较难做的地方，好，那大家产业大家要一起来合作克服，好，那能源局它已经成立地热单一窗口了啊。那我们看到政府对地热这一块是非常积极啊。那我们也希望我们的在金轮这一小步也能够帮助这个产业，这个往这个地热发电扩大规模的一个方向去前进。那以上，
非常谢谢全阳公司的分享。那我们接下来是午茶休息时间。
We will now have an afternoon tea break.
大会在会议场外准备的点心跟茶水供各位贵宾享用。我们有休息时间到3点55分，请各位在3点55分准时回到现场。接下来是能源局局长主持的综合语谈。那我们接下来下午有一个商谈的时间，这个商谈时间呢，有需要做商谈的台湾的厂商可以到外面的柜台做登记，然后我们接下来会做在综合讨论之后会做商谈的时间，谢谢。我们在外面还有我们的纪念品，我们大会的纪念品，非常欢迎大家到门口去索取我们的一个有台湾地热潜能分部的纪念品以及会议手册，谢谢。
Light refreshments will be served in the foyer outside the auditorium. The conference will resume at 3:55 p.m. and there will be a discussion hosted by the Director General of the Bureau of Energy. If you would like to participate in the face-to-face discussion later, please remember to go to the registration area to register. Also, there are souvenirs for the conference outside at the entrance area. If you would like one, please go ahead and pick up the souvenirs. Thank you.
待会4:40有个商谈区，我们商谈的时间会在外面，引导到各位到外面去做商谈。然后，请需要做商谈的朋友可以到我们前方的那个做登记。
好，会议即将在2分钟后开始，请各位嘉宾开始回到座位上，谢谢。The conference will resume in 2 minutes. Please return to your seats. Thank you.
接下来是我们的综合语谈，那我们请我们语谈的嘉宾现在可以先上台预备，谢谢。知道自己谈，但是
下列各位，然后先讲。
对，先讲这边。
我要先讲
吴局长已经 Q 到了，对，在这边就好。
We would like to invite the following guests to the stage. Glenn Gola from Green Fire, Rami Shavit from Ormat, Lukac Soto from Steam, Ann Robertson Tate from Geothermex, Dr. Lawrence Hutchings from LBNL, Tamaz Trevko from Neighbors, Ben Huang from Baseload Power Taiwan, Fan Zhenghui from CPC Corporation, and Xu Zaohua from Taipower.
Yeah, you need translator. Rami, hold on. Thomas. 对，那你先讲。
We would like to invite our speakers on the stage to also bring your translation receiver so that you can hear the English translation of the questions. Thank you.
台电那边是。
Hi. It's gonna be me, not Tamas.
Okay.
For these neighbors.
Yeah. The neighbors representative. Yeah. Thank you. 我是 Jose。对，他就是当 neighbors 的代表。对，他不是，他是另外，他是 Jose。旁边还有个位置。 对，因为这个是 neighbors， 然后刚出去的那个应该是 Rami， 刚刚那个是 Rami， 对，刚刚那一位是 Rami， 他来，他在这边。 接下来45分钟是综合语谈，由能源局邮政委局长与各国地热专家一起在台上语谈，由邮局长主持语谈交流，主题是加速台湾未来先进地热开发。语谈的结论将作为我国绿能政策的参考。
In the next 45 minutes, there will be a discussion among Taiwanese and international geothermal experts. We would like to invite Director General of the Bureau of Energy, Dr. You Zhengwei, and our international geothermal experts to the stage. Director You will host this discussion titled Future Development of Taiwan Geothermal Energy. This discussion will serve as a reference for Taiwan's green energy policy making.
我们在台上的有 Greenfire 的代表，有 OMAT 的代表，还有意大利厂商 Steam 的代表，还有 Geothermax 的代表，以及 LBNL 的代表，还有 Neighbors 的代表，还有 Baseload Power Taiwan 的代表，以及中油的范正辉副执行长及台电公司的蔡英胜处长。接下来我们把主持交给邮局长，请大家掌声，谢谢。
好，谢谢大家。那我们曾次长还有在座的各位关心我们地热发展的好伙伴，以及国外来的所有的我们的厂商代表、先进，大家午安。那我想经过我们今天一整天这样的一个讨论，那包括我们台湾发展地热的相关的政策，以及我们听了这么多的一个专题演讲之后，从整个地热的总体规划。 以及所有的这一些，包括探勘、钻探、营运的技术等等这一些，我想大家对整个地热应该都有更进一步的了解。那我想接下来的这个阶段，我们大家在做一些针对未来，台湾要继续发展地热的时候，有一些关键课题，我们可能需要进一步的来做讨论。那我想我们把它分成几个部分呢，来做大家来讨论。那首先我想就国内的观点来看，那我们现在 两个国营事业其实在经济部赋予他们相当重要的这样的一个角色。那我想这个我们台电跟中油经过这样一天的聆听之后，那从你们的观点来看，我们未来台湾的厂商如果要进一步的来跟国外来做合作，那我们觉得哪个部分呢，应该有来跟他们做进一步的交流合作，来让我们台湾的这一个地热发展能够取得更快的一些进展。这部分我们是不是先来请教我们台电的蔡处长？
市长、各位来宾，大家好哈。我想台电也是一个公司哈，虽然是国营事业，是一个国家的一个单位，但是我想我们也是一个公司，所以我们在以公司 business 的角度来讲，我想是可以在地热这边有跟大家有很好的合作发展。哦，那这个合作的发展包含各种面向。那因为台电本身是台湾的一个最大的一个综合电业。所以我们其实在整个能源的开发的种类里面非常的多。那在地热的这一块，我想我们其实如同我们刚刚同仁有跟大家做过报告的是，早期我们其实在清水地热那边已经有相关的一个经验。那现在目前我们也的确就在我们的仁泽地热这边做一个开发。那这个开发的量体呢，的确。如同我们今天整场大家分享的，就是其实在地热钻探的一个探勘，跟实际上要开发发电的这边，其实有一些我们认为会面临到比较大的一个风险。那这部分我们一直持续在观察，然后看有什么样更好的方式来去走。所以我们很希望有机会在我们现有的这一个目前在准备新建今年应该要能够试运转的一个电厂里面呢，现在目前用 ORC 的一个技术的系统。那等到建制完成以后，我们其实会很希望能够透过各位国内外比较先进的一个专家或技术，是不是可以也一起再来探究，在这样的一个系统里面，是不是有更好的一个开发的一个方式，或者技术的一个精进，能够让它的一个开发的量体来变得更多。那另外一个部分，其实台电也在绿岛这个区域，其实我们已经有钻了2口井。那如同刚刚今天先进提到的吼，其实在整个开发的过程里面，的确会发现说，其实它是有一点的盲点吼，没有办法去做。所以我们目前这2口井其实也是先暂置在这边吼，来去等待做比较先进的开发。所以我们很希望借由今天有比较先进的技术，像 AGS 这样的一个技术，或许能够利用这样两口井吼，来进一步的做一个更好的一个处理，看看是不是能够在国内吼，在 AGS 这一部分的一个经验上面吼，能够有所落地，有所成长。那最后呢，其实因为身为台电，我也要跟各位报告，尤其我们刚刚最后一个公司哈，就全阳公司这边特别提到，就是在对于地热开发里面有一个馈线的部分，会有所担心的这部分。那我想台电这边针对馈线，我想在整个电网的一个稳定跟相关提供再生能源友善并网的这一块上面，台电应该是责无旁贷的。那我想我这边也特别跟大家报告，台电会尽全力在对于再生能源，尤其地热这边的友善并网这边，我们会思考用不同的面向，如何能够来协助大家，让这一个电网的这个风险或者大家所顾虑的一个因素能够降低，能够提供大家更好的一个开发环境。以上，谢谢各位。
好，谢谢台电蔡处长。其实另外一个就是我们中油的，我们也是领头羊了。那刚刚看到你们同仁的简报，其实中油投入地热也相当的早。那现在有很多新的技术，我想从中油角度，怎么样能够来寻求这个更多的国际合作？这我们请教一下范副执行长。
好，次长、局长，还有今天与会的各位先进女士、先生，大家好。我想中油在地热这一块，其实我们是比别人早走了一小步，因为地热要从地底下取热，免不了就是要有钻井的。那在台湾，其实中油长久以来是扮演这样子的一个角色。那地热能源呢，其实它对于我们台湾未来所谓的要走向2050净零碳排的这一个目标，它是一个不可或缺的，而且它刚刚有很多这个 发表者都有讲到了，地热其实它占有一个非常稳定的一个能源供应、电力的供应，它是非常好的基载的一个角色。所以发展地热其实真的就是台湾在未来再生能源的这一块不可或缺的。那曾次长在好几次的会议里面都不断的去提到中油你就是必须要负起这样子的一个重责大任。那我们也一直不断的把我们的目标一再的这个提高。那对于说跟国内外的这个厂商合作，其实现在就是我们要去进行的。怎么说呢？因为其实这一段时间以来，包括今天也跟与会的几位专家有过简单的对谈过。地热当然全世界都有，但是每一个地方都有不一样的条件，包括你天生的地质的条件，还有你的人文的条件等等。所以一个地方的成功经验，它要复制到另外一个地方，显然是不能直接 copy 过来的。它必须要去在某些地方去做微调。那台湾在过去曾经有过地热的发电厂，没有错，但是规模是不大的，我们属于刚起步的一个阶段。那很高兴看到现在其实地热的技术是日新月异，像 AGS、EGS、SGS 等等的这些先进的系统，其实给我们带来的是一个强心针。那中油在这一块，我想第一个就是我们要去study， 要去跟这些国外先进技术的厂商去研究哪一种技术其实对于台湾是最合适的，包括你说我们最看好的大屯山，还有我们东部的这个变质岩，其实它都是有热就摆在那里，就看我们用什么样子的方式去把它取出来。那再来就是我们当然今天很谢谢经济部办了这样子的一个活动，把全世界的这个地热的业者，大咖的都有招引过来，把他们的注意力吸引过来。那我们其实就希望利用今天这样子一个机会，来跟国外的专家来去谈未来合作的一个模式。那当然，中油过去赚了很多井，今天早上也有专家提到，是不是可以利用这些旧井，不管是它的资料，或者是利用这些现有的旧井来去进行一个试验的场地。如果能够成功的话，那我们可以把这个成功的经验再去复制到其他的案场来去，然后做一个比较遍地开花的这样子的一个模式。那我想中油在这一个方面呢，我们是责无旁贷，必须要去扮演这样子的一个角色。好，以上。
好，谢谢我们中油的范副执行长。那我想相同的问题，我也想要来请教一下我们Geothermal X 的在过去曾经有在70多个国家都有相关的这样的一个合作经验，所以想请教一下我们 Miss Ann Robertson， 针对怎么样跟台湾的这一些业者合作，能不能提出一些您的看法，让我们来有所来这个部分可以让我们提醒我们怎么样来跟国际的这一些厂商合作。来 ，please， 来 Miss Ann 来。
Thank you so much. That's very, very kind of you to call on me. I think every country takes its geothermal journey in a little bit of a different way. And I'm a geologist, and I like to believe that the geology is the reason for that. It plays a controlling role, but in the end, you're trying to extract fluid out of the ground in the conventional sense. And the characteristics of those rocks play a big role, not only in the productivity of the wells, but in the potential for problems like scaling, for example. And there are a few things that come to mind for me. I feel Taiwan has been working on geothermal for a while, but at a fairly low level. And now, suddenly, it's expanding. I love the advanced technologies, EGS, AGS, SGS. They're all good things, but I think Taiwan has to learn to walk before it can run. And that doesn't mean you shouldn't be looking into it. It means you shouldn't be ignoring the conventional. So it's a both thing, an and, not an or, in the way we think about it. I would say, with respect to oil and gas wells, the advantage that any country or any company has in oil and gas is a wealth of data available from those wells, from the fields, from the operation and development of those fields. And this information is like a gold mine for us. Geothermal projects usually have very sparse data. There haven't been many wells. You're drilling for the first time in a new area. And so when 2 years ago we began really seriously looking at, it's something we thought about in the 90s, but it never sort of eventuated. We started looking more seriously at the hot water cut from oil and gas fields. So this, in the right scenario, this can work, but it's not as simple as turning a well from oil and gas to geothermal. There's a lot more involved in it. And rational decision-making about doing that is supported by this rich data set that oil and gas wells have and that oil and gas fields have. So there's plenty to do there, and a good mind can sort of separate the real opportunities from things that everybody thinks might be an opportunity. So on that score. With regards to Taipower, thank you for your comments before. The power cycles that are used, I think, generally speaking, with the possible exception of Tatun, which we may see going to a flash steam plant one day. I do find the ubiquitous corrosive fluid concerning from that perspective. I think that we're going to be focusing on binary power plants. We have lots of binary power plant operators and developers and vendors here today. In fact, 2 of them are right next to me. So I think the binary space holds a lot of opportunity because it's eminently flexible. But with respect to the case of, some of the projects, we saw that the output wasn't as good as planned. And one of the things I would think about and would recommend is that the field conditions that you have today are not going to be the field conditions that you'll have a year or 10 or 20 or 50 from now. So you have to plan for how the resource evolves with time. Conventional geothermal resources are dynamic systems by nature, and they evolve over time, like hopefully we are too. So think about that and plan for the decline. So when we at Geothermex, we focus on the resource supply, what the chemistry is, what the pressure, temperature, all that, productivity is. But eventually that fluid comes out of the ground and it sees the light of day in the power plant. And so optimizing the cycle to sort of prepare for a long lifetime of a geothermal power plant is something that we really focus on, and I think is something to think about. As I said, the technologies, the advanced technologies, they are not without their difficulties, but they have great potential. So think of it like an investment portfolio. That's my theory, but and some of the people in this room may not agree, and that's fine. You're making a bet on something, and it may work out, and if it does, it's going to be great. But there's more to be learned along the way, and so I think to the extent that Taiwan embraces these technologies, all of us will benefit, but don't ignore the conventional would be my message. And then with respect to CPC, well, we can talk about state-owned enterprises probably all day and all night, but with regard to CPC, I think its expertise and long history of interrogating and exploiting things from the subsurface should not be underestimated. You have a very sophisticated team here, and we've seen that at Geothermex in the few projects we've assisted CPC in with our own evaluations of them. And this is, it was very clear to me when we received the first data set that it would be a very comprehensive sort of assessment. So the thing that I would say with regard to state-owned enterprises, having worked with a bunch of them in Kenya and in Indonesia, both countries deeper in the development cycle of geothermal perhaps than Taiwan is, but I think they're both useful. The state-owned enterprises have long engaged with private sector entities deliberately because they want to broaden their perspective. And this is really important. We don't want to waste time now. We have a really important mission to do. And so we should take advantage of every bit of knowledge that we can squeeze out of old brains like this one or others. And as I said earlier, not make the same mistake twice, That said, I feel that both companies are very enlightened about geothermal, are very positive about geothermal, and as long as you can maintain that buoyancy, if that's a word to use here, that good feeling, I think the country will be better for it. The island of Taiwan will be better for it. And I don't know about Green Island, but it seems fascinating. And in two cases that were presented today, we have seen that the higher temperatures are not within the area that has been designated for development. It's increasing away from the area. So something that you might be wanting to think about a little bit more, or perhaps is underway as far as a thought process, is how land area is designated or not for geothermal, whether or not there's mechanisms to extend a project once you have drilled a few wells and you've seen that the higher temperatures are next door. Maybe there's a way to legislate about that or create incentives to landowners to encourage them to allow that land to be developed, even by directional drilling in the subsurface with no surface occupancy, to protect what they have. And the last thing I want to mention is about calcite scaling. And I've talked to 2 or 3 people just now at this break because it was mentioned in this session that calcite scaling is occurring in the wells. And there is a routine inhibition method that is used all around the world, but for some reason not here. And I think it is a fear issue. It's a fear of groundwater contamination or something else. Anything with the word chemical in it immediately gets people frightened. And what happens in chemical reactions is things get neutralized. So I've made it my goal to check in on the chemicals that are used for downhole chemical inhibition routinely everywhere in the world that has a scaling problem, particularly calcite scaling, by the way, which occurs at the boiling level in the well, or when you get a mixing of cooler water in the well, the chemistry changes, and that's why you get scaling. That I'll investigate that and make sure that there isn't an issue to be had, and how then we can maybe go forward in the public engagement space to convince local people that we're not polluting, we're enabling the clean energy that we want.
OK， 谢谢我们 Miss Robertson， 我知道他还有很多意见想要提供我们参考，不过因为还有很多语谈的，那我不得不在这边暂时的谢谢我们Robertson 给我们的这些很好的意见。那我想在早上的时候，我们也看到这个Greenfire 公司，其实它有很好的这种 Green Loop 的这种技术。我想是不是就我们这个Greenfire 公司Mr. Grant Garler。Can you give me some suggestion about Taiwan?
Thank you. This morning we heard how geothermal is being promoted here in Taiwan. There's also PPP projects and some other mechanisms. But one thing I didn't notice was the human resource side of geothermal development. There's got to be a critical mass of geothermal professionals here in Taiwan for you to really develop your vast geothermal resources. Again, going to the Philippine experience, we had the New Zealanders, the Americans teaching Filipinos on geothermal industry or geothermal resource exploration, development, and management. I think it's a component that is critical to developing your geothermal resources. There are a lot of differences between oil and gas development versus geothermal. Of course, there are similarities, but geothermal is a niche. It's like having a specialized skill. And the more geothermal fields or resources that you work on, that's when you really get to be, say, an expert or a subject matter expert. So don't forget about building up the technical capability of geothermalists or geothermal professionals here in Taiwan. I think it's a must.
Okay, thank you. 好，那接下来我还是要请教一下我们 Baselow 应该是国外公司到台湾来，那也跟我们台湾的一些厂商有进行一些合作。能不能请我们黄董事长分享一下当时到台湾来你们的考虑是什么？那针对如果台湾要建立一个地热发展的一个永续的供应链的话，你们觉得台湾应该哪个部分可以再继续来做加强？黄董事长。
Yes. So, I mean, the decision for us to select Taiwan, of course, is to look at our policies for geothermal. That's one of the bases that we look into. The government should encourage the industry. There are reasonable FIT within the industry. Of course, that there are geothermal potential in the market, and that we know of course. So that was the basis for us to select. And then we are in Japan, Iceland, US here, and then also we look into New Zealand and many other markets. So that was the basis. But looking into Taiwan to further develop in this area, we've done some studies to look at markets that have been very successful in geothermal development, and it actually boils down to three common denominators that I think Taiwan can look into. The first one is there's a geothermal law with strong policy that encourages investment within the industry. So I think that is extremely important that Taiwan can further develop. We heard a lot of good things today. They are improving the policies, but there's still a long way to go to have a solid law that fit for the industry, making it easier to develop. The second thing is that the state-owned enterprises take leads in initial power development, and also all government data, raw data, to make it available to the public. So in Taiwan, there's still very limited data. So hopefully we see now that there are more exploration projects going on, but we wish that it should be even more to make it publicly available, so there's increased confidence from investors and developers to dive into the market. And the third thing would be the financial market. So policies from the government make it more beneficial for financial structuring instruments to invest into projects. So not only later stage investments, having access to capital, early stage before you confirm the reservoir, all that will help. So these three factors, we've been studying several markets like New Zealand, Turkey, and so forth, three common denominators. If you make this well, the industry will boom. So hopefully we can, continue our dialogue with BOE and MOEA on this part to further develop the industry.
OK， 谢谢我们黄董事长给我们的这3点的提示。那我想在早上，我们能源局的陈组长大概有跟大家做说明。那我们提了一个再生能源发展条例的一个修正草案。那我们把过去在地热，其实大家都觉得做地热要在各种的不同的法系里面去做一些申请。那我们这一次把它有整合，所以我想在这个法案如果可以通过以后，台湾发展地热大概就主要遵循再生能源发展条例的这样的一个规则来走。那其他提到有关于 data 这部分，其实早上地调所大概也有跟大家稍微说明一下。未来我们还是所有的这些调查资料，会在我们一个地热资讯网里面来做适度的公开，让大家来了解这一些资讯。谢谢黄董事长。我想接下来呢，下午的时候，这个 Neighbor 公司大概也有做了一个相关的简报。那我想在简报里面大概也看到你们贵公司是有这个400台专井的机具以上。我想这个是一个非常大的数量，而且是技术是可能也是在国际上是一个处于领导地位。那如果将来有机会到台湾来的话，不晓得我们这个我们 Neighbor 公司在这边，你们 Thomas 觉得我们 这个怎么样的合作的情况，或者合作的条件，可以让你们来跟台湾的厂商进一步的来做这一些相关的合作？那是不是请教一下我们 Thomas？
All right. First of all, I think we're open to collaboration on any type of project. It just needs to be, we need to be very sure and very clear what are the requirements that certain participant is looking for. So either they are looking for certain type of technology, they are looking for a certain type of operating program, they are looking for equipment. Those terms, those set the stage on what we will require to actually come over, right? Then on the other aspect, we also need to see how is the term of the relationship. Is it like a deal that is just gonna be for a couple of years, or is it something that we can see for a longer term? That sets the type of presence that we would establish. I mean, as mentioned, we are over 20 countries, right? In the region, we are established in Malaysia and Indonesia, and we provide different type of services. We are also established in Norway, for example, which is our robotics arm. So we are pretty open to come over as it comes to that regard. I don't see a blockage on why we wouldn't. I mean, as it comes to the economics of the project, right? Having said that, and I just want to tap on the comments before that were made on the manpower. I mean, on the oil and gas and on the drilling side, a lot of technology has been developed along the years to actually be able to drill faster, to drill more efficient wells. So I would not discard that technology should be utilized for the geothermal projects. I would definitely encourage you to tap on that piece. Then on the second side, I mean, there is a lot of the technologies that are a little bit young as it comes to the geothermal projects. But the idea is that they are built around a platform. So what we are looking at from the drilling contractor is that they are built around a platform, but it's not like it's going to be a neighbor rig, for example. It needs to be an agnostic type of piece so that they can be implemented on any type of project. So with that, and then the regulation piece that has been mentioned, I think that would enable to pursue certain type of projects. And that would also give certainty for this example for neighbors like to say, okay, let's go over to Taiwan.
也许我们中油公司未来可以跟这个我们 neighbor 公司这个就专井方面，因为大家多谈一些相关的合作或技术交流，因为毕竟台湾 CPC 大概是我们台湾在唯一目前大概是比较具有这种先进技术的，大概就是中油。我想谢谢我们neighbor 公司这边的一些回应。那同样的，我也想请教一下我们Steam 公司。Steam 公司过去也协助了很多其他的国家在做相关的地热开发。那我想问一下我们 Mr. Lucas Dodo， 针对如果来台湾这边的话，你们有没有什么看法，或者是有没有什么提供我们一些具体的一些建议？
Thank you very much. Yeah, I think that coming from the main let's say results of today's discussion and building up of them, I would say that there are three main points that we have touched all over the day, and one of them was surely the need for a certain regulation and to make the permitting easier and, let's say, more effective. One is the project development, and I will talk a bit about this. So the way we do project development in Taiwan today. And the third is, I think, a mix of expertise in terms of people and also expert, let's say, equipment. So specific equipment for some of the specific things that you need to do for developing a geothermal project. So I think the first one is quite self-explanatory. So we need to have a law which is clear, a permitting procedure which is easy and simplified to make the projects proceed quickly. And these would make, in my opinion, create kind of a critical mass of projects. And that would attract the equipment and the expertise into the market. So obviously what Neighbor says, I think, is a very clear, and anybody would do, especially for drilling. Why would I need to come to Taiwan if there are not enough projects to make my investment, bringing here the equipment, good enough, right? So this is a very important thing, and we need to get to that point. I think that today is fantastic for me to see so many people. We have talked about geothermal in Taiwan for many years, but today, I can't count us, but I think maybe we're around 500 people, right? And I don't think that anybody was expecting such a participation in Taiwan at the geothermal conference. And it means that today is the moment when we need to push on geothermal, and we need to allow geothermal to kick off quickly before all this interest fades away. Because we have seen that in other countries, right? We have seen the interest booming and then fading away. So we don't want that. The second thing is about the way we do the project development. I think that it's important to understand that geothermal is not like other renewable energies. You cannot do a one-year anemometer campaign to do like you do for a wind farm. You need years of development. You need to share data. You need to review data. You need to model your geothermal resources before investing in buying equipment. Okay, so sometimes we have seen countries where people have started booming. They say, okay, I want to build a power plant, and everybody buys the power plant, but then the power plant is not working. It's working 50%, 60% of its capacity. Why? Because they haven't put enough effort and they haven't invested with enough calm, let's say being enough calm, to make the project effective. So the project development needs support. So I think that the need for expertise that we can bring from the US, from New Zealand, from Italy, from Iceland, we can help with this. We have seen many countries booming and many countries also failing. So we need to cooperate on that. And I think that taking, let's say, the inspiration from Turkey, what we have seen in the last 2 decades in Turkey, what we can say is that there is also an opportunity for Taiwan. And the opportunity is to attract investments and attract technology in the country. So one of the best things, in my opinion, that Turkey did in the incentive schematic was to put a local content to make the feed-in tariff higher, right? So if you try to internalize, if you try to attract technology and expertise to Taiwan, then you will build that critical mass that also Glenn was talking about. So I think these are the main things, and this way the market can really boom. The final thing I want to say is that another way to make this critical mass of projects happen is to help the risking. So the risking in terms of, let's say, the geothermal resource, the risking in terms of the, obviously, the market issues, or any kind that the government can help the risking the project, that would help fostering the market.
OK， 谢谢卢卡。那确实，我想今天这个会议哈，我们当时在 organize 这个会议的时候，本来设定是200个人参加，结果这个报名的人数一直增加，所以到今天可以看到是一个500人这样的一个会议，包括线上的，显然显示这个我们不只是国内的业者的，包括国际的业者，其实对台湾的这个地热发展，其实大家都有很大的信心。那我想今天在上午的时候，我们也请我们的研究团队，包括地调所以及能源局，所以也把我们台湾的一个潜力的这样的一个数量，也在这边跟大家做一个说明跟报告。我想，我们今天这一个论坛，其实最重要的功能就是我们建立起一个大家互相沟通的平台。那我想今天是一个很好的开始，后续我们所有国内的产官学研，其实都可以跟我们今天在座的所有的国际的我们这些朋友，大家一起来寻求后续的一些协助。那我想接下来我想要来请教一下我们LBNL Dr. Lawrence Hutchins， 针对过去我知道Dr. 可能过去跟我们协会这边大家都有一些密切的一些讨论跟来往。那我想了解一下在 LBNL 这个有没有一些新的一个构想或想法，可以跟台湾有一些进一步的交流跟合作的机会。来 ，Dr. Please。
Hello. Yes, thank you. First off, thanks to the Geothermal Association for organizing this and inviting me to speak. I appreciate that. Yes, I've been working in geothermal, you might say 50 years, as you can see, but we quit it. We quit 40 years ago. We worked on it for 10 years, and then people pretty much gave up on geothermal. Then we picked it up again 10 years ago from now. And in that intervening time, technology had advanced quite a bit. And what we did in our work at LBL was look at the advances in technology from micro MEMS technology to computer technology to theoretical developments. And of course, we tried to put all that together. And in the meantime, we weren't sitting on our hands. We were learning and developing in other areas. But I guess I want to say is I want to support what Greenfire, our fellow from Greenfire, had to say. You need educated people. You need a team of resources of well-developed, scientific-based students to study geothermal. I don't think I've seen it here, to be honest. I mean, I think our friend Dr. Li Chaosheng has developed some grad students in geothermal, and I appreciate I see he's done that. And like I said, in the intervening 30 years when we abandoned geothermal, we went off to develop other theoretical developments in seismology, for example. And there's brilliant scientists here in Taiwan. And they come to Berkeley. We have them at Berkeley as students. I come here, I see wonderful papers. But you know, interestingly enough, they've been fascinated by the tectonics of Taiwan. And it's a fascinating tectonic coincidence of the collision of 3 tectonic plates and the creation of an island and the most rapid uplift of mountains in the world. But what's resulted from that is heat. The entire island is hot. It's the largest, most natural resource Taiwan has is heat. and it's got to be exploited in the future. What I've seen, and to be honest, and I hope I don't offend any seismologists here, how, I'm sorry, they study the large-scale tectonic features, which is fascinating, but nobody I haven't seen, and Hao is picking this up, high-frequency near-surface seismology, geology, geophysics, and that's where your resources are. And developing students in that area, I think, will be able to apply that knowledge to identify resources in the future and help developing companies develop geothermal energy. And I want to say that maybe we're alone, but we only are at the surface of the earth down, right? Most of what you heard today is the surface of the earth up. Well, you have to know your resource. If you can know your resource well, the dimensions of it, the likelihood of producing heat and permeability, where your faults and fractures are, you can reduce your risk. And that's really, I think, in a business sense, reducing your risk is what geophysicists can provide for you in near surface analysis. And I think developing students in that area would be of benefit to Taiwan.
Okay, thank you.我想大家都有提到这个人才培育这个事情，我想我们可能后续也要纳入到我们整个台湾未来发展地热，不管是学界或是业界这边，恐怕这个都是我们需要进一步来思考的。那我想接下来呢，各位几位与谈人都有提到一个相关的投资诱因的这个建立或是设定。那欧玛其实已经到台湾来做相关的合作跟投资了，我想欧玛也在其他很多国家都有相关的投资建设。我是不是来请教一下我们这个拉米 Shepherd？ 如果要建立一个好的投资诱因来吸引这个国外的投资跟国内合作，您有什么看法？来 ，please。
Okay, thank you. Thank you for having me today with you. Frankly speaking, I put Taiwan on the map of ORMAT as a country where ORMAT can invest. And our prime objective is to invest in projects in Taiwan, not to sell equipment. This is not our, let's say, the target. However, I found, and I don't want to repeat again, which all my colleague here just mentioned about risk and database of heat source information, which is an essential analysis for our geologics to give me the go-ahead before I'm coming and investing in geothermal in Taiwan. I found out that there is no enough information. The geologics only target Elan County, and it was less than 15 megawatts. So I would get go ahead if I would show to my management that we have enough, at least 15 megawatt, okay, project to execute here. So you may consider me now sitting on the fence and waiting and see where we can find such project, because technology we have the technology. Knowledgement and expert can be enabled during the time and interact with a small project and gain the required knowledge. This is fine. But the main, let's say, the obstacle now for me as a project developer, I need to convince internally in OMAT why we should go and invest in Taiwan geothermal project. And the business model shows that at least 15 megawatts need to be accomplished. So, of course, if we are going to develop 15 megawatt in Datun area, of course, we need a grid, sufficient grid for that, and this may take times. So we have some obstacle above the ground alongside the below the ground with the missing information. And I don't to repeat what Anne already mentioned, but again, in order to get, just to share with you my experience inside my company, when I'm trying to push it ahead, what kind of go, no-go criteria I'm facing with. So if from your side, let's say, help me to help you, okay? This is very simple.
OK， 我想其实我们早上其实就是在试着要把台湾的一个地热潜能跟大家做报告了，所以才会有我们那个30到40 gigawatt， 那个是个 potential 的一个产能。不过确实，如果能不能开发出来，还有很多配套需要一起再继续来做努力的，包括很多人提到的这个馈线的部分，这个也许台电公司在未来我们整个地热发展的时候，我们怎么样就这个可能的潜力场址，跟我们的电网系统，甚至我们在讲，我们如果要发展未来要发展这种区域电网或是小型的社区电网，我想这个都是一些可以整体的来做思考的。那谢谢我们我马这边提供的意见，我们后续也会再继续来思考。黄董针对这个在台湾投资，要不要政府再提供进一步的一些资源，或者进一步设计一些制度上的协助？黄董您的看法呢？
Yeah, I think I already mentioned about comparison to other markets, countries that have been very successful in geothermal development, based on, of course, the law, available data, and also financial instruments. I think the group here talked about a lot about talent, and I think, yeah, I mean, it's a chicken hen thing. I mean, of course, we have good plans to grow in Taiwan. We are pioneering, we're taking risks to enter the market very early on. So of course, we need a lot of help from the government to facilitate for us to obtain permits in much shorter time, have a law that's working for the industry, which means that we will dare to invest much more. If we do that, we can employ more people. But what we do today, because the market is emerging in Taiwan, so we bring in a lot of international talent. So we work with, of course, within the group, we have expertise on a global level that we bring in, but also expertise outside of baseload group. I mean, today you heard a lot about experts, Steam, whether Lucas and others, of course, Becky Huge and Neighbor Drilling, all that. We try to bring in the experts to Taiwan to develop the industry. But we need help. We need support from the government to make it easier. So more data available, so we have a better understanding of the market, the risk, so we can move on. Yeah. So I think this is actually what we're seeking for, more closer cooperation with the government, so we can actually make the industry to boom in Taiwan. I think it has enormous potential. I mean, it's on the Ring of Fire, and all the markets in Asia Pacific Ring of Fire, from Japan down to Philippines, Indonesia, New Zealand, are very developed, except Taiwan. So we have the chance, and Taiwan is a well-developed economy. Yeah, one of the richest countries here, of course, in Asia, one of the world. So I think there are a lot of potential that we can work out together to drive the industry.
我想在座的各位语坛人有没有针对我们今天讨论的主题，其实就是怎么让协助台湾能够快速的把这个地热发展起来？有没有我们哪一位语坛人还要再进一步补充的？有没有 ？Anyone of you would give some more extraction? Please.
Thank you. First of all, I was glad you said something about community grids, because that was my thought when I heard that speech today, is that mini grids or localized grids could be a solution. The second thing I wanted to note is that when you're making a project that's, say, 5 megawatts, basically you have a few chances to get it right. Once you drill the first well, obviously you know more than you did before you drilled. but maybe it's a 3 to 4 well project that you're hoping to drill, and you're going to have some that won't work out well. You know, they won't hit the resource. The risk associated with that is weirdly much higher than in a larger project where you get a rhythm going with the drilling and you've learned about the subsurface. When you're only drilling a few wells, and I would say in Qingshui, you know, there's been more than that, but as each new greenfield project is developed and they're fairly small, the risk is pretty high of failure. So what I wasn't sure about in your incentive scheme is the degree to which you might support the drilling. Perhaps my ignorance speaking, but I would say that there have been very innovative risk mitigation schemes, all around the world that we've worked within. And one of the things they do is a sort of a contingent grant if the well isn't successful, or a partial grant like that, which would reserve the cash that the operator has for further drilling. In other words, the first well might be good, the second one might not be so good, and there's some compensation for that not good well from the government. So, but the risk profile is just so high when you don't have the ability to get a learning curve on the drilling or more understanding of the resource, and that's a characteristic of small developments. So that's one thing that I would encourage, if it's possible.
好，谢谢我们这个在补充的这些意见。好，那我想非常谢谢我们今天台上所有的与谈人，给我们很多宝贵的意见。那我想包括今天从早上到下午，所有的报告人都提供我们很多的具体的建议。那我想我们国内的几个案场，包括全阳，刚刚有一些过去发展的经验，时间比较长。其实这个事情在我们整个政府部门在做检讨之后，我们大概有做了一些制度上的一些调整。在检讨里面大概也提到，第一个我们经济部成立的单一窗口，对未来就不需要再做这种部会之间的这样的一个个别的部会的这样的协调。那我想所有的案件都可以进到我们经济部成立的单一窗口来做一个服务。那第二个有关法规的调适的部分，我们也提出了相关的法规的这样的一个修正。那未来针对过去的这种比较多部门的这种法规，应该可以得到一个好的解决。那第三个呢，有关于这个费率的部分，那早上大概我们组长大概也提到了，我们针对不同的开发规模，针对不同的这个成本，我们也有不同的费率设计。那后续在做检讨，每年度在做检讨趸购费率的时候，我想可以，大家如果提供更多的资讯给我们，我们也可以再来做检讨，做出更适当的安排。那针对风险分摊的部分，其实在经济部也有一个示范奖励办法，针对这个钻井的这个相关的成本，也可以来申请我们经济部的一些示范奖励。我们有提供相关的补助经费给大家一起来分摊这个开发成本。那我想这些种种的这些都是目前已经我们有设计出来的一个制度。那我想今天看到这么多人一起来关心台湾的地热发表，我想我们针对台湾未来的地热的发展，我们还是深具信心。再次的谢谢我们台上所有的与谈人。那待会还有一些交流的时间，我想那个是可以让大家彼此更加了解的一个平台。那我们希望今天的这个会议，大家都能够有很好的一个收获。我们再次谢谢台上的所有的我们的与谈人，谢谢大家，谢谢。
敬请局长及台上嘉宾到舞台前方合影，请尤局长可以站在舞台的中间，谢谢。
We would like to invite Director Yo and our panelists to the front of the stage for a picture.
敬请局长及台上嘉宾回座。接下来是商务交流时间，希望我们今天能达成一些具体成果作为收尾。
Thank you, and please return to your seats. Next, we would like to encourage face-to-face discussions among our guests in the hope that today's conference culminates in practical conversations.
在商务交流前，我们请国内及国外来宾将您的口译设备关闭，并归还到报道区。
Before the face-to-face discussions begin, please turn off the translation receivers and return them at the registration area.
我们的商务交流总共有15桌，其中有9桌是比较先报名的，是在我们后方作为商务交流区，所以请有登记做商务交流的厂商，可以到后方去做商务交流的洽谈。也欢迎在海报区，欢迎大家去海报区参观，谢谢。
There will be 15 tables for the face-to-face discussions featuring international geothermal companies and representatives from the New Zealand Commerce and Industry Office in Taipei. If you have registered for the face-to-face discussion, please go to the back of the auditorium. We would also like to strongly encourage our guests to check out the poster area. Thank you.
请大家扫描一下我们在台上的 QR code， 上网填写我们会议的满意度调查。待会 QR code 会在上面，谢谢。我们的商务区在后方，已经有登记要做商务洽谈的公司，可以走到后方进行商务洽谈。现在请大家您的手。